Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. I'm not going to be able to welcome all of you guys. Gracious day. This is the most viewers we've had so far at the start of our live stream, and probably a little over a year. So glad to have everybody in here for another live stream. Hopefully you're all having a great Saturday so far. We've got a bunch to talk about, a lot to go over, some stuff to cover. And yeah, hopefully you're all having a great Saturday so far. Welcome everybody in the chat, everyone who is chatting, and those also who may not be chatting just while watching. Glad to have you here. All right, I'm going to just do a quick check on everything. I think we are good. We should be good to go. Everything here looks good. All right, yeah, we are good to go. We've got a big severe weather risk to go over here for today and the next few days. Quite a bit has changed over the last 12 to 24 hours. We've seen quite a bit change with our forecasts, both today, tomorrow, and also Monday changed a little bit as well. How am I doing? I'm doing, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm all right. Not great, not bad, you know, right in the middle. Let's see here. Welcome mods as well. Thank you, Caleb, for modding the beginning of this stream. You guys were going ham towards the start before I even really started the stream, just before I started the stream. Glad Caleb was there to mod that, because I wasn't. I was not available. Just doing a few checks here. Looks like we're all good to go. So let's go ahead and dive on into this. We've got a moderate risk for severe weather today. I'm going to give this a refresh so we got the most up-to-date information here, but we've got a moderate risk for severe weather today. That's a 4 out of 5 for severe weather on our SPC categorical risk scale here. So a very high-end severe weather outbreak possible today across Oklahoma, mainly in the form of hail and also of some scattered significant damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are also possible. So pretty big time severe weather event likely today, maybe even a regional tornado outbreak, depending on how many discrete storms we get. But very late, right? I mean, it's 4:50. Normally by now, we've been live for 2-3 hours on a day like today with a moderate 4 out of 5. But not today. Initiation fairly late in the afternoon into the early evening. Not really many notable severe weather threats here before that 6 o'clock time frame. So definitely definitely a little bit interesting there. Not used to these little bit more later events. So moderate risk, level 4 out of 5 out here in that dark red area. Level 3 enhanced risk in that orange. Level 2 slight risk in that yellow. And a level 1 in that dark green. So very notable day for severe weather on tap today. We've got damaging winds upwards of 75 to 80 miles per hour possible in the red area. The potential for, get this, upwards of 4.5 to 5 inches in diameter hail out here across this pink diagonal hatched area you see right in here. We've got that potential for upwards of 4.5 to 5 inch hail. Big time hail, softball sized hail or greater being possible today across that area. And then we do have our tornado threat, which I'm a little bit iffy on the tornado threat today. I'm not too sure what to think about it. I think it could go either way here. I think this really... Oh, well, there's your tornado watch. Wow, what do you know? There's your tornado watch. It's a 70-50 tornado watch. That's actually pretty high probability right there. Can't believe that. We're only 6 minutes in the stream. Tornado watch just got issued. I didn't even have a chance to go over the MCD or anything like that. But I don't know what to think about the tornado threat today. I'm a little bit iffy. I think it's quite conditional, to be honest with you, on that strong plus tornado potential. I think we'll see a few weak tornadoes, but I think that strong to intense tornado threat is very conditional. I'm not too sure if it's worth that 2 sig tor. The SPC has deemed it worth a 2 sig tor here, as you can see across that diagonal hatched area in southeastern Oklahoma and northern Texas. But definitely a little bit of uncertainty regarding that strong plus tornado threat across that neck of the woods. But once again, pretty conditional there. If we take a look at your tornado watch, again, 70-50, that means there is a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, very high chance for 2 or more tornadoes, and a 50% chance that one of those are EF2 or greater. 60% chance of damaging winds of 58 miles per hour, 10 events of 58 mile an hour damaging wind events or greater. And then also 30% chance that one of those 10 events is around 75 miles per hour. And look at that. That is our highest hail probability, I believe, maybe of the year right there. I recall 70 and 80, but I don't recall ever seeing a 90% hail probability. Might be our highest hail prob of the year right there. 90% chance of 10 or more severe hail events of 1 inch in diameter or greater, and a 70% chance that one of those are roughly 2 inches in diameter. Overall, there is a roughly 95% chance, a high risk that we see severe weather across this tornado watch area for today. Just go back out to my neck of the woods. It is absolutely pouring out here in downtown Martinsville, Virginia. If the stream cuts off, it's because I lost power, so be mindful of that. There is a chance I lose power to heavy rain. I kid you not, we lost power the other night because it was cold. It got so cold we lost power. You know how cold it got to? Mid-30s. It got to mid-30s. We lost power, like, I kid you not, 6 to 8 times the other night when we had that freeze watch in effect. 6 to 8 times we lost power in the middle of the night because of cold weather. Absolutely insane. So yeah, rain definitely could knock out my power whilst we're live here. So just be mindful of that. If I vanish out of nowhere, you know that I lost power from freaking rain. Because that's how good my power is. We've got a few severes right now. One out here in central Kansas, one in north central Kansas. These are just normal severes. And we actually have one out here in Virginia, believe it or not, out here just south of Farmville, an area where I don't chase often at all. Furthest I've chased into Virginia is the Halifax area, unless you include the one of the hurricanes from 2024, where we crossed the line from Henderson back into South Hill. So I really haven't chased much that far east in Virginia. We also have another severe here in Tennessee for 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. So really just some scattered severes. No widespread severe weather ongoing right now. We did just get a new severe up here for 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds in north central Kansas. Out here just to the east of Smith Center in Kansas. Make sure you're away from doors and windows there. That is a bit of a dangerous storm with all that hail coming down from that storm. Meso analysis updates in about 20 minutes, but I don't want to wait that long, so we're going to look at the 30-minute-old one together, because meso analysis is your biggest friend right here. Let's see. Glad to see you in here, Kaylee. Welcome to the stream. Your electric company needs a software update. That is for sure. Rockets, welcome to the stream. Cruz, Cactus, Legacy, Girl Dev, Tracy, Nancy, Grumpy Grandpa, Caleb. Glad to see you guys all in here. Let's go and zoom in here, and let's go to our instability. There we go. Do I want a brownie? Yeah, sure. I'll take a brownie. Welcome, County. Glad to see you here. Or country, my bad. Country. Not county. Let's see. Aaron, welcome to the stream. Jefferson, Payne. Glad to see you guys all in here. So there is your instability that we have right now across Oklahoma. And the biggest thing I want you to note is the access point right here. There is kind of like a boundary, really a boundary, an instability access boundary that is set up right across Oklahoma. And anything northeast of that is not going to have the same hazards as something inside of that environment. So if we could get any storms to fire inside of southern Oklahoma here, inside of that boundary or on that boundary, that is where our threat for severe weather will be considerably higher. If anything fires north of that boundary, they could still be tornadic, okay? They could still be tornadic. This isn't like a warm front boundary here or an outflow boundary that if storms go north of said front or boundary, they're not going to be tornadic. Storms can be still tornadic north of this. This is just an instability access where we have separation of where there's been cloud cover for much of the day here across Oklahoma and where we have that boundary where it's been building where there's no cloud cover in Texas. And now that instability building from no cloud cover is pushing into Oklahoma, pushing that cloud cover out and setting up that boundary. And that's why we have that moderate risk for severe weather today. Let's take a look at violent tornado parameter. We are at a 12 violent tornado parameter, and you could see that violent tornado parameter is focused on the eastern side of that instability. So if we just kind of outline where our bullseye for instability is, and then we go back to that violent tornado parameter, it's focused on the east side of that boundary back into south central Oklahoma, probably very close to the right near Ada, Oklahoma, I'd have to imagine. And you could see 73 dew points, 81 temps. That is insane. This is definitely, I would say this is a volatile environment here. Let's look at effective layer, significant tornado parameter. 6 on that. Yeah, and 3 on fixed layer. I'd say we're looking at a volatile environment across southern Oklahoma. So that's why they did that SIG too. Now I see it much more now. So there you go. Very crazy environment here across south central Oklahoma. 189 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. So a little low on that SRH for a volatile environment, but we do look for 150 plus for strong to intense tornadoes, so it still fits that criteria of, SIG 1, SIG 2. Did you donate twice? Extra 5 for the thanks. Okay, you did. I was wondering if that was a mistake right there. Thank you for the $10 donation in that case, the 2 5s. What's weather for Texas looking like tonight? I'm out of the loop on this risk today. Let's see here. Let's go to weather for Texas. In the tornado watch. This is, one of the first times you've ended up in a really good risk for severe weather this year. I know this area hasn't seen much severe weather. It's been to your west, to your north, to your northeast. But you finally managed to sneak into a tornado watch today. And let's go ahead and see here. Going to be a bit tricky to get storms. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very close to your neck of the woods. If you get under one of these supercells, you're looking at a big time threat. You're looking at 3-inch hail possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and even a tornado being possible. Depending on where it is, wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado that far south. If we take a look at the risk, you are under that 5 significant risk today. So it wouldn't even rule out a strong tornado. So somewhere around here, somewhere around the Fort Worth area, could be closer to you, further from you, could be closer towards Caden, near Denton. It just depends exactly where that supercell goes. But somewhere in there, we're going to probably see 2.5, 3-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and the potential for a tornado or 2, maybe 1 strong. So definitely watch out there. as we go towards sunset, close to about 7:30, between 7 and 8 Central Time, we should know if that supercell's moving into your neck of the woods or not. And you can already see those storms are starting to fire to your west. So we do know, it's not like the other day where it's extremely conditional for supercells. We're going to see supercells. We're just not sure exactly where they will be. But we are going to see supercells. Something I'm curious about is where that boundary is set up here on the HRRR. We're getting that new 20Z HRRR. And I'm curious where that instability access boundary is set up. Golly! Wow, that's some colors I don't see often on weather-wise right there. Holy crap. Welcome to Texas, man. If there's one state to have cape like this, it's Texas. If you've lived in Texas before, you know Texas. You guys get... we've seen 8,000 cape in Texas before. So, yeah, if there's any state to have 6K plus instability, it's Texas. So, yeah, I don't know about the northern extent of that moderate, man. That's what I was kind of thinking here. That boundary, McAllister, you guys might not get, even though you're under that 4 out of 5 risk. You're not where that boundary is located. So you're still going to get severe weather up near that area. But I think the best risk for that, 4-5 inch hail is going to be focused maybe a little bit further off to your southwest. I think the main risk area actually today might end up being in this vicinity in here, as opposed to this vicinity up in here. So I think we've pushed a little bit further to the southwest today for the main risk, and that's definitely because of cloud cover. We've definitely had that lingering cloud cover today, and that's definitely what has helped push that risk off to the southwest. You can see that cloud cover, again, still lingering across a good chunk of our likely moderate risk area. We could take a better look at this with College Dew page here. Going to our sub-regional sector, SPC Outlook, you can see only the southwest side, far southwest side of our moderate has clearing. So that could be a considerable issue for hailstones greater than 2.5 inches in diameter. So, if you're wanting to see them 4 or 5 inch hailstones, you're probably going to be looking at northern Texas, south central Oklahoma. I don't know if we're going to be seeing those hailstones up to 4 or 5 inches in diameter that far up into like McAllister and just south of Tulsa. I don't think we're going to be seeing that extreme hail risk that far to the north. I think we've kind of trended a bit more to the southwest than what the SPC has that moderate risk area for. Thank you for an additional... Hold on. I gotta find it. Oh, actually, not additional. This is a full $25 donation. I thought that was another $10. That is a $25 donation. Greatly appreciate that. Huge thanks to you, man. You're welcome. Thank you for the $35 now. Really, really appreciate it. And hopefully you stay safe out there. Definitely going to be needing to watch your car today. That's for sure. Watch out for any damage for your car or... damage around your neighborhood because of that hail. That's going to be the big problem. For over 10 million people, the Storm Prediction Center has 80-mile-an-hour winds, scattered 80-mile-an-hour winds likely, widespread large hail up to 4 inches in diameter likely, and a few tornadoes likely. That is pretty strong wording for a tornado watch for all hazards, really. The tornado threat, not as strong wording there, but everything is likely. Few tornadoes likely, softball-sized hail likely, 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. Those are all decently high-end wording there from the SPC. And that is the purple area you see on screen right now. So that stretches from Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is in that. Chandler all the way back up to just one county west of Tulsa, one county south of Tulsa as well. Henrietta included in that, McAllister, all the way back down here to Hugo in Oklahoma, then into Texas, Paris, Clarksville, Mount Pleasant, Sulphur Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth, Mineral Wells, Wichita Falls. You guys are all inside of that risk for, again, 4-inch hail likely, 80-mile-an-hour winds likely, and a few tornadoes likely in this watch area. And again, not everybody is going to see severe storms today in this risk area. We're expecting these storms to be clustered to discrete. So you're going to have to get pretty unlucky in order to see that very significant hail threat verified for your neck of the woods. Most likely, you're not going to end up with those higher end hazards if you're in this watch area, but somebody in here most likely will. So very significant threat for severe weather today across Oklahoma and Texas. But once again, definitely questioning the northern extent of that moderate risk. I think half of our moderate risk is, I think, is misplaced here. I really think that if this was shifted, 10 miles to the southwest, it would be a bit better placement in my personal opinion. That's based off of current analysis, which is actually very accurate. Welcome, Sam. Glad to see you in here. Welcome to the stream. Looking like for your area, yeah, Caden, same hazards as the same region to your southwest, just you have a little bit higher chance for those hazards. Definitely big issues out there. Let's go back to the HRRR here. I know I'm all over the place. I apologize. But yeah, you could see, I mean, this still shows, I really don't want to say that number, just before 7 o'clock. The number before 7. That's what we're looking at, right about that time frame from roughly storms starting to fire here about 5-6 p.m. Central. So that's about an hour from now. You know, we should see these storms starting to explode here very, very soon across Oklahoma and Texas. And it just depends. I mean, HRRR definitely has these big time hailers with 3-4 inches right next to your area, barely east of the DFW. How cool would that be if we ended up with a hailstorm west of Dallas and east of Dallas? $1 billion disaster avoided right there. If you end up just splitting 2 huge hailstorms right at the city. Like, look at that. 3-4 inch hail county to the west and a county to the east. Now, I know that would still impact, that would probably still get Caden right there, but still, definitely want to watch out if you're in Dallas. I know Dallas is very, very populated. It just depends. It's hard to say for certain. We just know that we're going to see some destructive hail across these areas here. That's for sure. Yes, I know that, Caden. I'm just saying, how wild would it be if you're living in Dallas and you know there's like 4-inch hail to your west by like 10 miles and 4-inch hail to your east by like 10 miles. That would be crazy. I'm not saying that's going to happen, and I'm definitely not wishing for that. I'd like for this risk to just, completely underperform, which the tornado side of things, I'm going to reiterate that again. The environment, yes, it's very, very favorable. And I think our greatest tornado risk is going to be right when storms fire off that boundary for the first hour or two, right when storms fire off that instability axis here across Oklahoma. That's going to be where our tornado threat is the highest. After that, that's where your boundary's roughly at right now, maybe a little bit more northeast, but roughly right in here is where that boundary is. So that's where our tornado threat is the highest. If you live right across that corridor, right in here, that's where your tornado threat's going to be the highest for the first hour or two. And then I think storms are going to cluster up very quickly. And you can see the SPC has that hatched risk, that SIG 2 risk, even back down into further of where that boundary is set up. But I think that's where our greatest risk for severe weather is going to be today, right along that boundary. You guys have that best opportunity to see 3, 4, maybe even pushing 5-inch hail. National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma just tweeted, rapid storm development is imminent across southern Oklahoma. Expected supercells to develop very quickly with very large hail and a medium tornado risk. If you need extra time to shelter from severe weather, start thinking about this now. And what you might need to do this evening. This is from, they're saying, roughly 4 p.m. Central to 7 p.m. Central. So that's from now through 8 Eastern. 5 to 8 Eastern, 4 to 7 Central. High confidence in 1 or 2 storms developing along the frontal boundary this evening with supercells expected. A giant hail to the size of 4 inches in diameter and a medium risk of tornadoes. If you're in warnings, prepare to take action in a sturdy building, have access to tornado shelters, limit travel plans, and have multiple ways to receive warnings. They say movements at 25 miles per hour to the southeast. That is very slow movement. That would be awesome for a storm chaser. Pretty difficult to not keep up with a 25 mile an hour moving storm. But again, yeah, that's right in that frontal. I'm going to keep calling it an instability axis because, I mean, that's just what I'm going with here. That's where the greatest instability is, and then you kind of tamper off as you go more north with extent there. You know, you tamper off quickly. You go from 2,000 right up to 4,000, 5,000 Cape here in this instability axis here, this heating boundary, which again was caused by more than expected cloud cover earlier this afternoon. Before this stuff really gets kicking off here, which it is starting, once again, starting to see initiation here across northern Texas. You can see this is your correlation coefficient, and you can clearly see 4 distinct updrafts across north central Texas here, where those colors are higher in correlation, meaning it's picking up on consistent heavy rain. So consistently picking up on rain up there, where you see those 4 blobs. But before this stuff starts getting a big problem here, let's go into tomorrow's threat. What are we looking at for tomorrow here? Well, Oklahoma, you're under the risk again tomorrow in Oklahoma. Much lower tornado threat, but still a good hail threat. Main area tomorrow is going to be in Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri. That is where you have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for severe weather. And this, unfortunately, has a chance to be deadly. I hate to say that, but this is the type of event which is extraordinarily dangerous, and there's one reason for it. It is in the dead middle of the night. We are looking at the potential for intense tornadoes tomorrow at 2, 3 a.m. in the morning out here across Kansas, southern Nebraska, western Missouri. So make sure if you plan on going to sleep tomorrow night and you live in that level 3 out of 5 risk area, that you have ways to receive warnings that will wake you up. I have multiple ways to receive warnings, weather radios, multiple phones and devices. We are looking at a very dangerous day tomorrow, mainly because it is overnight. We're not looking at the type of caliber outbreak that we will be looking at for Monday, but anything overnight, that risk goes up exponentially by a bunch of percents. There's such a huge difference between a severe weather outbreak at like 5 p.m. midday and a tornado outbreak at 2 a.m. It's so much more dangerous and deadly at 2 a.m. compared to 5 p.m. So there's your tornado risk. And I do want to mention, if you live in any of this hatched area, even all the way down to Texas, you want to be weather aware. But definitely the main risk area is in that 5 and 10 hatched area there that you see across Kansas, into northern Oklahoma, and into Nebraska. Definitely want to watch that area closely. Could tomorrow go 15 sig 1? I don't know about that, but I do think that they could expand the 10 sig more and add a sig 2 for tomorrow like they did today. But I don't know about seeing a moderate tomorrow for Tor like a 15 sig 2. Damaging winds will also be a problem, as well as large hail will also be a problem. We'll go over to our HRRR 18Z, and I'll show you why I'm concerned about tomorrow quite exponentially here, and why my wording was very strong right there. This is at 6 o'clock here. 6 o'clock. And we're going to get probably the potential for severe weather with some of these storms out here across Nebraska and Kansas. That's round 1. Round 1 starts in the early evening hours, probably right about now, tomorrow, across the area I've circled here, and starting to fire across this area in here. But watch what happens as we go towards, this is 7 Eastern, 8 Eastern. These storms start to die off at 8 Eastern, and 8 o'clock tomorrow night, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. We start to see good supercell development here across, looks like probably a cold front. I'm assuming cold front based on your winds changing there. Looks like a cold front dry line right there across southwestern Kansas into western Oklahoma. See how your winds are changing sharply? Right in here, they go from southwesterly to southeasterly. So you have big time change with winds right in this area. That's where your storms are going to develop tomorrow about 7 o'clock Central Time. 8 o'clock Central, 9 Central, 10 Central, and look at that. 10 o'clock Central Time. We've got multiple supercells firing here in northern Kansas, and supercells still trying to fire in northern Oklahoma and southern Kansas. This is midnight Eastern, 11 Central, and then here you go, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Central Time now. 2 a.m. Central Time, 1, 2 a.m. Look at that. A bunch of damaging winds, large hail, multiple tornadoes, maybe even 1 or 2 strong tornadoes, maybe even 1 intense for tomorrow. And again, I think they could add a SIG 2 corridor here across northern Kansas, maybe into Missouri, depending on exactly where that main boundary sets up, just like the boundary today. Just like the boundary today, although it may set up a little bit different. It's going to just depend with the northern extent. This is probably not going to be a differential heating boundary. This is probably going to be a warm front here across Kansas and Missouri. So I think that could end up warranting a SIG 2 risk for tomorrow across Kansas and Missouri. And that SIG 2 risk, might even extend into southern Kansas and then back into western Missouri. So low confidence on multiple supercells firing, but if we do see any supercells in this type of environment, they're likely to go very, very big. We're talking about that threat for 3-inch hail. I don't quite think it's worth a moderate for hail. The threat for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, again, don't think it's worth a moderate for wind. And then the tornado risk is the only thing that I would question. We could see a level 4 out of 5-4 if confidence increases in supercells developing tomorrow night across that corridor. So likely going to be a very dangerous night tomorrow night across Kansas into southern Nebraska, southwest Iowa, western Missouri. Then we move into Monday, which Monday we don't have a lot of data on for this high resolution model run. There is definitely some uncertainty on morning convection. That's our biggest bust factor for Monday, is if we get a huge line here across the northern side and hopefully goes into the southern side of our open warm sector, and that can wipe out the open warm sector that is available for storms to really thrive off of. That's probably the biggest bust factor for Monday. You could see here, look at that, huge chunk of your instability gone. Huge chunk of your instability gone across that entire north risk area, even up into central northern Illinois. Big time chunk of your risk gone. But again, in this case, that line isn't long enough to where it wipes out the southern portion of your open warm sector. So we still would have a very dangerous day here across Missouri and southern and central Illinois, but definitely would be a saving grace for central, kind of north central Illinois there. So definitely going to have to monitor that. That is definitely a scenario where we wouldn't end up with as bad of a severe weather threat on Monday, but we still would end up with a significant threat for severe weather. So again, the big thing is Monday's going to be a big day. It's just a matter of how widespread. That's what it's going to be. Monday will be a big day. It's just a matter of how widespread based on how much morning convection we see and how fast that morning convection can get out of there and how fast our atmosphere can recover. But you could see this confluence band here in Missouri definitely would end up being a problem right in this area as it pushes off to the east. But then you have the NAM model, which shows a bit more of a widespread line. And look at that. Just a huge bite taken out of much of the central and northern side of your enhanced risk for severe weather here on Monday. But still, even with that, you still are going to end up with the risk for severe weather across Illinois. It just won't be nearly as significant. Okay, I don't know what the NAM's doing here because 500 Cape, 200 Cape, that's not enough for... If you look at this, you think like we're looking at some type of borderline super outbreak right here on reflectivity. But yeah, there's actually not a lot of instability here. So I'm going to assume probably a lot of that is hail and isolated damaging winds. Your tornado threat probably wouldn't be very big with that, with such a low low caped environment, but you do have high shear, so that's very low cape though. That is very low cape. 200 cape is very low. Low cape environments, we're talking about 400, 500 instability. That's a low cape environment. 200, that's like borderline stuff, may not even fire with how low that is. But still, you could see Southern Illinois, I mean, in this scenario, Southern Illinois, Central, Southern Indiana, maybe even back down into Missouri, Northern Arkansas. That would be a big hotspot for, again, just like Sunday, nocturnal tornadoes. This is for 11 o'clock Eastern time right here. So, like I said, regardless of morning convection, I think Monday's going to be big. It's just a matter of how widespread Monday will be and exactly where the greatest threat will be on Monday. That's going to be the two biggest things. All right, let's go back to our... Actually, before I go to that, I do want to mention real quick, just briefly here. Tuesday is probably going to be a problem for severe weather as well, depending on how Monday plays out. Tuesday could be a big issue for severe weather, but I do think we're looking at the risk for multiple tornadoes being possible on Tuesday. Damaging winds of 80 miles per hour, large hail upwards of probably 2.5, 3 inches in diameter, all being possible on Tuesday. Location varies considerably. This could be further south into Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. It just depends on what happens Monday, on where that boundary sets up for Tuesday. But I think Tuesday will be another significant day for severe weather that is actively being overlooked right now, simply because it's only a day for slight risk. But honestly, SPC could have easily gotten away with doing a big slight risk here and even adding a day 4 enhanced, because Tuesday looks very favorable. Again, placement a little bit uncertain there. So that's why they didn't do any type of enhanced, because the placement definitely is going to vary from model to model on where that greatest risk will be on Tuesday. But I think Tuesday will be a big day for severe weather. Here's your outlook for day 3. They did not issue a moderate risk. For those who don't know, there's not a moderate risk on their day 3 outlook, even though they considered it, very, very much considered it. They didn't add a moderate because of the uncertainty on morning convection. But again, regardless, I mean, this is a big risk area. We've got a huge slight hatched area, huge enhanced hatched area, and a huge 45 hatched area here as well. So I don't disagree with this outlook by any means. I mean, if we are talking about morning convection not being a problem here, that's what the RAP 15Z model has. We can easily deal with the potential for intense tornadoes back up into northwest Illinois, southeastern central Iowa. It just comes down to morning convection. That's what it's going to come down to back up in Iowa and Illinois. And, earlier we were discussing the other day about the potential for a derecho on this day. Widespread damaging winds still looks likely, but there's a big question mark on how the convective evolution is going to be on Monday and what Monday morning looks like. So Monday still has a lot of uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty. All we know is a very potent environment is going to be available on Monday over a general large area across the central U.S., but we don't know how far north. And we don't know the exact timing. But we just know very good environment is available. Let me see here. Alrighty. Let's see if we got anything new here whilst my yap session was happening. Actually, something did happen. People on Twitter started discussing Tuesday. I kid you not. The first 2 tweets I see on Twitter right now, right as I opened it, was discussing Tuesday. So I'm really glad that Tuesday's being watched a bit more now, because I didn't see a single tweet on it earlier this morning, and now I'm seeing tweets on it. Obviously, yeah, they actually tweeted that before I was talking about it, so it's not like I convinced them to start tweeting that. Just happened to be near the same time. But I mean, it's a very good setup. Tuesday is a very good setup. It is definitely a very underrated setup right now. The wind shear may not be the best, and that's what could limit the tornado threat. But if we have some of that wind shear left over from Monday, like Monday doesn't fully wipe out our trough and we still have this good negatively tilted shortwave available, that wind shear is going to skyrocket. So we would have a much better tornado risk, say, if Monday left us a little bit of a jet stream here. Oh, yeah, I think Tuesday will go enhanced for sure. At some point. Don't know if it'll be day 3 or day 2, but at some point, I think that we will see an enhanced on Tuesday. I'm like 99.9% sure. The 0.1% is there just in case Monday somehow pulls the entire trough out and no trough is left for Tuesday, which I think is borderline impossible. I don't think that's even a possibility, but, you know, left a 0.1% chance in there just in case. We got possibly an observed urgent sounding here from the National Weather Service in Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm going to go see if that's the case. Yes, look at that special sounding. They are the only sounding at 20Z. So good on Fort Worth right there. Let's see what that has to say. This is an observed sounding from Fort Worth, where probably our most favorable environment for hail is. This is the environment that's heading up towards that boundary where the wind shear is better. And golly, man, if there is ever a sounding available and something like this for 4-inch hail, it'd be this sounding. This sounding is classic 4-inch hailer right here. You've got an absurd amount of dry air in the mid-levels right here. You've got a cooling. Ooh, a little bit of a capping right there. But yeah, you've got cooling right in here with height. So you cool with height and then you rapidly cool with height. This is very, very favorable. From the 500 millibar to the 850 millibar, very favorable. Very favorable for very large hail. And look at that. You're towards your surface, it actually, your dew points increase with height right there. So this is actually a crazy sounding. I don't think this is borderline. The dry air is borderline a little bit too far south or a little bit too low in the atmosphere. I do see what Grumpy Grandpa is saying there, but not here. Below the 850 millibar, I mean, this is awesome dew points right here. Great temperatures cooling with height. And all this change with your temperature, how it goes this way, this way, this way, this way, then cools rapidly. That's just, your lapse rates are going to be like borderline 8 over here. Observed 7.8 lapse rates on this sounding. Made sure that was an 8, not a 6. This is like the perfect sounding for 4-inch hail right here. Yeah, 88% chance for significant hail. 88% chance for significant hail on this sounding. So maybe not like a 10 out of 10 sounding, but definitely like a 8, 9 out of 10 sounding right here for large hail greater than 2 inches in diameter and probably upwards of 4.5 inches in diameter. And again, that's our environment in Dallas-Fort Worth right now. And that's generally what our entire environment across this main instability area looks like. Just a very, I'd say almost like a type of volatile environment for hail. The only volatile environment for tornadoes we have is that hotspot you see here on the new meso analysis. You have a hotspot for violent tornado parameters right on that differential heating boundary, that instability axis, right where that wind shear is the greatest. Not the best wind shear though, but that boundary definitely is going to help to locally enhance tornado potential on the boundary. What's your criteria for volatile? This VTP, I would say the main thing I go off of is supercell composite. Supercell composite at least has to be a minimum of 12, and you can see we have 20 here, at least on meso analysis. Now, if I'm looking on a model run like the HRRR, Like the HRRR here, this is a volatile environment here, and that's like a 10 to 12 supercell composite. That's like a low-end volatile environment. And then tomorrow on the HRRR here, this is an extraordinarily volatile environment. Look at that. That's an insanely volatile environment right there. So I haven't like written down an exact number for volatile, but I can definitely tell you when you have 12 violent tornado parameter, 20 supercell composite, 5,500 instability, a differential heating boundary, 75 dew points, 82 temperatures. Yeah, this is volatile. This is a conditional volatile environment, a very localized volatile environment. Which is definitely, like, if something latches onto this boundary and it's fully discrete, there's a pretty good chance it's going to produce a strong plus tornado. But that's the thing. That's a big if. If something doesn't latch onto that boundary, we could still have the chance for a strong tornado or two. But really, our greatest tornado threat is going to be if a storm that's discrete latches onto that boundary and rides that corridor of, 8 to 12 violent tornado parameter in south central to southeastern Oklahoma. Like, look at that hodograph, man. Crazy hodograph. That's a lot of curvature in the lower levels. Very good hodograph for tornadoes. The most violent environment I've ever seen, and it's not even close to me. I think you guys are underdoing two risks. A very volatile environment that you may not be thinking of is the latest EF5, June 20th, 2025. That was one of, if not maybe the most volatile environment I've ever seen. And then another one that you're probably overlooking, March 15th, 2025. Extraordinarily volatile environment. One of the most volatile environments I've seen. So those are the first two that come to my mind when I think, what is the high-end environment that we have seen in the most recent 3 years? Those are the two. March 15th, June 20th, both last year. Enderlin's environment, man. We had, I don't know, it was like, I swear it was like 60 supercell composite on that day. Like, I didn't even know supercell composite could get that high. I just remember it was some insane numbers. I'll have to go back in the live stream and see just how high it was, but it was absurd. It was absurd. It was absolutely volatile. I think that would probably be the most volatile environment. Someone else who I follow on Twitter discussed that sounding, and he did note that that dry air is a little bit too low. It's at the 850 millibar. You would like that drier air to be closer up to like the 750, 700 millibar. So Grumpy Grandpa, yeah, definitely was a good idea to point that out, because that definitely could be a problem that chokes off any updrafts without a good forcing mechanism there. Little bit too far in the lower levels with that dry air on that observed sounding in Fort Worth from 4 o'clock. Yeah, 700, 750 millibar. That's really where you want your dry air to start. Above the 700 to 750 millibar. And we have dry air down to the 850 millibar, which is, that's your lower level jet. That is your lower level jet right there. Let's go look at satellite. See what satellite looks like here. Oh, well, I already spot a CU field too. Oh, look at that. That is initiating on the boundary. That boundary is initiating right now. Look at that. That's right where your VTP of 12 is. That's your differential heating boundary initiating. Not seeing much of a correlation on radar. But you definitely have towers going up on that differential heating boundary, and then back out here in Texas as well. So we're definitely getting initiation now. But again, not very easy to spot those on radar here. Apologies for the flashes there. Yeah, very easy to spot the updrafts in Texas, but not so much with those in the differential heating boundary in Oklahoma. You see, once again, very easy to spot these. But these up here are practically invisible on radar at the moment. I'm sure we'll start seeing them here in about 10 minutes. Based on how much those are starting to explode off that differential heating boundary. And see, this is what's going to help underperform our moderate risk right here. That's going to help underperform our moderate. The southwest side of our moderate may end up verifying, but I highly doubt the northeast side of our moderate's going to verify with such lower level cloud cover hanging around like, what, all day? I mean, seriously, like literally, it has been around literally all day across our central into the northeastern portion of our moderate risk area. I doubt it's going to bust, but I just don't think we'll see hail greater than probably 3 inches in diameter on the northeast side of that moderate. But I don't think it's going to bust. Yeah, you could see your differential heating boundary, it's right there. It's barely in the moderate right now. Barely. So I do think this portion of our moderate has a good chance to underperform with the maximum hail size potential. And I think that's actually shifted back down towards in here. This is the main area, in my opinion, that we need to watch. Right in here. Of course, where storms are firing right now, you don't go west of that, so like if I were targeting right now, I would for sure be in Ardmore. I would probably be somewhere between Ardmore and Paul's Valley. Probably closer. I'd be probably west of Sulphur. I would probably be in Davis. I would be in Davis right now watching these storms go up on the differential heating boundary. That's where I would be if I could chase today. Davis would be the spot I'd go to. Let's see if any chasers are there. Any chasers are there. My foot. Look at them all. Freaking 50 of them all around this area. There's definitely some chasers there. That's for sure. Yeah, you could tell where that boundary is set up literally from the chasers, bro. The chasers literally are your boundary. Like, you could tell that the bulk of your chasers aren't really north of that boundary. They're either on it or south of it. Chasers are your boundary. So all these chasers know what's up. They all know what's up. They all know that, hey, I ain't going past Paul's Valley or past Ada, Oklahoma here. That boundary ain't going as far north as we were thinking. Let's get rid of this spotter network there. Peak tornado threat today, probably right about 7. 6:30, 6:37. About an hour from now, I think our peak tornado threat begins. About 6:30 all the way till like 9:30. That's what I'm thinking. 6:30 to 9:30. We definitely could see tornadoes after that for sure. But that's just the most likely time frame for one of our storms to latch onto this boundary and be discrete. I would definitely be... I mean, we definitely can't rule out a strong to intense tornado even down towards the DFW. Unfortunately. Down towards the DFW. If we do see like a well-planted supercell like that, that could cause some giant issues. We're talking about 3+ inch hail, 70+ mile-an-hour winds, and a strong or intense tornado possible if we see a good discrete storm like that. Now, the good news is these storms are angled more to the southeast, which yesterday we only had 2 confirmed tornadoes from those southeast moving storms. Again, southeast moving storms are much less likely to produce tornadoes than if you have storms moving to the east or northeast. So storm motion is quite unfavorable for tornadoes today, unless storms are latched onto a boundary like that differential heating boundary where we have a storm firing at right now in Paws Valley. I do use Weatherwise for hurricane season, but Radar Omega is still just as good as Weatherwise for hurricane season, but I canceled my subscription for Radar Omega. You guys haven't seen me use that in over 3 months now, so I unpinned it from my taskbar the other day. It's just not... It's laggy, unresponsive, slow, sloppy feeling to it now. It's just... Until it gets some more updates, it's not a software that I'm gonna recommend anymore. Like, it's not bad, but it's not good. Weatherwise is better. Let's see here. Oh, yep. Kaylee does have some slop fest heading her way. Slop fest heading your way, Kaylee. This might be a storm we need to worry about for some hail inside our moderate risk area, or on the edge of our moderate to enhanced. Let's go back to here. Like I said, I don't want you to think just because storms aren't on that differential heating boundary means they aren't going to be producing severe weather. We're still going to see severe weather north of that differential heating boundary up in this vicinity, up in here. But the main tornado threat I expect to be limited towards that differential heating boundary back towards the Fort Worth area. So I think today's going to be a pretty big severe weather day. I don't think it will be a day like yesterday where we didn't really see anything too insane. We did see a lot of significant severe weather yesterday. We had the random damaging wind outbreak out there in central Mississippi with the one brief tornado. And then, of course, we had our hail perform relatively as expected, although I didn't see any hailstones greater than 3 inches in diameter yesterday. 2.5, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.75. 3-inch hail. 3-inch hail yesterday at 0325Z. Well after dark. That's, That's the 11:25. I was not paying attention to the weather at that time. So 3-inch hail was our greatest hailstone yesterday. Oh, crap. We had an injury yesterday in Indiana. Numerous trees down with multiple trees on trailers. One injury. Time is estimated via radar at 2040Z. We were live for that. That was that QLCS spin-up threat. Another injury in Mississippi. One injured. Thunderstorm wind damage. Tree fell on a house with one minor injury occurring. So we had 2 injuries yesterday from damaging winds. See, GR2. Look at our Paws Valley storm. Sure. Let's see. Ooh. Oh man, those are going to be some beautiful supercells. They probably already are looking really, really good. Really nice mini supercells firing right now. That one in Wichita Falls, that one's going to be probably the best. Look at that. That guy is firing quick. Firing it very, very quickly here. Can I get a loop on this? That'd be awesome. Let's see. Let me load it back for us here. A little bit more. We'll start at Iowa Park. So right there should be good. Look at that. See it turning from a little tiny blip. There's your blip getting a little bit bigger. Starting to grow really quickly, turning into a bit of an anvil right there. Now it has an anvil and it's grown up into a full, strong storm. So that's going to probably be one of our first big problems here across North Texas. Oh, and look, from the North Texas radar, you could see a storm going up in Paul's Valley. So we'll go ahead and look at that one as well. It's the one that Caleb wanted me to look at, but I also wanted to go look at the one in Texas, because that one was getting stronger there. Yeah, let's go ahead and just do right in. Is this? I don't. Okay, yeah, west of Paul's Valley. There it is. There's your blip. Still pretty small. Still pretty small, but already getting an anvil cloud there, already reaching, 35,000 feet up. North or south of the boundary? I would guess on the boundary. I would say on the boundary right now. We can estimate kind of based off the HRRR, because we don't have mesoanalysis on this. But yeah, I would say that's likely on our boundary. Our boundary's roughly in this location here. If you go to radar, looks like that's going to be on or south of it. Oh, there you go. Lightning on our storm in Wichita Falls, Texas. Lightning on that storm. So this thing's going to start exploding here soon. But yeah, before this stuff really starts exploding, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media to help spread weather awareness about today's severe weather threat. Ooh, that's a cool satellite imagery right there. I'm going to show you guys that. And hit that like button. Also share the stream with your family, friends, social media. And subscribe if you haven't already. I'm going to go show you guys that. That is a cool... What is that? That's like a shockwave effect. Interesting. Watch this storm, like right up in here. It's like some type of shockwave effect on that storm. Look at that. See that? You can see it like shoots out a shockwave effect. It's HARP. sorry. It's actually not. It's actually not. I was just thinking of all the clips I've seen on TikTok and Twitter yesterday. That's the exact type of thing they'd say. Paul's Valley, storm up to 46 dBz. Yep, it's already getting up there. There's 46 dBz, just like you said. Over 1,000 people watching in the WeatherWise app on this radar site for this storm in Paul's Valley. Weather enthusiasts around the U.S. and around the world watching this little guy go up. How many people we got watching in Wichita? About 300 right now. About 300. So a lot more people and chasers interested in this Paul's Valley storm. Caleb, I did. I did use 3D. I'll do it again. I sure did. You must have missed it because you were behind on stream. I'll use it again, though. Yep, there you go. Here, I'll make sure it's full. There you go. What is this? How high is this? About 30,000 feet? It shouldn't be more than about 30,000 feet. Echo tops. 27, 26, 27,000 feet up. That's what I was thinking. So close to 30,000 feet up on that. Easily could be storm of the day firing out here. Severe weather alert. Sure could. Ardmore, Oklahoma will get. Let's see. Ooh, definitely want to be weather aware. You are south of the boundary, so again, just show you the boundary here. We've got a boundary setting up roughly in this vicinity, and anybody who's south of that boundary or on that boundary needs to watch very closely. If you're north of that boundary, your hail threat goes down, tor threat goes down, and wind threat goes down. It's still present north of the boundary for these areas in here, but the main area is definitely going to be right in this vicinity, right in here. And you are smack dab Dead center of that. And you're in the moderate. You are in the moderate too. So, I mean, depending on which side, if you're just barely west of Ardmore, you're not in it. But if you are in downtown Ardmore, you're in that 4 out of 5. Big time risk for some hail. Somebody probably close to Ardmore is going to end up with 3+ inch hail later today. And there is definitely the risk for a few tornadoes, maybe even a strong to intense one around Ardmore. And the hail threat, like I said, hail's the biggest problem, followed by tornadoes, followed by damaging winds. So damaging winds is the least concern for today. That was today, by the way. Before my voice just cut sharply off. So you definitely want to be weather aware. You could end up with significantly less of those hazards, but those, like I said, a few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong, maybe even an intense one, 3.5 inch hail, and 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Those are all possible around Ardmore. It could occur in Ardmore, or they could occur around Ardmore. But definitely somebody near Ardmore is going to end up with a big storm today. I can nearly guarantee that. You see the HRRR, I mean, that takes a big supercell right over and to your northeast. The worst of this storm on this particular run would be towards Sulphur, because that's when it's more discreet. But this, this cluster still could be packing widespread in this cluster. 2 to 3 inch hail, isolated hailstones could even approach today. We could have a few hailstones between 4 to 5 inches in diameter. There could be a stone or two that large. The chance that happens over Ardmore is fairly low, but somebody in the risk area today in this yellow, red, and maybe even in the yellow, orange, and red, specifically in here, could end up with that 4 to 5 inch hailstone. And there's your first severe warning of our main risk today. Barely in a tornado watch. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds on that. Again, this is northeast of the boundary, so the tornado threat should be pretty low with this. It's not going to be zero. Not going to be zero. But you can see our greatest tornado threat today is going to be focused. Let me change that for y'all. It's a little bit too far north. Our greatest tornado threat is definitely going to be focused on that boundary in here. And also around it too. But that storm has fired pretty well away from the best environment. Pretty well away. And once again, easy bullseye today. Here's your violent tornado parameter. Easy bullseye. Right over South Central Oklahoma. I wish I had a analysis, a meso-analysis that was interactive. That needs to be made. I mean, I know we do have a meso-analysis, but it's not a full, it's not the, I don't think it's the SPC meso-analysis here on College of DuPage, because it's different. But this is your Cape. When did they update this? Why does this look so awesome? Can I get rid of this satellite? What is this? If that was just filled in, do you know how insanely cool that would look? Look at that. That's legendary right there. When did they update this? This reminds me of a video game instability. What? When was that updated? That's insane. But they, yeah, I didn't know they updated that. How did I even get that on there? I never knew that. Yeah, this is College of DuPage. Hold on. So if you do it here. See, this is their old instability when you zoom out. But if you go regional, does it update to Oh, crap. Now it's gone. Was that a glitch? Oh, I'm so upset if that's a glitch. Bring that back. Oh, my word. I think that was a glitch. What the heck? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I shouldn't have refreshed. Man, that was the best glitch I've ever seen in my life. Bring that back, bro. What? Dang it. Yeah, but we don't have like a very accurate interactive meso analysis. So like the violent tornado parameter here that I showed you guys, we know that the violent tornado parameter is in Oklahoma, but like it's hard to tell where that is, right? You have to look at the tiny little county lines and then try to match that up with a different map. We do have like highways here, which makes it a little bit easier. And then that's really like it. The highways makes it a tiniest bit easier, but there's really nothing else here that's going to help you identify exactly where that is. I know there's a few experimental sites, but those haven't been released to the public yet. Those are made by, really private coders. A new mesoscale discussion for the potential of damaging winds, large hail actually being the primary threat. Large hail, damaging winds, and a brief tornado in central Kansas. Yeah, these storms are already growing upscale a little bit more. They're already growing a bit more clustered here. But they definitely look like they're going to end up becoming strong to severe storms here soon. Paul's Valley storm, not too happy right now. Not too happy of a storm over in Paul's Valley. We got a new HRRR run. Golly, man. Give it an hour, we go haywire. 1 hour, and it is Supercell time. Gracious, that's an insane look. Like I said, I definitely think they should shift that moderate to the southwest. They probably should have shifted that at the 4 o'clock observations. They did that outlook at 4 p.m. And with those 4 o'clock observations, it was pretty clear that cloud cover was going to restrict the northeast side of that moderate. Moderate definitely should be more off to the southwest than where it actually is. Initiation was meant to be right around now. Yeah, initiation was meant to be about 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock Eastern. It's just we thought that the cloud cover wouldn't restrict our environment as much. Look at the 00Z from yesterday. You can see at 6 o'clock, this is 6 o'clock right here. And look at how much more widespread instability we have here. We still have a little bit of a differential heating boundary right there, but it's way more widespread. And then now our new run, yeah, no. You got a boundary right here, and then you have scattered 1,000 to 2,000 Cape north of that boundary. So we weren't expecting as much cloud cover as what we actually did see today. See, this was the run from yesterday, which showed all those supercells quite a bit further off into northeastern Oklahoma. Compare that to the run we just got here, and you can already tell that that is off to the southwest more, especially with those most intense supercells. Don't check the 18Z RFSA. RFSA, 18Z, composite reflectivity. Golly. Holy crap. Supercell mayhem right there. But we already know that this run is wrong because this is for 6 o'clock. We're 2 minutes away from 6 o'clock. We are definitely not seeing that type of reflectivity right now. Pull it out further. There's your overnight. Actually, this is your midday threat tomorrow in Kansas and Nebraska. Overnight threat doesn't materialize that well on this run. It really sticks to northern Kansas on this run. Really, your conditional intense tornado threat. You do get one cell, but it doesn't really mature that well on the RRFSA for tomorrow. So tomorrow's definitely not set in stone as a big day. Uh-oh. I can already tell you this overconvection and morning convection is not as intense as it is on other ones, so this might get a bit messy. Ooh, yep, there you... Oh, dang! Oh, bit messy is an understatement. Look at that. A line of supercells here from Illinois back to Missouri, And an additional line of small-topped supercells back out here in Minnesota, Iowa, and Northwest Missouri for Monday. Ooh, look at that. You even got prefrontals at 9 o'clock. Golly, man. Golly. Reminds me of a specific risk that I won't say. 10 o'clock, big-time prefrontals. 11 o'clock, still a line of semi-discrete embedded supercells. Midnight. You got more supercells firing in Arkansas. Supercell Mayhem. Got more prefrontals firing in Tennessee and Kentucky. It is Supercell Mayhem on the RRFSA 18Z for Monday. Gracious. And finally, 3 a.m., we start to see, you know, they look a little bit more weak or a little bit more disorganized. Especially as you get to 5 a.m., but still 5 a.m., 6 a.m., you still have risk for probably a tornado or two down in Mississippi and Alabama. Uh-oh, here comes Tuesday. Ooh, big supercell, golly, look at that. Right over Tulsa for Tuesday. Ooh, look at that, wow. Very crazy run for Tuesday, too, golly, man. This is 7 o'clock Tuesday evening, and it shows definitely an enhanced risk worthy event, probably all the way from central to southern Missouri, all the way back down to central Texas, all the way into northern Mississippi, northwest Alabama. I mean, that's this whole area right in here. Notable severe weather threat on Tuesday. That is something. Go back to 5, 6 a.m. Right over Legacy's house right here. These would be a bit more clustered. The main threat at this point would definitely be further to the southwest, but still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado up here if this were to come to fruition, which I think has a chance to. But yeah, I think our greatest uncertainty on Sunday, or rather on Monday, is this area in here. That's where our greatest uncertainty is, because we might have enough time for this stuff to destabilize again and become a problem. This stuff probably won't see much morning convection down in here. Probably not a lot of morning convection down in here. But this area, if morning convection does happen, you may not have enough time for it to destabilize. So that's a little bit of a question mark area right there in central Illinois back to southeastern Iowa. That would be the question mark area on how intense that would be. But this is definitely a moderate risk event for sure. Probably from southwest Indiana into central Illinois all the way back down to southeastern Missouri and western Kentucky. Probably in that area. Anybody looked at CSU today? Because I haven't. What does it have? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it just has almost a 65% severe prob. Wow. Good old CSU. Hold on a second. Let's go. I think this has hazards too. Oh. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. 15 tornado risk. 15% all the way from north central Illinois, northeast Arkansas, down in northwest Tennessee. That is a... I'm thinking about the placement of that. That is not a bad placement. Not a bad placement. And it has a 45 hail too. And a 42% wind. Definitely a moderate risk worthy CSU here. I know they're unhatched, but CSU is weird with the hatched risks, man. It's weird with the hatched risks. Like tomorrow's not hatched on Tor, hail, or wind, and I bet today's not even hatched. Yeah, look at that. Today's hail risk unhatched. Tor threat unhatched. Wind threat unhatched. How was today's hail risk not hatched on this? So hatched, unhatched. I don't really listen to the hatched on CSU. CSU's hatched risk is stupid. And tell me why. Tell me why this is hatched then. If this is hatched, why are none of the other hazards hatched? Inconsistent much? Same day, the probability is hatched, but the hazards are all unhatched. Shows you how good CSU is. Shows you how much you should listen to that. You should take that with less than a grain of salt. You shouldn't even have a grain of salt on your plate with that one. That thing is very inconsistent. I just wanted to look at it because I wanted to see, you know, it's another tool in toolbox just to take a peek at it, see what is up there. Give me a second. Apologies. Just had to quickly text somebody. We good. Surprised that Storm and Paul's Valley's looking like a failed updraft here. Like, what? Big difference on satellite between the potential failed updraft in Paul's Valley and the likely to soon be severe storms in Texas. Interesting. Little cell in Durant, southern Oklahoma. Radar hole of doom. Isn't it crazy the last 3 days, or no, the last 2 days, yesterday and today, we've had a high-end threat for severe weather centered in this radar hole. Thankfully, we've trended a little bit southwest, so, you know, we're going to be closer to these 3 radar sites. But, like, the moderate risk was, I mean, it's almost completely in a full-blown radar hole here. But like I said, I think that moderate probably should be shifted to the southwest. That moderate being all the way up there, that far north, I mean, I don't even know if we're going to get storms that far north, man. The RRFSA does have storms that far north, but the HRRR, which seems to be handling this better, as crazy as that is, I mean, that does form some clusters in the northern moderate risk there. Ooh, look at that. 73 DBZ. 9 o'clock on the HRRR. 9 Eastern. Ooh, look at that one too. 75, 76 DBZ on a... Almost 77 DBZ on a portrayed model run there. A simulated reflectivity model run. Storm north of Fort Worth. These are definitely some big-time hailers on this model run. That's for sure. Big-time hailers. And there's your severe in Texas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. No shocker. No shocker there. Just got new damage images. Wonder if this is what one of you guys added me at. Yeah, one of you guys did. I actually saw this before you added me in it. Like, it was on my feed, and then I went to my notifications and saw you added me in it. It's like a debarked shrub bush, which is absolutely insane. You don't see that often with EF4 tornadoes. Definitely the Enid tornado was EF4, high-end EF4 for sure. Right now it's rated at 170 miles per hour, by the way. I finally got the official rating on that. I found it late last night. The official rating was I believe it was 10 injuries, 0 fatalities, 170 mile per hour, EF4. Finally got that, because I know yesterday you guys were saying, some of y'all were saying 170 to 175. The rating was 170 so far. Probably, it wouldn't shock me if they go up another 5 to 10 miles per hour on that. Anything more than another 5 to 10 miles per hour, I don't know about. How strong is, this is crazy, but what's the intensity of an EF4? I forgot. Yeah, so 170 is a relatively low EF4. It's not a very low end EF4, but it is a low end EF4, but not very low end EF4. Let's go to the damage assessment toolkit here from the National Weather Service from NOAA. Let's go take a look at these tornadoes rated here, because I did want to show y'all our twin tornadoes up here. Very unique rating. We had 2 loops from this EF1 tornado up here with 2 satellite tornadoes. Not a type of path you see often whatsoever from a tornado. I'd say you barely see this once a year, this type of thing where you get a loop or 2 and a satellite or 2 tornadoes, and 2 loops and 2 satellites. I don't know if that's ever happened before. Maybe it has with like the most extreme violent tornadoes, but if there was any state to do it, it would be Oklahoma. And of course it's Oklahoma. And then here's our EF4 tornado, which they fixed. Yesterday they didn't have these 2 loops there. Now they do. 2 loop-de-loops from our EF4 with this area right in here. 3 homes being crossed twice by the same EF4 tornado. And I haven't seen any indicators beyond 170 out of here. All these are, yeah, below 170. This one's 170. It's below 170. And then we have this area in here as well. Below 170, below 170, below 170. At 170. Random EF4 indicators here. Both of those are below 170. This one is apparently EF1, so let's go to the one next to that. Below 170. And this was the subdivision here that was probably hit the worst. 170, 170, 175. So actually did get to 175. I saw one of you guys in chat say 175. You were correct. So this is 175. This was... where does it say when this was last updated? I know that this gets updated 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago. It's but this still says 170. So odd that your tornado's rated 170, but you have an indicator of 175. Like, what? That makes absolutely 0 sense. Yeah, this tornado had max sustained winds at 170 miles per hour, but did 175 mile an hour damage. Inconsistent. Don't really make sense to me. So, 170, 175, right in that area. I have to go look at the damage of that 175 mile per hour indicator. I'm not 100% sure if I could share that. I have to see who took the photos first, because sometimes they share photos from other chasers in here, and you cannot share those on stream. But if these are taken by the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, I'll be good to show it. Okay, I'm going to show a photo. For those of you who are sensitive to tornado damage, be aware. This is about to be some very catastrophic damage for those of you who haven't seen the damage yet from the Enid tornado on the 23rd of this month, 2 days ago. I'm just going to pull up a few photos here. I'm going to choose the most clear-cut photos. Okay. I got 2 photos to show you here. This is from the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. Full credit to them for these photos. And, again, be warned. If you're sensitive to tornado damage, look away for 60 seconds starting in 2 seconds. Look away. Here is the damage photo. Here's the first one. This is from the 175 mile an hour indicator. And I believe this is a 3-story home that was really slabbed and fully leveled here. There's one, and there's the other. And I mean, you could see, like, this is a well-structured home here. Very well-structured. And I mean, it's full slabbed there. That's 175 mid-tier EF4. Remember, high-end EF4 is 200. This is 175. So the lowest EF4 you can get is 165. The highest EF4 you can get is 200. This is 175. So there you go. All right, that was probably roughly 60 seconds right there. But yeah, that was a likely 2-3-story home right there. So that tornado, the Enid tornado, 170 to 175 mile an hour max winds, EF4. But like I said, probably could still go higher. I don't know about anything higher than 175, 180. I'm by no means qualified to even be talking about higher than 170. But yeah, there's definitely some damage there. You know, oftentimes it takes less wind speeds to do the damage that you think it would. You know, you'd think that type of home being leveled would take 200 to like 215 mile an hour winds, maybe more. And that's what the old F scale was. You know, old F scale probably would have been an EF5 with that and would have been rated, you know, 210, 215 plus. But with the new EF scale, those winds probably more close to 175 and not 200 or 215. I know we're gonna the National Weather Service is gonna attempt to possibly update the EF scale further and incorporate radar data, but I don't know if that's happening anytime soon. But we may see an update to the EF scale. Yeah, so we got this Supercell here. I'm not very worried about it. I could produce a brief weak wall cloud, maybe worst case scenario, brief tornado. It's got a decent look to it. Not a very strong hail core. But it is a classic looking Supercell, but I'm not very worried about this storm. Now, if this was closer to Paul's Valley, I would be practically freaking out about it. But considering where it is, the location I know over here, the environment and how it looks right now, not overly concerned about it. Let's see here. Just a moment. Okay, they did upgrade that to considerable 175 mile per or 175. What the heck? 175 mile per hour. One still stuck on the rating of the Enid tornado. 1.75 inch hail. 1.75 inch hail here on this considerable severe. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, and you will be perfectly fine. Imagine that 175 mile per hour severe. Nah, it's for 1.75 inch hail. Yes, this storm here in Stratford is probably going to be the main one to watch today. Probably going to end up being the biggest storm here in Oklahoma. Probably the biggest concern as well. Definitely going to end up being a problem. We got a new MCD, but I'm not sure what for. Trying to look it up here. Okay, is this the new one? I think across northeast Oklahoma for the potential of some hail, isolated damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado. New severe watch will be issued soon. Yep, that's the new MCD. So a new severe watch will be issued shortly across this area for storms firing across that region. Now, main threat is large hail, upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds upwards of 65, 70 mile an hour winds, and a brief weak tornado. And now a considerable severe out here for Wichita Falls, Texas. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, as that is a significant severe. Dallas area, your threat will be here in probably about 2 hours or so. Maybe a bit later. I kind of forgot actually exactly when. Yeah, we could see storms near Dallas as soon as 6:15, 6:30 Central. That's about an hour from now. But the most likely time frame is closer to 8 o'clock. So definitely watch out between 6 to 8 o'clock for storms to enter the Dallas area. And then storms will likely begin to leave the Dallas area closer to, 11 o'clock Central. Main threat, definitely hail, followed by damaging winds, and then wouldn't rule out a tornado threat. Hail will definitely be the biggest problem. Hail could be the size of, 3 inches in diameter if a storm can be discrete all by itself down there. Very curious to see how fast this storm in Stratford explodes. It's already trying its best to explode. So we'll monitor it very closely. Make sure you are getting those preparations finished if you're in this tornado watch. Now's the time to finish those preparations if you haven't already, all the way from just north of Oklahoma City, back to Fort Smith, Arkansas, down to Sulphur Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth, back to Wichita Falls, Texas, Lawton, Oklahoma. If you are in that purple area, you're under that tornado watch, and you should finish those preparations now, as storms are really starting to fire off. Of course, if you're back towards Dallas, you still have roughly an hour, maybe a little more. But some areas, like out here, you need to be already in your, close to your safe spot, away from doors and windows. Be close to your safe spot. You don't have to be in your safe spot yet. That's in eastern Oklahoma. But definitely a concerning storm here. You could see not a lot of rotation, just like I was mentioning. There's not a huge concern tornado-wise with this, but it's getting the look to it, so it could start to try and be tornadic. Also, severe thunderstorm warning for Ada, Oklahoma. This is the beginning of a probably mothership supercell here in Ada, Oklahoma. So be prepared for a rapid development of this severe thunderstorm as it approaches Ada, Oklahoma. An explosive mothership supercell is likely to develop within the next 30 minutes out of this storm. Let's go to your HRRR, or not HRRR, your meso analysis. That was your HRRR. Here's your meso analysis. And you can see here, if we go to wind shear, not a very favorable environment for tornadoes back up in this area. But man, we could have some huge problems with this storm in Ada, Oklahoma right now. That sucker is firing on the edge of that violent tornado parameter. If it just shifts off to the south, southeast a little bit more, Big tornado problems could come from that storm. Right on that boundary, right on the instability axis. Like I said, our storm back up here, I mean, it's got a bit of curvature in the photograph, so could be a tornado problem eventually, but just the lack of lower level wind shear makes me less confidence in that. But again, likely going to get some big problems out of this storm in Stratford, Ada, Oklahoma. So we're going to monitor that very, very closely. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows if you're in Ada, Oklahoma, as this storm rolls through. Could only imagine what this looks like from the ground. And you know what? We can kind of get a little bit of an idea. Can't get a perfect idea, but at least a little idea here with our good old 3D scan. Look at that. Absolute beast. We can customize it a little bit more here to make it a little bit clearer of a picture. Quite literally clearer of a picture. See the main hail core and rain core in there. And then you can see that little bit right there. Let's see. Let's increase this right here. That guy. Right there. This clear area. That is a low precipitation wall cloud trying to form. Right there. You can see a little bit better on that last scan. These two scans right in here. Low precipitation wall cloud trying to form. On the very tail end of that. That would be... It's very difficult for me to point this out because it's 3D. But that wall cloud would be right in here. A classic Supercell. Classic Supercell. Huge updraft. Awesome updraft. Angled. Obviously up to the northeast. And then your low precipitation hook trying to form. Your big hailstones would be falling right in there. Newer scan. That low precipitation hook, less noticeable on 3D here. But you could see it's going to be trying to get that wall cloud to develop as inflow increases here. Big time hail falling right there. This is a beautiful 3D scan, man. We got to use this more often, don't we all? Looks like we got a special MCD for this storm. Great call by the Storm Prediction Center for the potential of a violent tornado. Wow. What the heck? Who could have seen that one coming? Actually didn't expect that. Not gonna lie. Oh, wow. Nearly maxed out hail probs, too, on that. That is not a special MCD. I am sincerely apologizing for that. I am sorry about that. That is actually for a new tornado watch. I apologize. I apologize. That is not a special MCD. I sincerely apologize. That is for the potential of a new tornado watch. With high-end hail probs and the potential for an intense to violent tornado, as well as damaging winds being the least concern, but up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. But what I find very interesting here, they say the potential, like literally the max intensity is intense to violent, but look at this. Potential for a tornado or two. How, that shows you how conditional today is. Like, how the heck do you have the potential for an intense to violent tornado and your MCD says tornado or two? Yeah. Talk about conditional right there. Graphics still not in, but this is for western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma, as well as northeastern Texas. That, I'm going to be dead honest with y'all. I will be shocked if that performs. I will be shocked if we get an intense plus tornado over there. That will surprise me. I don't think we have that type of environment available out in that area. That's why I thought that was a special MCD, because I was like, where else could it be, you know? Why over here? Like, look, you have a storm that looks this good, and the rotation is still that weak. So that's from southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, into a good chunk of western Arkansas. I apologize once again for calling that a special MCD. I just didn't expect that to be for where it is. because we don't have a good tornado environment over here. I literally just showed you guys that we don't have a good tornado environment over here. And again, you can see a near maxed out hail prob. They're at red. Pink is maxed. They're at red. 4-inch hail. Intense to violent tornado. And then 55 to 70 mile an hour winds. But I'm very shocked. With some lower level clockwise curvature. The primary risk will be elevated storms with the potential for large to large hail. Should a storm track further south near the warm front and become surface-based, that's when the potential for a tornado or two will increase. So that is a fully conditional tornado threat right there, y'all. Big conditional tornado threat. If a supercell fires way further south on the boundary, which is way further south, like literally, again, this is your violent tornado parameter, clear bullseye, which is why I thought there's no way the MCD is for anything other than that storm. That's why I called it a special MCD. And here's where these storms are. Your MCD is back out over in here. The VTP is barely even 2 to 3 VTP in some spots out here. Whereas back here on our storm we're watching the most, it is between 10 to 13 VTP. So that MCD honestly shocks me considerably. Like, yeah, we do have a risk for a tornado or two out here. Maybe one strong if we can get one on the warm front or all by itself with increased wind shear. But I don't think we have an intense to violent tornado threat this far east. But who knows? They're the professionals, not me. And that's, by the way, I'm pretty sure that MCD is literally into a slight risk. Yeah, that's literally, it's almost into a marginal. Look how close that is to a marginal. I just don't see that. Again, I do see the potential for a tornado or two, like they said, but I truly don't see the potential for an intense to violent tornado in this corridor. I do see the potential for an intense to violent tornado out of, honestly, this guy right here. If that thing can grow larger, it's probably already got a little wall cloud with it near Stratford. That's just a very confusing MCD to me. Wall cloud reported down here on our storm in Lakeside City, north central Texas. Monitor that closely. I just think that MCD is going to perform horribly. I really do. Here's the new HRRR once again. Which it definitely has these storms being more clustered, which is not the case at the moment. So, I mean, we'll see, but from my standpoint, last time I checked, I'm no degreed professional or anything, but I don't think 85 0 to 1 kilometer SRH is going to support a violent tornado threat. Like I said, it'd be closer to that Stratford storm where we have 177 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, almost 100 more than that, where that MCD is. So that is like, I mean, that is an extraordinarily conditional thing, y'all. I mean, we're talking about if a discrete storm can fire on the warm front, if the wind shear is high enough, if it latches to the warm front, and it's fully discrete, then maybe it could produce an intense tornado. But even then, I don't see it being violent. I would just be very surprised. But this storm most likely is going to attempt to produce a tornado. But there's not a lot of wind shear out here, which is why I'm thinking it's probably going to struggle and maybe be able to produce a brief tornado in the future. But anything more than a brief tornado, maybe a brief weak or brief strong tornado there, if that can get its act together quickly. But you could see more storms are firing around that. That's probably going to help promote a more clustered mode out there. And once again, your boundary is back here with that Ada, Oklahoma storm. Not this storm. That environment I mean, it hasn't been under the clouds all day, but it's like right on the edge of where those clouds have been. All right, let's go to this radar site. Low precipitation hook echo, probably a rotating storm at this point for our Stratford, Oklahoma storm going towards Ada. Again, most likely a wall cloud right there. Right at the tail end of your hook. And then big time, still big time updraft. I am curious though. I want to get a sounding on this storm and see if there's dry air in the mid levels because it does seem to be miniature. Or if there's dry air in the lower level. I see it. I spots it. Definitely some dry air. But it's probably, that's probably what it's trying to push through right now. If it can push through that, that is actually going to help it produce hail. That will help it produce hail. That could produce some kicking hailstones if it can push through that millibar, that 650, 700 millibar from that dry air. What about lapse rates? Shouldn't it be a problem? 6.8, I mean, it is on the lower side, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Just not, like, S tier. But not horrible. How did I even do that? Oh, I have it up. I didn't even realize that. So there's your loop of your Ada, Oklahoma storm so far. Still intensifying rapidly. That hook trying to do something. But you can see on that next scan, very low precipitation, very little velocity. Probably a really cool looking tiny wall cloud though. And you could see that overshooting top too. Already starting to get an overshooting top on the hail core. See that updraft right there? That sharp updraft right in here. That overshooting top right there. That guy is stretching up to almost 50,000 feet on that overshooting top. Borderline 50,000 feet on that overshooting top there inside the hail core. Well, it's 6:30. That is when I was expecting our primary tornado threat to begin. I said 6:30 to 9:30. We'll see what happens. Our primary time frame for tornadoes has begun. I don't know. I still am disagreeing with that MCD. I apologize for dragging it on, but still, I mean, if I'm going to disagree with it, might as well stick with it, you know? We'll see. I just don't see a way how that MCD, like, again, here, really, this area, like, the boundary is a much clearer spot for the potential for an intense to violent tornado. Anybody could see that if you just look at wind shear. You could just take a guess. What's more favorable for an intense tornado? This storm here or this storm here? Just based off the fact that you have 100 to 200 surface to 1 kilometer SRH in here. And this guy's got barely pushing 50 to 100 over here. Clear, better tornado environment. And then you even one up it from there. You can even do violent tornado parameter. Again, clear bullseye. This storm is getting a little bit north of that clear bullseye, though. You know, it's tricky because if it keeps going east, it's going to leave that bullseye. But if it turns east, that's southeast, rather. If it goes east, it leaves the most favorable environment, but keeps a good storm motion favorable for tornadoes. If it turns southeast, that's less favorable for tornadoes, but it moves into a more favorable environment. And I think if it turns southeast, it's going to be riding the boundary too. So I think if it turns southeast, that would give it a better opportunity to produce a tornado than if it just continues eastward towards Allen and eventually McAllister. If it turns southeast closer to like Fitztown and Stonewall, could have a higher tornado threat with it. Even another weather enthusiast that I follow who's very well knowledgeable in meteorology. Even he's talking about the MCD potential there. It's like, what in the world? The potential for an intense to violent tornado, and the SPC on that same MCD says a tornado or two could be possible. I forgot their exact wording on it, but it was very close to that. Yeah, so the peak intensity is an intense to violent tornado, and their exact wording is a tornado or two will increase. So this is exactly what they say. Should a storm track further south near the warm front and become surface-based, potential for a tornado or two will increase. And again, that's an MCD with the potential for an intense or violent tornado. Again, I still think the Stratford storm has our best tornado potential in the short term, but this storm is fighting with that storm for the best tornado potential in the short term here. And this one in eastern Oklahoma, border of eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. This one in central Oklahoma for Ada, Oklahoma. You could see there's definitely a boundary. You definitely have a boundary right there. Don't know if that's your differential heating boundary. I would assume not. But it could be. Could be. And you definitely have a secondary low in here. You could see there is for sure a weak low pressure right in there. Definitely a weak low pressure in there. I wonder if there is a vorticity and 3 Cape maximum. Oh, yeah, there is. And it's right where that VTP is the highest, isn't it? Switch back to VTP. Oh, it's kind of on the west side, but it's right there. Right at that VTP. How's my area looking? Uncertain. Uncertain, but, you know, it's your area. Let me go to the RFSA. High ceiling potential, but it's your area, so knowing your region, it's going to go north and south of you. But, I mean, yeah, I think you could get a moderate. If I were, right now, if you would ask, where would you put a moderate risk in this day 3 outlook? I would say from Bloomington, Illinois, down through St. Louis and into southwestern Indiana. That's where I would put it. But I would probably also extend that enhanced risk a little bit further out. And then maybe extend that moderate a little bit further. I would kind of angle the moderate more like this. I would have a moderate more like in this area right in here. If I were to draw the greatest area for tornado potential, that's where I think it is. Timing is still, late evening. Mid-evening. Storms fire. We'll have a morning round, but the main storms fire about 4 or 5 o'clock, like I was mentioning before, even though a little bit earlier than what I said, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And for your neck of the woods, I mean, you're looking at probably about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. think a high risk is on table. A lot of stuff would have to go. A lot of stuff would have to go Mother Nature's way for that. We would have to see a very different scenario from what the HRRR is portraying. We would have to see all this morning convection you see here, Monday morning, would have to just go poof. All this gone. No morning convection. And if that were the case, that would leave a volatile environment like the wrap has. That would leave a volatile environment from southern Wisconsin all the way down into southwest Tennessee. And then in that case, yeah, I see a high risk on the table. But right now, I do think we'll get a moderate for the St. Louis Metro. Maybe a day 2 moderate. It just depends on what the 00Z runs say tonight. But we'll know a lot more when we wake up Monday morning. Monday morning, we'll be able to spot where that morning convection is, how intense it is, and how widespread it is, and what models, and how far models have it continuing and wiping out the warm sector. If there was a high risk, I doubt it would be for St. Louis. I think a moderate's going to happen for St. Louis either way, but a high risk, I would put the high risk in that scenario where no overconvection occurs. The high risk, in my personal opinion, best chance for that would be Central Illinois. Like right in here. And then I'd have, like I said before, like probably a big moderate all in this area. Around that. That's the high-end scenario. That's where no morning convection occurs. Central Illinois would be the full... that high risk would probably only be in the state of Illinois. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma here. Still a bit of a hook there. Nothing too crazy. Ooh, a lot of convergence. Big convergence signature here. Near Lakeside City in northern Texas. Definitely monitor that. That could definitely try to be tornadic. And then still a clustered... This storm's getting clustered now. But somehow it has the potential for an intense to violent tornado. Same goes for anything that could fire on the warm front further south, according to that MCD. Is this thing turning south? You guys are saying it's starting to turn to southeast. Yeah, it is. Definitely is. That's why this thing's staying miniature, because it's trying to latch onto that differential heating boundary. Instability access definitely turning southeast. So expect this to explode very rapidly in the next 15 minutes. Thing is going to be exploding. Data stage triple R run. We're about to get a new one here in about 10 to 15 minutes. New tornado watch. The wording on that is 70 mile an hour winds likely, apple-sized hail that's roughly 3-inch hail possible, and a few tornadoes possible. A few tornadoes possible. We went from the potential of an intense to violent tornado to a few tornadoes possible. Watch the watch probs be like freaking high on that. Okay, they're 50, 20. What? What? So y'all just put the potential for an intense to violent tornado on the MCD just to troll us or something? Like, literally that watch, the MCD was the potential for an intense to violent tornado. And now the watch prob is 5020, which is freaking slight risk caliber. Like, huh? Talk about inconsistency. Reminds me all over again of April 17th, 2025. 26. April 17th, 2026. A little over a week ago. On that day, though, the environment was exponentially better. This day, the environment is not good across Arkansas, and they issued the potential for an intense to violent tornado threat, and then the watch prob is 5040. Man. That MCD was issued by Thornton and Leitman. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I know who it is, I just can't pronounce her last name. And the tornado watch was issued by, watch it be Broyles. That'd be funny. Letman. So, same person who did the MCD. The MCD was 2 people, watch was 1 person. Oh, that probably needs a warning. That probably needs a warning, considering how tight that's getting. We are scanning through a bit of heavy precipitation, but we're not scanning through the hail core. Well, there's a tornado warning for the Ada, Oklahoma storm. There you go. Yeah, I think they were trolling with the MCD. I think it was like, they thought April 1st was like today or something. But there you go. This storm is now tornado warned. And I think it is starting to still turn more to the southeast. That updraft is considerably stronger now. Gracious. Definitely right at or now over 50,000 feet echo tops there. Very strong sideways updraft. This thing is going to be producing some giant hail soon. Very strong overshooting sideways updraft there. Right to the north of the hook. That's right there. Here's your hook. Right in here. Your hook's roughly in this vicinity. And then there's your big hail core. So right in that, probably the forward flank downdraft. Your forward flank's in here. Probably right in that forward flank downdraft. Right in this vicinity here. It's going to be where you have that huge hail. Right now, warned for only 1.25 inch hail. This thing's probably dropping closer to 2, maybe even greater than 2 inch hail. Go back to that Texas storm. Definitely tornadic. Definitely tornadic. Gracious. What's the environment down here? Yeah. Not the best wind shear, but it's right in that wind shear of about 50, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Tiny little hodograph. But definitely rotating. I think velocity could be a little contaminated and overdoing the intensity of that rotation. But that at least has a wall cloud and at least has the potential to drop a brief, quick tornado. And a little area of rotation increasing with our storm south of Forest Hill. On Forest Hill. Area of rotation just south of Forest Hill in eastern Arkansas. Or rather, eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. My bad. Eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas. Report on that wall cloud 3 minutes ago. Very classic. Very classic start to a mothership supercell right here. Over 33,000 people inside that tornado warning. Let's see. I do believe it's attempting to turn, but it's not turned sharply yet. You can definitely see that it, at one point it was very fast, and then it's started to slow down here. So it's attempting to turn southeast. I'm not sure if it is full-blown turning southeast yet, but it is for sure attempting to. You can see, look at that. Within 5 minutes, he went from updraft beginning to full-blown sideways updraft overshooting top real quick. Real quick. Let's go back to our Texas storm again. Yeah, still really good rotation. I think this is legitimate rotation. Like I said, the intensity may be overdone here. Tornado ID AI has 61.6% chance of a tornado. There you go. There you go. Good call on that tornado warning. By the way, want to point out, Critty said this was contamination. Critty said this was mostly contamination, so... Or Cody, not Critty. I apologize. 2 C's. Cody, not Critty. Don't get on Critty. Get on Cody. Holy moly. Critty and Cody. Critty did not say that was contamination. Critty said it was very little. Cody said it was mostly contamination. My word, went after the wrong person there. Yeah, goodness me. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Scotland and... oh, I forgot how you pronounce that. Winthorpes? Something like that. I remember hearing people pronounce this town, but I can't remember how you say it. But just make sure you're in your safe spot. This is for Scotland here. In north central Texas. Make sure you are in your safe spot. That is very much trying to produce a tornado. Of course it's that number. It's always that number. So that's the confidence of it producing a tornado according to the AI tornado ID thing that WeatherWise is using. There's some CC there, but I have to go to the analysis radar to figure out if that's actually a tornado. GR2 is great for these hard to see CC drops. Okay, well, ZDR is low in the entire thing, so that's very difficult. Probability of debris is very low, so... And spectrum width's there, so... Could be. Could be, but here's the problem. We're scanning through big-time hail. See your radar? Follow that radar beam, right? Follow that radar beam, boom. It leads you right to where we have 2-inch hail reported. But that very well could be a tornado. Oh, now probability of debris is present. That's difficult. I wouldn't say it is, and I wouldn't say it isn't. Could be, could not be. But we could have a tornado on the ground heading towards Scotland and north central Texas right now. Let's look at the 3D of this beast. Oof. Look at that. Look at your beefy mesocyclone right there. Golly, man. Beefy mesocyclone on that hook echo. Dang. Now that's impressive. Very, very impressive. And a huge overshooting top. Over 50,000 feet here. With that updraft where your beefy mesocyclone is. You can zoom in on GR2, but yeah, I wish they would add... I literally was just talking about that on mesoanalysis. If they need to add an interactive mesoanalysis. An interactive map on mesoanalysis. I know a few people have made it and coded it, but I don't think it's available to the public anywhere. looking a little bit sloppier with this Ada, Oklahoma storm. Not gonna lie, this threat's taking a considerably longer time to get going in Oklahoma than I thought. I better close that before my computer explodes. A lot of hail with it, though. Look at all that CC. Plenty of hail. Still warned for 1.25-inch hail. Wouldn't surprise me if we had upwards of 2-inch hail in that, though. Violent tornado MCD. Yeah, that CC is still going there. And the velocity kind of went the direction with that CC. That is it's probable CC. But I'm not for sure if it's a tornado. Only way we're really going to know is if we get reports. Really the only way we're going to know. Even if we keep getting a bunch more scans on this, we're still scanning through a 2+ inch hail core. So none of our scans are going to be very accurate. New meso analysis here shortly. Yeah, we got to see if that Ada, Oklahoma storm doesn't turn. It's going to go north of the instability axis. You see it's right on the edge of that 10+ VTP right now. So it's getting close to passing that boundary if it doesn't turn soon. Which it hasn't fully turned to the southeast. It's still kind of moving east. Excuse me. Back to Texas. Yeah, again, that CC now moved the complete opposite way. But man, look at all that hail, dude. A lot of this is hail. Gracious day. Oh, that's some big time hail right there. This is probably where your biggest hail is at. Right in there. Just north of where we would have a tornado if a tornado is occurring. New mesoanalysis here in a few minutes, about 10 minutes. And we got a new HRRR. Let's see if that has anything different. I mean, wow. That is, that is something. This is what it thinks the radar looks like right now, and, well, Oklahoma ain't doing Oklahoma things today. Definitely a big difference. I don't know. Imagine this Texas storm is the only big problem today. You can't stop yawning, dude. I'm not even that tired. It's just a yawn fest. Wall cloud out here in Kansas, southwest of St. John. Interesting. Lingering cloud cover definitely affected a lot of this. It definitely did. If we take a look at our new HRRR real quick. Show you where that boundary is roughly located. So your boundary is going to be roughly located in here. And we still have favorable instability all the way up to where this storm is right now on the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. But that main differential heating boundary is in Oklahoma. And we were thinking that that would be more like this for the differential heating boundary. Not like this. So that cloud cover definitely is going to contribute to the potential for today to underperform on the northeast side of that moderate. Oh. New tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma. Probably when this storm looks its worst. I mean, it looked exponentially better, 15, 20 minutes ago. Now they tornado warn it now that the hook is dying out. And then easily could have a tornado on the ground here near Luke Wilson, northwest of Scotland, Texas. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a report here of a tornado ongoing at some point. There's your special MCD that I was expecting. Large to very large hail, upwards of roughly 4 inches in diameter, and the potential for a strong tornado remains possible near the warm front. Given the relatively weaker lower level wind shear across this area, the greatest tornado potential will remain, or rather, my bad. I lost my spot. Given the relatively weaker lower level wind shear across this region, the greatest potential will remain large to very large hail. However, a tornado, perhaps strong, will continue to be possible given right movement and storm scale enhancement of lower level wind shear. But the main area they really mention is a greater tornado risk for strong tornadoes in the next 1 to 2 hours across the warm front in Oklahoma. So the first one I read was down for Texas. The second one I just read right there, greatest corridor for tornadoes, is along the warm front in Oklahoma. And I will show you all that MCD in about 5 minutes or so when it's updated. Also, this is now a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch hail. Be in your safe spot if you're in that PDS severe warning. And we also could have an intense tornado about to drop down here in Luke Wilson. If this radar scan is correct, just keep in mind we're still scanning through a hail core, and at that, a 3-inch hail core now. Let's try it. What is Tuesday trying to do? Yeah, I think Tuesday's going to go enhanced for a pretty large area. Rockets, what do you think I'm looking at, bucko? You might be behind in stream. I don't think it's contamination, no. I don't think so. Dallas radar's way too far. What's the tornado ID on this thing? Oh, it's gone. Tornado ID thing is gone. Sweet. Yeah, this very easily could be a tornado on the ground. It most probably is. I just don't know how much hail contamination we're looking at here. But, I mean, that velocity increased with a reasonable spot of your hook echo, so... I mean, I doubt all of its corruption. I doubt all of its corruption. Some of it may be, but definitely not all of it. New scan here in 7 seconds. I'm going to wait for that, then show you the MCD. Well, velocity broke apart, but is still very much present there. Look at this. We got a 3D scan on this, too. Oh, well, the newest one hasn't rendered in yet, but... It's crazy how sometimes in 3D you can actually see the mesocyclone spin. Like, look at that. You can literally tell that mesocyclone is spinning. If we had the newest one, it would look even crazier. Here's the new MCD. Greatest potential for tornadoes will definitely be focused across the warm front right up here in Oklahoma. And then also with that discrete supercell with lower wind shear down in here. Not a lot of wind shear in here. Good wind shear in here. And you can see that storm right now in Ada, Oklahoma is right on that boundary. So if it doesn't turn more to the southeast and follow that warm front, it's going to just go whoop, right past that warm front. Here is your meso analysis too. Let's look at the violent tornado parameter. 16. I think that is actually might be a little dot of 17 violent tornado parameter right there. Absolutely insane. And you can see, once again, this storm leaving the bullseye if it doesn't turn southeast. Leaving the bullseye. Wild environment right there. I'm guessing 0 to 1 went up. Oh, didn't go up a bunch. Huh. Still 112, but crazy how you can have a VTP of 16, 17 with barely over 100 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. That warm front putting in some work on the lower level wind shear being low. Still could be a tornado ongoing northwest of Scotland with this classic supercell in north central Texas. Let's go to eastern Oklahoma where we still have this tornado warning in effect for this, whatever that is. And then still our tornado warning in effect for our, I almost want to say like it's starting to die out again in Ada, Oklahoma. Just not looking great. It's just not looking great. I will say, I'm watching this cell here. This guy moving due northeast. And I'm wondering if either one of these can turn east. If either one of those turn east, they're going into that VTP of 16 to 17. If either turn east. This storm in Durant, not really interested in that one. I think that's just going to die out. It looks like a failed updraft there. But I want to see if either one of these are going to turn east. Looks like that hook broke apart, but still could be a tornado at any second there. But those storms don't have the best chance to turn east. I think the southern one is a left split from the supercell in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's not a clear left split, but it is really a left split there. The one in Duncan, not so much a left split, but this one, more of a left split. But left splits can still turn right, and left splits can still produce tornadoes if the environment's right. It's just not as common. And they even took the Tor Possible tag off this storm in Ada, Oklahoma. Wow. That storm's almost dead center of the moderate too, but it looks like it's going to be right on that warm front, and it's about to pass that warm front, which is why it's decreasing with tornado potential. Four tornado warnings. We got a new tornado warning for western Arkansas for Waldron. A little bit better of a hook trying to form there. Okay, where's the sulfur storm you guys are talking about? Hold on. Oh, it's the world's tiniest little updraft. I mean, we'll watch it. But these storms are getting in close proximity to each other, which is definitely something to watch in terms of overconvection. Looks like a new mesocyclone trying to come together almost on top of Scotland here. And your old one dying out well to the northwest of Scotland. I just remembered here. How late are these storms gonna go till? Oh, dang. So these are gonna be like another all-night type storms, huh? ShamWow. Hopefully that won't be the case, but there's a reason why they have that slight risk all the way into Louisiana and the marginal all the way down to the Gulf coastline. Definitely a long duration event today into the overnight hours. It's probably corruption. Really hard to say what is and isn't corruption, but there's your 3-inch hail report from a chaser. This is in north central Texas. I sure did see the debarked shrubs. I sure did. All right. So again, this storm in central Oklahoma going to continue to struggle. It didn't turn southeast, and now it's just going to be struggling. So we'll have to watch these other updrafts. You have an updraft that's about to merge with it, an updraft that could merge with it or go on its own. A left split storm from our supercell in Texas, and then a new storm that fired on a dry line right there. Oh, wow. A lot of severes starting to pop up in this area. That stuff's starting to spark up. The worst tornado threat I expect to be over by 9/9/30. If not considerably sooner. But I don't know, because we have the chance for an overnight strong tornado threat. So, like, our main opportunity for tornadoes, though, with the warm front boundary interactions and semi-discrete storms is going to be till, like I said, 9 Eastern. But again, we could see chance for a strong tornado even up till, depending how fast these storms are, up till 2 a.m. It just depends on how these things cluster together, what they look like. Welcome, Catman. Glad to see you back in here. Tulsa was spared. Spared for now. Still in a severe watch for the next 6-some hours. And no model did good with initiation of those storms around you, so I really don't know where they're going to go. I'd assume they're going to stay off to your northeast, but you never really know when additional storms will develop out of nowhere. Yeah, the Eta storm, it's about across the warm front. It's dying. That Eta storm's crossing the warm front. Once it does that, it's moving into slightly more stable air and a much favorable, less environment for tornadoes. So right now, you have a better bet to see a tornado on this storm going towards Waldron, Arkansas, than the storm in Ada, Oklahoma. But the best tornado potential still stays with our storm in Texas over Scotland right now, where that storm is recycling for the fourth or so time. Third, fourth time. That is our first destructive of the day, still active there for 3-inch hail. So plenty of storms to watch, but none are impressive outside of our storm south of Wichita Falls, Texas. Where's all the storms that HRRR was talking about? I don't know. Good question. Maybe they're just a little bit late, but honestly, that's pretty late. I mean, the HRRR earlier today was thinking about 6 o'clock for main initiation. 6 to 7:30 or so. And it's 7:30. We still don't have any crazy supercells in Oklahoma. Like none of these, I don't think any of these are supercells actually. And we have a dying updraft there, clustered updrafts, kind of meh there. Supercell on the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. And then all elevated slop fests up in here. This one, not so much of a slop fest, but still elevated. So like I said, really the only big storm to watch is the one passing Wichita Falls. It's over Henrietta. And tornado threat mainly in Scotland, Texas. Funnel reported a minute ago. And yeah, that's in the 2% tornado risk right there. So like I said, probably would have been a good justifiable risk to just shift everything a couple miles to the southwest. Like your moderate risk probably shouldn't go much further past where that storm is right now. It really shouldn't. Really, much of this area I don't think is going to be seeing anything very significant. Maybe an isolated significant severe in the east and northeast side of that moderate, but nothing like what we're seeing in northern Texas or what we could see in south central Oklahoma later tonight. New mesanalysis again. And yeah, that storm looks like it's probably past the warm front now. So that Ada, Oklahoma storm, you might as well just ditch it. Thing might go on to be a small hailer and could explode into some big hail, maybe. But it's past the primary environment, which is still located right in here. And again, if we look at the violent tornado parameter, your bullseye's closer to that warm front. Back up in here. Zero to 1 SRH right here. Most favorable environment is on the southeast side of that. So that's your utmost favorable environment is right in there. Right in that yellow area. Black area favorable for a strong tornado threat. Pink area favorable for an intense tornado threat. Yellow area favorable for an intense to violent tornado threat. Keyword is favorable for. Doesn't mean we're going to see those hazards. Just simply means if a very well semi-discrete supercell can enter that environment, could produce up to that strong, intense tornado threat. Like I said, can't rule out a violent tornado today, but that's very, very conditional. Let's see. Do you think this is, oh my word. Do you think it's gonna underperform? Yeah, I do. I do think it will underperform. I kind of called that earlier today. I was kind of expecting the northeast side of that moderate to underperform. The southwest side of the moderate, I don't know yet. I don't know about the southwest side, but my expectations were extraordinarily low for the northeast side of the moderate. The placement of the moderate looked perfect when they issued it early this morning. Overnight earlier this morning. But now, where that boundary's set up looks like it should be positioned more to the southwest. Yeah, they'll probably stay moderate. It's rare the SPC downgrades. Really, the only way they downgrade a risk is if the cold front is passed. It's very, very rare for them to go back on their wording. Extraordinarily rare. I mean, this is like we were expecting these supercells. A supercell like this, maybe not that crazy of a hook though. But like that supercell that's in Texas, we were expecting 1 or 2 of those in Texas and like 4 of them in Oklahoma, according to the HRRR. And multiple other model runs too. Like you can see here, this one has at least 2 or 3 here on the HRRR. This is the new one, by the way. And then that one in Texas too. And see the overnight threat? I don't know about that. I don't know about these things rapidly re-intensifying into that crazy of a threat. Not too sure about that. And here's the NAM, which again even shows the same similar thing, potentially a clustered overconvection issue at 6 o'clock, which definitely is not the case. Yeah, only good one we're really watching is out here in Texas. Very strong convergence, not very tight rotation, though. Added me in a post. Let me see. Archer City. Incredible tornado northeast of Archer City, 6:15 p.m. Ah, that's Texas. On the ground for 7 minutes. So this was on the ground. Not a shocker there. Not a shocker there at all with the velocities that we saw. See what these mergers are going to do for this storm in Ada, Oklahoma, but I have a good feeling it's already past that warm front, so I don't have a good feeling that this is going to be a big problem in the future. The way we're going to get a good tornado threat out of this is if this storm goes and is well past the warm front, dies out, and then this thing turns to the southeast to rides the warm front. But that's probably not going to happen. This is probably just going to tail right behind our dying supercell and then merge with it as it passes the warm front. Very, very low expectations for this area right now. I don't really know what could save this risk. Not sure what could save this risk and make it perform. All because Storm's fired a little bit finicky and also didn't ride that front. Oh, that cell merge might be helping it take a sharp turn. Look at that. See if that cell merge helps it turn even more or decreases that turn. Who knows? Maybe these 3 can all merge into one big supercell right on the warm front. When rule that out. Wouldn't rule that out. See if these all just combine into one big supercell. Wouldn't that be something? Tornado warning in western Arkansas. Meh. I mean, just being your safe spot, it doesn't look impressive. You should be fine as long as you stay in that safe spot. Severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Nebraska outside of the severe thunderstorm watch. You should still see thunderstorms in Ardmore, Oklahoma, but it looks like it's probably going to be a bit later. looks like it's probably going to be a bit later. Same goes for the Fort Worth area. It looks like this is probably going to be the biggest problem for Fort Worth. This is probably going to be a long-tracked supercell that goes right to Fort Worth and Dallas. And we'll just have to see if anything fires around here, you know? I mean, we still have that dying updraft here, these clustered merging storms, and then these mainly hail, low-end hail threats here. So our biggest concern is just with this storm as it goes towards Fort Worth and Dallas, and then seeing if these storms merge. We'll see how these mergers go, because both of these are going to merge. But you should still see thunderstorms. Yes. Let's see how this Eta storm merges. It's not looking as horrible as what it once did, I can tell you that. It looked atrocious not but 5-10 minutes ago. Let's see. I think the dry air cloud cover killed this storm risk today. I mean, that dry air, you know, towards the 750 millibar out here could have. But the biggest thing was probably the cloud cover this morning. That's probably what did it. I'm almost certain that's what's done it. Just too long of cloud cover. I mean, we barely got clearing across our risk area at all across Oklahoma. Texas had clearing for a long time today. Where that storm is in northern Texas, I mean, you guys haven't had any good cloud cover at all today. And in Oklahoma, where Ada is, Ada, Oklahoma, I mean, you guys haven't seen the sun in forever. You guys have been dealing with cloud cover ever since those storms fired yesterday evening. You've only had peaks of sunshine late yesterday evening before the sun set. And then probably not much earlier today either. So 2 areas I've circled in white here. We're watching for those storms to merge together. See what happens when those merge. These merge and these merge. Still watching our supercell in Texas. Easily could be producing a tornado here. Either with the smaller area of rotation in the middle or with the convergence around that. Drop the tornado warning in western Arkansas, remaining with the possible severe. So only tornado warning now active is the storm in Texas. Yeah, ton of sunshine in south central Oklahoma, but once you get up towards Ada, McAllister, that area's had minimal sunshine today. So we're just going to, again, have to see how these 2 storms merge, what happens there. Already a little area of rotation on the storm in Ada, Oklahoma from that merger, but we'll have to see how this 3rd merger goes. And then how these left splits merge. Definitely not writing off the risk, but I can tell you, like, the big thing is our models are all absolutely garbage. Absolutely garbage. But I would really watch that storm in Ada, Oklahoma, as it's still very close to the boundary. And still could pose a big threat. It's a lot of ifs, though. If this storm survives, and if it merges well with this one, and if this one merges well with this one, and if they all combine into one big supercell, and if they ride the warm front, then we may be able to see a strong tornado threat. Sounds like a whole lot of conditional, doesn't it? Whole lot of conditional. Yep, I mean, that's the thing. That's why they didn't pull the moderate for Monday, because of the potential for overconvection on Monday, and also because our models just haven't been very consistent. We still don't have a lot of solid consistency for Monday with northern extent of our warm sector. That's why they held off on the moderate. And today didn't look bad until we got to about noon. Once we got till about 11:15, 12:15 Eastern, and we realized this cloud cover, it ain't going away as fast as we thought. And then especially when it was sticking around even more at 4 to 5 o'clock when we went live at 4:45. Yeah. I mean, it just, ever since 11:15, that surface analysis on mesoanalysis, ever since then we realized the cloud cover was sticking around. Ever since then, it's been downhill. I believe they pulled the moderate at the 2:30 a.m. outlook early this morning. And things were still looking great then. Still crazy rotation here in Texas. Gracious. Absolutely crazy rotation in Texas. Looks like it's partially attached to your dry line and outflow boundary here, something like that. And I know your dry line's here, and it looks like it shot out an outflow boundary, that outflow boundary attached to a dry line. Your low pressure is like right in here, so you got like a low pressure in here, a low pressure in here, dry line. Actually, I think your low might be a little bit more north. Low like in here, dry line down in here, outflow boundary going out here, and then differential heating boundary / warm front up in here going to somewhere else. I don't know exactly how far north or south that goes. It's like somewhere in here. And then turns sharply off to the southeast. And then goes back down that way. Very complex setup here. Now we got to see how this merges with this storm. And then we got to see, once again, if these are going to merge together. They are turning more to the right. They're not as going as much due northeast, north-northeast anymore. They're trying to turn more east-northeast. We'll see if those two merge together, and then eventually we'll see if these all cluster up together. Definitely a lot of stuff that needs watching, but nothing that is an imminent threat for tornadoes aside from our storm in Texas. That is an imminent threat. Now passing Scotland and northern Texas. A good idea right there, National Weather Service. In Norman. Wow, Norman actually, I assume, like, this is the last county that Norman covers, right? This has to change, like, to the National Weather Service in, is there one in Abilene? I know there's one in Fort Worth, but no way Norman's going to be able to issue warnings down to like, Jacksboro. It's got to change AFDs. It has to change offices. We got a new wrap model in. Crap, did I close College Due page? I did. Just reopen that. I think we got a new 21Z wrap. This is important for Monday. And yeah, wrap is still the very few that is showing a borderline high-risk caliber setup. Most of our other models aren't agreeing with that anymore. The GFS even isn't even agreeing with that much anymore. It still has a northern warm sector, but not to the wrap's extent. I don't like using the wrap. I hate to tell you, buddy. But looky here. This is meso-analysis. What does that say right there? What does that say? Meso-analysis is based off the wrap. So if you don't like using the wrap, you shouldn't be using meso-analysis. I love using the wrap, personally. It tends to do fairly well with the environment, but not very well with the convection. Which is why it could be showing a more potent environment for Monday than most other models, because the wrap doesn't do very well with convection, so it may not be showing the actual amount of convection and, you know, over convection that we see in the morning of Monday to wipe out that warm sector. So I think the wrap is a pretty safe outlier right now. Because even the NAM has overconvection being a problem in central Iowa, but not as much into Illinois. See how the wrap doesn't have that sharp line cut off tomorrow? But the NAM does. So, yeah, even the Euro has that sharp line cut off too. From overconvection. It all comes down to how far south that overconvection gets. If that overconvection is down to central Illinois, the event just might be cooked. But if that convection stays up into northern Missouri and kind of stays up in this vicinity for overconvection, we'll probably perform as a moderate risk on Monday. It'll most likely be worth more of a moderate. But like I said, if you have that overconvection like the NAM has, that overconvection is trying to reach all the way down to freaking St. Louis, your event could be cooked by then. But still, look at the atmosphere recovery here. Even with that overconvection getting all the way down to like St. Louis, your environment behind that and south of that recovers fairly quickly. And St. Louis still ends up with a very notable threat by the time you get to 6 o'clock, between 4 and 6 o'clock, or between 4 and 9 o'clock Eastern time here. Even with that overconvection that far south. So that's why I think, that's why I was kind of thinking Monday would go for a day 3 moderate. Because even with the overconvection, it still looks significant. But I understand very well on why they didn't pull that moderate trigger. You have the high-res Canadian, which that definitely doesn't show much of an issue, but the Canadian, man, what the heck? What is it even doing over here? Seems like it's super slow. It just seems like it's very slow with your warm sector, but I guess it's actually not. It just felt like it. Looks like it barely even convects a thing. A big old line. Big old line. Freaking Canada to doggone Mississippi. Talk about wiping out the warm sector. Yeah, it doesn't really... oh, it definitely does fire. Actually, it does fire on the dry line. I was going to say it doesn't really fire on the dry line, but yeah, then I looked a little bit closer. It definitely fires on the dry line. Definitely does. But, I don't know. Still a lot of uncertainty for Monday. But I still believe that, a day 3 moderate was, at least with the model runs we have, probably the best call. But they kept it enhanced because there is still uncertainty. But that Canadian model run, I mean, Kind of like the wrap. I like it for the environment, but I hate it for reflectivity. Still strong rotation here near Deer Creek in Texas. Easily could produce a strong tornado threat. So still watching that very, very closely. Definitely want to be in your safe spot if you are in that tornado warning in Texas. What's StormNet have for Monday? I haven't looked at StormNet. Is there severe in Eastern Virginia right now? What the heck? What's bro doing there? Random severe is Southeast Virginia right now. All right, let's see. Right off the bat, StormNet doesn't have much of a tornado threat tomorrow afternoon. But it does have a tornado threat tomorrow night, close to 2 a.m. for the greatest tornado threat tomorrow night. And it's definitely uptrended, for sure. Much larger area and higher, a little bit higher probability there. But all right, I am not going to leave you. We're going to keep you on this radar. I'm going to go take a quick break whilst we get a new scan here. I will be back in 2 minutes. I haven't gotten up in 3 hours, so I need to get up. I will be, let me refresh that overlay real quick. I will be right back. Well, there's a new scan. Still looks significant, so just be in your safe spot. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Of course, the one time I take a little bit longer, it ends up going observed, right? Like, come on, bro. Confirmed by broadcast media. Tornado on the ground. This is an observed tornado for over 1,600 people, for 4 schools and no hospitals. So get to your safe spot. If you're not already, you need to run to your safe spot. This is a probably a strong tornado about to be on the ground here, if not already on the ground. Golly. That was a crazy last frame, wasn't it? Definitely looked crazy right there. Problem is, we're far from the radar. We're still scanning through hail. We're still looking over 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere, so these radar beams are not very accurate. That's why I've been very, very careful with my wording on this storm. But it does look like probably a strong tornado could be ongoing here. I know a lot of storms yesterday in those radar holes looked like they were violent tornadoes, but one of them literally had an insane couplet. We were looking very high up into the atmosphere, and you'd think it was a violent tornado or something, and then it ended up not even being on the ground. It was already lifted once it looked like it was a violent tornado. So far radar beams can be extraordinarily, what is it called? I don't know. Deceiving. That's what I'm looking for. Very deceiving. Extraordinarily deceiving. Little area of rotation still in Ada, Oklahoma. But look at this. We went from having not enough convection to probably too much convection now. These storms are already going to start being more clustered here. That one's too far. That one's the closest, and this one's too far. So really, we're forced to use the radar that's scanning through hail here. So again, just be in your safe spot. And this is again in Texas, just to the southeast of Scotland and north central Texas. Eventually this is going to head towards one of the most populated areas in Texas. It's going to be heading towards around the Dallas and Dallas-Fort Worth regions. Definitely going to be wanting to watch that. They kept it observed, got a little jump scare there. Thought maybe they were about to pull the PDS tag because it disappeared and then reappeared. But they've maintained an observed tornado warning for this. Broadcast media still confirms a tornado. Still tornado down. Storm in Sulphur. I mean, we're watching that area, but these storms are very messy. Eventually, these most likely will become a tornado problem and a big-time hail problem and a wind threat. But right now, they're saying a low wind threat and kind of a medium hail threat here. They're very sloppy. They're not very organized. They're not like this storm here south of Henrietta in northern Texas. Yes, this storm is heading towards, like I said, one of the most populated areas in Texas. Around the DFW area. That's exactly where this storm is heading towards. Depends exactly where it goes, how far southeast it goes, but roughly it is heading in that direction. Oh, they did opt for a tornado warning on this little area of rotation here. Look at that. And look at this. This one also has a tiny little area of rotation too. Just depends how clustered these things get, but they're already trying to be tornadic. So, new tornado warning for Oklahoma now for over 4,600 people, including Tupelo and Stonewall in Oklahoma. So get in your safe spot there. These two definitely trying to be tornadic. Although, again, this more clustered mode now definitely going to try to inhibit that primary tornado threat out of these storms. 23Z HRRR rendering in now. They just put a torque possible tag on the storm in north of Sulphur, Oklahoma. And notice, by the way, how both of these tornado warnings are angled to the southeast. So they definitely, at some point, both of these turned to the southeast. Both of these warnings, this severe and this tornado warning, both angled southeast, not east or northeast. Let me loop that too. Yep. You can see both of these are moving southeast. This one's going to have a bit more of a problem being embedded because of the leftover updraft out of this storm. So this one might have a bit more of a clustered issue. But this guy should be very close to that warm front. Both of these very close to the warm front. But this one very close to that warm front and discrete. So both of these pose a pretty good tornado threat. Watching both of them closely. Monitoring both of them very closely. Let's go back down to Texas again. Still likely a tornado on the ground. Well south of Henrietta, northern Texas. Just to the northwest of Newport in north central Texas. Not a whole lot of people in the path of this tornado. But still, you need to be in your safe spot if you're in that confirmed tornado warning. What an evolution of this beast. Look at this. Yeah, and you can see this thing's been moving southeast the whole time. So, yeah, that's why it's been a tornado problem. It hasn't been moving east-northeast like the left splits and the Eta storm till now. It's been moving southeast almost its entire lifespan. And look at this. This one's trying to move southeast, and it's about to be hit by a merger. This could be a big problem. If this was happening a little bit more to the east, closer to that most favorable environment, it would definitely be a huge problem. But as these two merge, we definitely could get a big supercell out of this. Look at that. Another storm popped up right in its updraft. Curious where these are in respect to the moderate. Okay, so yeah, like I was thinking. They are definitely going to be staying on probably the southeast side of that moderate. I'm curious to see how far east this one goes. And does this one turn sharply southeast and like it start heading to northern Texas? Or does it kind of wait and kind of head closer to far northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas? How quickly does it turn? There you go. Another tornado warning in Oklahoma. That's for this little area of rotation here. In Hickory, make sure you get to your safe spot. Oh, that is PDS. So there you go. We've got a confirmed strong, large, and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Texas. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Texas. Unless I am blind. Definitely says observed PDS right there. So if you are in this particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning inside of, I believe, before I say it, 2% non-sig tour, make sure you get to your safe spot. This is for over 550 people for one school and 0 hospitals. Broadcast media reported a tornado about 11 minutes ago. And the National Weather Service probably has some sort of credible information to confirm that it's a strong one. Probably has like a video feed or photos being relayed. So very dangerous, very, very dangerous storm there. Just a moment, I'm going to go back a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, so again, that is a PDS tornado warning. A little bit of a surprise there. I mean, not too long ago, I literally mentioned I thought it was a PDS tornado warning. And then here it goes, going PDS on us. It's crazy. Yep, they did go PDS. It's been stalling out for a while, too. Been stalling out right in this field. Literally been stalling out right in that field. That's crazy. And look for a new hook echo to start right here, by the way. This is our current PDS tornado warning with the X marks the spot. But watch for that area in the circle to try to get a secondary area of rotation and try to recycle and become another tornado. Try to become the main tornado as this one gets weaker and lifts. Very impressive to get a strong tornado in this sort of environment. You know, you only have 82 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. But it's got some help from that low pressure. It's in not very close proximity, but it's a bit close to that low pressure. So, and it's got help from its own, what I can only assume is an outflow boundary that it released whilst it was firing on the dry line. So it has a few things working with it. And definitely want to watch all three of these storms. This cluster starting to turn southeast. Going to take a little bit longer to organize. Both of these storms fighting for the same environment, trying to organize and produce tornadoes. And again, we do have a PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning out here in north central Texas. Make sure you're running to your safe spot if you're not in your safe spot already. Definitely looks a lot weaker on that scan. No CC yet, but that's to be expected when you've got a tornado in the middle of a field lofting nothing but probably a bit of dirt and dust. Remember, no CC is a good thing too, because that means it's either it means it's on the weaker side of things, or it's in the middle of the field, or possibly even both. Let me go back to here. Y'all see the line of storm chasers following Reed Timmer? Bro's got like 10 to 20 cars following him. It's insane. Okay, let me go back to proxy here. Oh yeah, that's definitely a large tornado. No kidding why they PDS warned that. Very much valid. Told you they probably had some sort of footage or a photo or something to upgrade to a PDS. They had probably that photo before us of a large tornado in the middle of a field here southeast of Scotland, Texas. I would almost guarantee that this is lifted or considerably weaker now. And again, we want to watch this new area. Oh, look at that. It's actually already hooking. Look at that. Probably another tornado soon to start here. Southeast of where our PDS tornado warning, or our tornado for the PDS tornado warning was. Not nearly as good rotation on that hook right now, but that's probably going to change on that newer hook echo. Still nothing crazy up here. These storms still fighting for the same environment. And in this storm, still trying to cluster up and get its act together after going through a cell merge actively. I'm not too surprised Texas is doing this, honestly. It's really not a shocker to me. It's Texas. It's 5,500 instability. It really doesn't shock me one bit, to be honest with you. Any storms to the south, the HRRR wants additional storms to fire down here. Right, actually, like in Mineral Wells. Not seeing any of that yet, though. But if this storm stays on trajectory, storm up here in Texas, again, that's going to head like right towards Fort Worth, Dallas. Just depends how far southeast it turns. Definitely multiple areas to watch here with our storms in Oklahoma. Multiple hooks to keep an eye on. None of them look crazy. 2 of them do have tornado warnings, meaning they're imminent, but none of them look that great. None of them look like the storm in Texas. Ooh. Eastern Oklahoma. That one looks a little bit more promising right there. I'm shocked this doesn't have a warning for Panama, Eastern Oklahoma. Look at that. Not the best environment out here, but very good supercell. Really good looking supercell. Not a strong area of rotation either, but that could try to produce a tornado soon. The one in western Arkansas doesn't look half bad right now either. Definitely want to watch those storms with the Fort Smith radar site, both in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. All right, back to our analysis radar. That most likely the one that warranted the PDS tornado warning. Most likely that tornado is lifted. I'm voting contamination on this area. And I think this is the actual area to watch. So I think this is contamination. This is our old tornado that's lifted now. And then this is the new area to watch. Three things to keep an eye on this storm. 3 areas. What's that, Critty? Is that a town name? Or is that a person? Okay, but we don't know... I don't know who that is, and I don't know where he is. It ain't like I have him pulled up. Texas storm. You sure you ain't behind in his feed? Yeah, this is a whole lot of contamination in here. It's trying to ramp up. I don't really see a good area where I would see a strong tornado on the ground right now. I can't even tell if that's on the ground, dude. That just looks like a huge wall cloud. You can't see if that's on the ground. That could just be a huge meso. I don't see a tornado in that. I see nothing on the ground. Maybe a little bit in the middle, but it's too hard to see. I was gonna say, I didn't think it was a large tornado on the ground, because radar just doesn't correlate to that. This storm's recycling. Now, that wall cloud that you see on that stream, that's probably going to be the wall cloud to drop a tornado. If one does drop here in about 5-10 minutes. But I don't think that's a tornado. Yeah, the more and more it gets out of that rain, the more and more it looks more like a wall cloud and not a tornado. But it may have been the end of a tornado when he said it was on the ground. That may have been the tornado finishing its occlusion. Point is, though, it's a huge wall cloud, and if it's not producing a tornado right now, which I don't think it is, it's going to be very close to over the next few minutes. Yeah, it's definitely still spinning. Dropped it to radar indicated on that new warning. It's going to be National Weather Service Fort Worth taking over jurisdiction there. But we stay at PDS for 20 more minutes unless otherwise said by NWS Norman. Like I said, trying to ramp up. Problem is this cluster going to interfere with it? Because this guy is interfering with this dude's tornado potential. But this dude's kind of in between this dude and this dude over here, so this dude's got the greatest tornado threat. I think the one that has the best chance to produce a tornado in Oklahoma right now is this storm near Hickory in south central Oklahoma. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings here, either one. But yeah, you could see this one in Stonewall also trying to ramp up very well. And then I think this one's going to ramp up soon. The hail threat's already been upgraded on it, and it's already Tor possible tagged. It's just whenever it stops getting mergers, it can increase in Tor potential. Do I have Meso open over here? I do. Let's refresh that, and let's look at Violent Tornado Parameter. Yeah, I think the bullseye is going to be on this storm here. But really, look, it's all of them. It's really all of them. But especially this one looks to be in like the perfect bullseye. Like that's right there. But all of them are right in that corridor of the best environment here. Yeah, all of them. So, greatest Tor threat continues for at least another hour, probably more. That's a lot of contamination right there, but I mean, definitely a storm capable of producing a tornado here. Unfortunately, this cycle that we're dealing with right now, and this thing's about to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes, it's in a radar hole. 73 miles from that radar, 88 from that radar, and then 87-ish from that radar. So still the one in southwest Oklahoma is going to be our best radar, and then in about, give it how slow this storm's moving, 30 minutes, maybe even a tiny bit more, and then we'll switch to Fort Worth, which should have a better radar beam. Not looking through the hail anymore. Still far, but not looking through the hail anymore. Give it about 30 more minutes. Caleb, you missed our first PDS tornado warning. It's still active right now, but it's no longer on the ground. But outside of that, you haven't missed anything too crazy. Oh, you also missed 3-inch hail. Yeah, 3-inch hail and a PDS tornado warning. Yeah. These things getting clustered up now. It's like they all turned at the same time and they're interfering with each other. Okay, weird that they're keeping it observed, but they did downgrade it to observed. But it's still observed. Which is weird. Because we have a chaser who literally has it not on the ground right now. Well, it could be back down. It's hard to tell because it's rain-wrapped. I don't know. It might be less rain-wrapped, though, here in a few more minutes. We're just boundary on our PDS severe. We don't have a PDS severe. Do we? Or the what? It's 75-mile-an-hour winds happening in Pratt, Kansas. 44 minutes ago. I don't see a PDS severe on my end. I want to check these storms again. Okay, that one started to weaken more. Ooh. Surprised we don't have a tornado warning here in western Arkansas. Storm in Texas. Yeah, so what this is you got a warm front. There's a low pressure here. Roughly in here, you've got a low pressure. And that low pressure has multiple boundaries to it. A lot of boundaries. I'm going to try to get all of them up here. So you've got, I believe, a cold front on the north side of this that is attached up through Kansas. That goes up in here and goes all the way up until another low pressure way back up here into Canada. I believe there's another low somewhere. Goes to an occluding front, and then there's a low back here into Saskatchewan. Low pressure here in Manitoba. And then you have your low pressure here in Oklahoma. I think there's another low pressure here in Kansas. And then this low pressure here in Oklahoma, cold front to the north. It also has a dry line coming out of it. It's right in here. This storm spawned an outflow boundary that attached to that dry line. And then this is either this is part of the dry line from your low pressure. So your low pressure may be a little bit more east, maybe closer to here, and that's the dry line. Or that just turns into your warm front right there. And then you have your warm front that goes up and over in here. So you have an outflow boundary from this storm in Texas that leads into a dry line, that leads into a low pressure, that leads into a warm front, that then leads into a warm front, cold front back down here across Louisiana and Mississippi, that then leads into a low pressure, that then leads into, guess what, another cold front that goes to West Virginia, that leads to a cold front that goes to another low pressure, that goes to a warm front, that goes to a warm front, cold front back out into the Atlantic. And then you also have your cold front that extends from Kansas up into Manitoba's low pressure that then goes to an occluding front into Saskatchewan. Welcome to weather. Nothing's easy. It's all connected. It's all connected. Crazy. It's crazy, man. But the biggest thing you need to know is there's a low pressure roughly in here that connects to a dry line and then into an outflow boundary from our storm in Texas that then goes into a warm front across Oklahoma. That's the main stuff. Very complex. So if you ever wonder why model runs are always wrong and why they're ever changing and why we're wrong a lot, that's why. That is why. I wish it was just as easy as, yeah, there's a front right here and that's it. But nope, there's always more than one. Well, I don't know if there's always more, but it sure seems like there's always more than one front in the US at a given time. Every time I look at that surface map, I always see so many low pressures and fronts. But I'm sure at some point you have this big dominant high pressure that keeps like everything out of the US. But it just seems like we have fronts in the US like at all times and more than two at all times. Is the 18Z... Did I look at the 18Z NAM? Forgot if I did. Do you guys remember if I looked at the 18Z NAM or was that the 12Z NAM? I forgot. I think that was the 18Z. Yeah, I believe it was. Yeah. Yep. We did. Was just forgetting. Wouldn't be surprised if this is about to produce another tornado. It's not, at least according to this chaser feed. I don't see a tornado right now, but there very well could be one just rain wrapped in there. The whole thing's spinning. The whole thing is spinning. Like if you're looking on the chaser feed here, he's probably somewhere down in here looking at this storm, and it's just a big old spinning thing. Just a lot of spinning. And somewhere in there may or may not be a tornado. Here, I could show you from 3D here. Look at that. See the whole west side of this storm. Oh, golly, look at that. That's when we had our strong tornado on the ground. Holy crap. Look at that. That is insane. Oh my goodness. And then it went in and recycled. And you could see there's your new wall cloud right there. Or your diminishing tornado, one or the other. Yeah, that's your new wall cloud. Your new hook echo. So this whole thing in here is spinning. Big old spin to it. Yeah, that right there, that's like this piece of reflectivity down in here. Down in this area. This thing's breaking velocity. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like every other strong tornado in Texas history. I swear, strong tornadoes in Texas are just away from radars. Like, I can only think of 2 storms that were close to radars that ended up producing intense tornadoes in Texas. I swear they always managed to find this radar hole here and this radar hole here. Can't see that second radar hole. Oh, there's actually a lot of radar holes, actually. Now that I think of it, we go to the radar map here. They like to find this radar hole in here near Fort Stockton. This one in here. And this one in here. Those are the 3 big radar holes that I can remember tornadoes being in and being like, man, if only we had a radar here. Tornado reported 3 minutes ago. I would not be shocked if that is very much true. Because you just got a whole lot of convergence here. And I'm sure somewhere in that convergence signature closer to the surface, there's a tornado on the ground. Would not surprise me at all. So this is most probably a tornado ongoing in Texas. And we're in the perfect radar hole. This is like right where we're close to switching to the DFW radar site, but not yet switching to the DFW site. It's right in between the DFW and the Frederick radar. That's right there. DFW scanning 7,000 feet up. Frederick scanning 6.2 feet up. 6.2 thousand feet up, obviously. The big thing is, though, the Frederick radar scanning through the hail core, then scanning the tornado. Whereas the DFW radar site is further, but it is scanning directly into the storm and less of the hail core. Oh, PDS severe in western Arkansas for 2.75-inch hail. Rotation not as tight anymore, but still have a good convergent signature. Very surprised they didn't tornado warn that at some point, but I guess they think this has gone elevated because they removed the Tor possible tag from it. So be in your safe spot there, western Arkansas. That is for Odin and surrounding areas in western Arkansas, west of Hot Springs, Arkansas. Give me radar. These are tricky here. This storm's moving into a radar hole now. This storm looks like it's tried its best to ramp up, but it's getting so clustered. This is also very clustered. And this one keeps getting a bunch of cell mergers. All of these look sloppy, but all of them look like they could eventually produce a tornado at some point. Gracious day. A lot of velocity and a whole lot of corruption. Let's see. 36 minutes ago, wall cloud reported on this in this area. Not sure what storm that was, but just saw that report. Wall cloud 1 minute ago on this storm in Texas, but again, we had a tornado reported 6 minutes ago, so we don't know what's going on in here. We don't know what's going on in here. Point is, just get to your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning storm. You don't want to play around with it. Excuse me again. Yawn fest. We get a new SPC outlook in a little over 30 minutes now. We'll wait and see if they change anything. I'd imagine they're just going to trim a bit of probabilities on the far west side. But really, they don't... I don't think they're going to, like, completely disextend any risk until the cold front passes tonight. Actually, are we even getting a cold front to pass through here? Not really. We're just going to have to wait to get the dry line retreating, which I think it's already starting to retreat. And you can observe that on the Frederick radar site, how it's moved from west to east. So I believe the dry line's already started to retreat. So they may remove some of the risk, far western risk, but I don't know if they're going to change much. Something just changed. Observed warning in Texas. There you go. So tornado on the ground here in Prospect and Shannon in Texas. This is the county line here, where the National Weather Service in Norman issues warnings and the National Weather Service in Dallas-Fort Worth issues warnings. Tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. This one, right here. Ooh, this one looks really good back here towards Paul's Valley. This one looks like it's getting sloppy. So maybe a tornado on the ground here, north of Denny, north of Hickory, in Oklahoma. Edgar's on it? I know that dude. I met bro. We follow each other. Yeah, he used to be with Team Dominator. They parted ways mutually. No bad blood. Let's see here. Trying to go back in stream. Oh, I think I saw it on the left side. I did, yep. Yep, little wispy tornado. Sure did. Little wispy tornado here. So we had a little quick, brief, wispy tornado north of Hickory. Weak thing in south central Oklahoma. Maybe weak, but it was a brief tornado. Tornado's a tornado. And Texas, man, I'm telling you. These storms just, I swear, sometimes these storms just know where the radar holes are. I know that's impossible, but it just feels like it sometimes. A new tornado warning for the storm I've been pointing out here east of Paul's Valley for quite a while. That formed out of very, very, very quickly. Really all on its own. Adding to the clustering mess here east of Paul's Valley in Oklahoma. Moderate risk not verifying very well, though. These storms, 1-inch hail, 1-inch hail. This one just expired, so this one's 1.5-inch hail, 1-inch hail. Not a very well verifying moderate just yet. I mean, their Sig 2 placement was pretty dang good, though. I mean, that's where most of our tornadic activity has been, but like I mentioned earlier, the northern and eastern extent of that 10 Sig and the moderate, because of that boundary not being as far north as we thought, seems to have probably not going to perform as well, which is never a bad thing. Never a bad thing for an underperforming risk. A little bit stronger on that newest scan. Is this still on the ground here north of Hickory and Denny? I have to go back to more chasers. It could still be. I know it was, but I don't know if it still is. A lot of complaints about people chasing incorrectly. Oh, I gotta turn this on. I forgot. Let's see here. Ooh. Yeah, this might be on the ground again. North of Hickory in Oklahoma. Yeah, the roads are just going to keep on getting more and more crowded for storm chasing. It's not going to stop. I can tell you that. Unfortunately, the only way people are going to eventually realize that they have to be even more and more careful. Let's see. I mean, one way or another, we're eventually going to get a catastrophe. It could be from a tornado going and hitting an overpass with people under it. Could be from chaser traffic all stopped up and stuck. But like I said, one way or another, I think we're going to eventually have a catastrophe from storm chasing, and that's going to be the way that it gets a little less popular. And unfortunately, when that eventually happens, because it's eventually going to happen, like it happened in 2013, it's eventually going to happen again. This time, depending how bad it is, I wouldn't be shocked if there's a bit more legal restriction, being talked about for storm chasing. Because storm chasing is very dangerous, and when you get big crowds like this, most of the time you're going to have hundreds of people breaking the law at the same time. Because you can't, if you're a storm chaser and say, I don't speed, I never break the law, I never have, never will, you're lying. You're lying, that's for sure. Everybody who's storm chase has broken the law at least once at some point. Maybe unless it's like your first second of storm chasing. We've all gone 1-2 miles per hour over the speed limit before. I didn't go chase a few weeks ago because every storm chaser I know of was already out in my county, didn't want to risk lives. I wish more people were like that. I wish more people would play the stay-at-home game. But yeah, I mean, these are I've definitely not low-end risks. We've got a moderate today, but from a tornado perspective, today never really had a very high-end ceiling. Like, we weren't talking about a major tornado outbreak or anything like April 17th, 2026 type level, or a crazy violent tornado threat like what we had in Enid the other day, 2 days ago. Today never really had that high of potential, which is why I was surprised today even went Sig 2. But yeah, imagine if we had like a 30 Sig 2 or a 30 Sig 3 or something out here. high risk. Everybody from Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, they all be right in this area. I mean, you'd be looking at probably thousands of chasers. And it's getting more and more populated. Chasing's being more and more popular, which is making it more and more dangerous. Golly, do we ever have a crazy supercell here in Texas? Holy crap. What a beast. Let's see if we can get a good view of that from 3D again. And chasing is very dangerous even without the chasers on the road with you. So when you put thousands of other people on the road with you, and you've got storms moving at 55 miles per hour, producing intense violent tornadoes, like I said, unfortunately, one of these days, a catastrophe is going to happen. Look at that huge wall cloud, man. That thing is rapidly developing. Rapidly developing a huge tornado. Or at least huge tornado potential. You can see, look at that. I always love this. Look at the clear inflow. Oh my goodness. The clear inflow cut right into the mesocyclone. And you can see where the main updraft is back in there. Oh my goodness, it's so realistic. Look at that. Not going to get a cleaner look at a inflow than that, unless you're in person. Clear cut inflow. Now, let's see if I can take this out a little bit more. We can actually try to narrow it down a bit more here. Kind of get this a bit more clear. Man, just crazy. I think what I had earlier was the best, though. Like, this is really the best. You really can't beat that. Clear inflow. Gracious. Sometimes I get way too mesmerized looking at 3D. That's why I don't look at it too much on stream. I get way too much of a weather nerd on it. I don't think Monday's risk is shifting that far south. I think the main risk area is going to be Illinois and much of central Illinois, southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, western Indiana, northeast, or rather northwest Kentucky, far northern northeastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee. I think the absolute highest risk is going to be in this vicinity on Monday. Like right in here. It may go a little bit more into Arkansas. Like it may stretch a little bit further into Arkansas like that. But right now that's the main area that I'm thinking of at the moment. And if you compare that to the day 3 SPC outlook, they're definitely a little bit further to the northwest than what I would be thinking right now. But it all comes down to morning convection, because if morning convection is not a big problem, then you could curve that right back up more into Illinois, or more into Illinois and Iowa. Yeah, still none of these look great. It's a very sloppy mess. Big old slop fest. Pretty, I agree. That's why I think a day 3 moderate. I still think that was something they should have pulled. I think we're gonna go moderate eventually. 000H starts rendering here in about 20 minutes. A little less than 20 minutes. And we'll be out till the last few days of, or the last few hours of Monday. About an hour and 10 from now. So if you don't want to watch the whole thing render in, just start checking it at about like 9:40. Right about 9:40 Eastern time, and it should be very close to the end of Monday. Holy crap. Man. I wish we had a closer radar. I wish we had a closer radar. That is insane. Absolutely wild. Crazy upper level rotation, but as we know, most likely that's going to get weaker further to the surface, closer to the surface there. But this thing's going to drop a big tornado. It's a strong to intense tornado that really, regardless of the velocity signature here that we see this far out, just because of how insane this supercell looks. It's definitely a bit bulky to the northwest side because it's undergone mergers, but you can see a giant mothership supercell with this thing and a big inflow notch right in there. I would be pretty surprised if this isn't going to be producing a tornado here shortly. And look at that fat meso right there, dude. That is crazy. Again, look at the crazy inflow notch right there. And then a giant meso in there. Absolute insanity right there. We could play around a little bit more with velocity too, even though this is far. Sometimes you can get a good look at the structure there. You could see a little bit better of an updraft structure there. Just crazy. Gracious. Good old Texas Supercell, man. I don't know about a strong tor threat for the DFW. It depends on how this storm continues to evolve, but it's definitely heading towards the DFW. Definitely heading that way. Here's your clustered mess back in Oklahoma. Your moderate risk for severe weather. Storms are definitely not as intense as expected. I can tell you that. And that conditional hail threat of 3+ inches in diameter and conditional tor threat of a strong tor or two up here in Oklahoma. I mean, still wouldn't rule out a strong tornado, but yikes. Hail threat probably is just going to go down from here, not up. We may have a little increase in the hail threat with some of these embedded storms, but we're looking at this stuff congealing into a sloppy cluster. But it might. It depends how embedded they stay. Like if they stay like this, where you could clearly make out multiple storms, multiple embedded supercells, yeah, hail risk will keep going up. But if they start looking a bit more line-ish, then it's going to go down quickly. Let's go back to Texas. I wouldn't be trusting really anything you see here on radar. I mean, we can generally get a grasp of like the velocity and the reflectivity, but yeah, like that vortex signature there that says a tornado's ongoing, I wouldn't trust that at all. But I would be pretty shocked if this hasn't produced a tornado in the last 15 minutes. I would be pretty shocked. I mean, that is an absolutely insane look. A new MCD. Where is this going to be for? Northeast Oklahoma, Southeast Kansas, Northwest Arkansas, and a sliver of Southwest Missouri. Extraordinarily extreme Southwest Missouri. A corridor of locally higher hail potential will persist for a few more hours. Large hail up to roughly 2.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds of roughly 55 to 70 miles per hour, and a brief weak tornado are all possible. I mean, this is one of the most insane supercells I have seen in Texas this year. If not, it is. I think it is the most insane. I can't really recall anything like this in Texas this year so far. An absolute beast of a storm here. Like, look at that. You see your mesocyclone right there. Once again, very clear indent. Just wild. Absolutely crazy, dude. Let's go back over to velocity here. Again, still a large a confluence signature here. Really large area of rotation. Trying to get its act together, but it's not very tight. I have a feeling like the reason why it's not very tight here could be because we're far from the radar. Or could just be because we're looking higher up in the atmosphere, which is another reason far from the radar. And we're looking almost 7,000 feet up here. How does this look from the DFW radar? Because we're getting closer to switch into that. Wow. I mean, that still agrees with it being broad, but strong. So basically, broad, if you don't know what that means, is that the pixels are not very, very close to each other. It's not pixel on the greatest area of velocity. And then strong area here, a strong area of confluence, again, means that it's broad rotation, not very tight, but the winds around that supercell in the mesocyclone are very strong. So you have very strong winds around the mesocyclone, and then where a tornado would be, it's not very gate to gate. It's still pretty broad. So strong rotation, but not tight rotation. All right, let's measure here for the radar site. 74 miles away. I think we're closer with the DFW radar now. Yep, 79 miles away. We are closer with the DFW radar. So, no point to not switch, so let's switch. No reason to not switch to this one. Shows freaking hail inside of the hook echo. Like, what? Gracious, dude. Yeah, again, you could see just the insane inflow notch here. Just an insane inflow notch where those winds are just screaming into the mesocyclone of this possible tornado. And then your RFD is right back here. That's your RFD winds right in here that are sometimes just as strong as the tornado. And then your forward flank downdraft is also, right in there with your inflow wind speeds. That's your forward flank downdraft right in there. On the ground, apparently. Definitely wouldn't surprise me. Let's go see. Yep, wispy little tornado on the ground right now. So not that strong and not that large right now. That's probably because of this lack of tight rotation. Large, strong confluence, but no actual gate-to-gate strong rotation. All right, let's go back up to Oklahoma here. Still 3 tornado warnings in effect. This one looks a lot weaker for Paul's Valley. This one looks broader, still present though. And then that one's in a radar hole. So we'll monitor those. Still 2 tornado warnings in Oklahoma. And technically 2 tornado warnings here in Texas to give us an overall of 4 tornado warnings, 0 observed. Although we may get an observed warning shortly as a strong tornado is beginning to touch down here towards Jacksboro in Texas. That looks a lot tighter. This might be a bit corrupted, but see how those red and blues got closer to each other compared to just 2 scans ago? That's why we have a tornado on the ground now. Because those winds got tighter and closer. So I'd expect them to observe this shortly if we continue to see this tornado on the ground. Very wispy multi-vortex tornado. Trying to be a strong tornado here once again. Let's go back to Oklahoma, where we just got a new tornado warning up here for Milburn in Oklahoma. Make sure you're in your safe spot now, as you have a imminent tornado threat for you. So now we're up to 3 tornado warnings here in Oklahoma. But still our most dangerous one is in Texas. Heading towards Jacksboro. Man, Jacksboro, I didn't realize this was such a populated area here. Man, this is a much more populated tornado warning now. The last one had 46 in it. This one has 5,191. My local hail risk verified. 1-inch hail report in Grove. I'm surprised stuff happened up here. I am. I didn't think we were going to see much up here, but we did. Now, I knew we were going to see stuff over in here, but I didn't think it would be in northeastern Oklahoma. I didn't expect that stuff. But at least you ain't got no tornado. So, oh my word, you're really actually correct. I apologize, y'all. I've been on the wrong storm the whole time. This is the one on the ground. Here in Roth and Hickory. Never done that one before. Guess there's a time for everything. This is the storm with a tornado on the ground, not the one in Texas. I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize the location of the chaser till now. I've never done that one before. That's insane. I apologize. Big mistake on my behalf right there. Tornadoes on the ground here in Hickory and Rough, Oklahoma. Not sure exactly where this thing's on the ground at, though. It's somehow a wispy multi-vortex tornado. It looks like it's lifting, though. If not lifted. Has that lifted? Looks like it's lifted to me. I think this is lifted. So this was on the ground. Where in the world? I assume it would be in here. I don't think it would be on that northern portion. I feel like that's corruption back up there. I believe that it's east of Hickory, Oklahoma, where we have a tornado that was on the ground and may still be on the ground. Go back a couple scans. I did, and I didn't see anything. I mean, for one moment, that was tight. But I'm surprised that produced such a good tornado. That was a good tornado. That was a multi-vortex tornado. And easily could have been strong, too. Any of those vortices could have been strong. So the Texas one hasn't been on the ground from a chaser. That was actually the one in Oklahoma because I don't know how to read. But this storm in Texas, I would not be shocked if it's produced a tornado or about to produce a tornado here as it goes towards Jacksboro in Texas. So once again, we just had a tornado, now pretty sure lifted in Hickory, Oklahoma. We've had one tornado with this storm in Texas, and that was the PDS warning quite a while earlier. We haven't had an observed tornado on this storm since that PDS tornado warning quite a while ago with this cell in northern Texas. However, this storm is very much capable of producing a strong tornado. And with how far radar is and the fact that this is a relatively rural area up until now, where it's no longer that rural, like I said, now over 5,000 people in this warning, there very easily could have been a tornado on the ground, and we just didn't see because radar's far, and we didn't know from chasers because it's so rural. I'm sure chasers aren't going to be going out to the middle of one of these random streets and risking getting hit by a bunch of debris and trees and trapped too. This road is a tempting road here, but problem is if there's one tree down on that road, you're done. You got to turn back and you got to go all the way back up and around until you can get back on that main road. Maybe a few chasers risked it, but I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, you can see there's no spotters there. There's a spotter down here and a spotter here and a few spotters in this area trying to get in front of it. So like I said, I mean, if you go out here and there's a tree that's on the road, your day's pretty much done because you're going to have to turn around and go 30 minutes out of the way or more. All right, let's go back up to Oklahoma again. So you can see there's your tornado report east of Hickory. That was from broadcast media, which I believe was from the chaser that we were probably watching there. I can't believe I made that mistake. I've never done that before. Never done that before. That's crazy. Completely wrong storm. Not even in the right state. Not even in the right state. Also, another tornado warning came out here south of Mill Creek in Oklahoma. So now we're very active. Now we're up to 6 tornado warnings here and a PDS severe. Yep. This Texas storm, I mean, if we do have a tornado on the ground, it would be right on the edge of the 2% and 5% and getting very close to the 5 sig 1. And you can see the bulk of our tornado warnings are in the 10% sig 2 right now. And we just have random tornado out here, random tornado warning storm in Texas. That has somehow been the highlight of today so far. I say somehow, but then again, like I said, it's Texas, so. New SPC outlook here in any second. We'll wait to see what the SPC goes with. No, I think the hook just occluded. It looks like the hook just occluded to me. If you look on reflectivity, you could kind of follow where that hook is, and it looks like it wrapped up and around into the base of the hook here. Tornado warning continues for this storm in Jacksboro, Texas, for over 5,000 people. Still no tornado on the ground with this storm. Again, only tornado that we've had out of this storm was the PDS tornado warning quite a while ago, which I can't even go back far enough, so it was 30 plus minutes ago easily. It hasn't lost its hook. It just probably did a bit of a donut. Yeah, the hook just went back up into the supercell, into the base of the hook, and now it's just continuing on. The hook didn't like occlude up into the main portion of the supercell to where like the hook's gonna have to completely recycle. But that area of rotation may need to recycle located inside of now what would probably be a donut if we had a higher resolution radar. And a radar that's closer. So what we've had 3 tornadoes today thus far. One strong, I believe, is what we're at here. We've also had 3-inch hail and 2 other 2.75-inch hail events. I don't think I've seen a report yet for 3-inch hail. Let's see. Yeah, we have one for 2.5. Oh, we did have that one 3-inch hail report in Texas. That's right. So we have seen 3-inch hail today. SPC maintains a moderate. Told you they don't typically drop the risk unless the cold front's pushed through. It looks like all that's changed is the far west side of the general thunderstorm risk, marginal risk, and slight risk has been trimmed. The southwest side of the slight risk has been trimmed. And the maybe a very small sliver of the northeast side of the slight risk in Nebraska and Kansas have been trimmed. Very small, just trims. Very small adjustments from the SPC at this update. Don't have the probabilities, and we won't know them for a little while because it typically takes, recently it's been 40 minutes, but it typically takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, I think the enhanced was, let's see. Yeah, the enhanced was also dropped from the northwest side, and it was expanded to the south, too. So that might include the northern side of Dallas. But I don't know if it goes into Dallas. New MCD for this storm in central Texas, north central Texas. So that's going to be a special MCD there. Yep, specifically for this storm in Texas. Up to 4.25-inch hail. Up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and a strong tornado possible. With that new red MCD you see there, highlighted in red and white. Waiting to see the discussion here. Tornado threat continues over the next couple of hours with a mature supercell across north central Texas. Large hail, some 2 to 4 inches in diameter, also possible, and the potential for a strong tornado. It is likely that this supercell will continue to pose a risk for tornadoes. So, big time hail threat, pretty big tornado threat, and then just a ordinary severe wind threat. Wind threat is the least concern with this storm. So, Texas was the target all along. I guess the Texas storm was the main risk. All along, it was Texas. To be fair, we didn't think the Oklahoma stuff would grow upscale so quickly. Here is the new outlook. They've extended the SIG-2 hail risk into Texas. The enhanced, like I said, is split on the north side of Dallas. Dallas was, still is included inside of that 5 SIG tour. And they did expand that 5 SIG tour maybe ever so slightly. The wind risk doesn't seem like there's much major change there. And the 2 SIG tour risk was also disexpanded, now very much more limited. Oh, what's their the discussion on that? Let's see. Severe thunderstorms with the potential for large to very large hail. Tornadoes and severe wind gusts will continue this evening into tonight across portions of the southern plains and Arklatex area. Additional severe storms with hail and isolated severe wind gusts will be possible in parts of the central plains. Blah, 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 blah. Concerning the placement of the moderate, it appears that severe threat coverage will be more limited north of I-40. This is the reason the northern extent of the moderate risk area has been trimmed. You know what model did absolutely horrible today? Absolutely horrible. I know I kind of dished the SPC a little bit there. Earlier, talking about the northeast side of the moderate being too far northeast, but the RRFSA, absolute garbo. Absolute garbo on the RRFSA part here. This is the 19Z RRFSA model run. For now. And look at that. 8, 9 o'clock. I mean, talk about the worst model run right there. Did absolutely atrocious. You thought the HRRR was a bit rough. It just shows you that even the HRRR, which we think is bad, is still nothing close to the RRFSA. Wonder if that's a vortex hole here in Marietta. Yeah, if you're in Marietta, if you're not in your safe spot, you better run to your safe spot in Marietta, Texas, man. Definitely could be contaminated quite heavily. But you're still in a tornado warning, and I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk this being, you know, if it's corruption, awesome. But if it's not, you know, you better run. You really want to run to your safe spot. I would not risk it whatsoever. Give me just a moment. Dang. Apologies. Just major news happened. I gotta text Lucky real quick. There we go. Not weather related, but you know. Cactus said it. Okay. Still a tornado warning in effect here for Marietta, Texas, being your safe spot. There's no reason to think that this is on the ground. We haven't seen any debris signature, no reports, no confirmed warning. They continued it as radar indicated. So we'll continue to monitor it very, very closely. And you still want to be in your safe spot, though, if you're in any of these warnings. What are we up to? Up to 6 tornado warnings. But we'll lose one of those in 4 minutes here. Alright, this is when we start paying attention to the HRRR. Let's go ahead and switch over here. Get rid of this. Switch this. Put this here. Attach that. There we go. 31% done. And the HRRR, wow, kills... Wow. It kills the storms in Oklahoma in 1.5 to 2 hours. Wow. So right when they get off that differential heating boundary in that warm front, they get cooked. And then the storm in Arkansas just freaking vanishes like it's a magic trick. Like, what? Where does bro go? Just completely vanishes west of Little Rock. And then it does redevelop some severe threat tonight, but not nearly as high end as the previous runs for tonight. And it's down to noon tomorrow. So far, rendered to 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 16Z. Oh. Another Texas tornado warning for Bowie. Texas tornado warning again. Look at this. Little area of rotation right here. Is that Norman's jurisdiction? Fort Worth's jurisdiction there. By one county, pretty sure. So, I don't know if that's Bow or Bowie. Bowie or Bowie. Texas, get to your safe spot. You're in a tornado warning. So now we are up to 7, and we're actually up to 8 tornado warnings. 8 tornado warnings. Wow. It sure doesn't feel like it, but we've got tornado warning spam here in southern Oklahoma. Hello, Brooklyn. Welcome to the stream. You know what's crazy, though? Like, the only storm that looks... None of these storms look concerning. The only storm that looks decent is the one that's not even tornado warned. All of these look like trash right now. But we are also looking, between 4 to 6.5 thousand feet up for some of these. Actually, upwards of 7,000 feet up for some of these. But being your safe spot, any of these could develop a tornado. But again, none of them look great right now. Mill Creek has a tour. Which one's that one? I forgot. Oh, there's big problem. Mill Creek has 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings around it. Which one? Big problem there, bud. There's 4 tornado warnings around Mill Creek, and none of them are actually for Mill Creek. For you, I wouldn't rule out an isolated storm here in, over the next hour or so. Just some light to moderate rainfall, maybe a few lightning strikes. But I don't think anything notable in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Everything has stayed to your north. And really, everything stayed to your northwest, your north, your northeast, your southeast, and your south. We've had kind of this dome across central Oklahoma. Right in here where we've seen next to nothing. Yeah, hail hasn't really verified. I mean, we've had 3-inch hail, but we were thinking, multiple hailstones of 4+ inches in diameter from 1 or 2 storms. That hasn't really verified, but there's your new SPC outlook. You could see they did extend that 2 sig hail all the way to the border here of the enhanced risk, and actually a 2 sig 15% hail risk. Look at that. Not something you'll see often whatsoever right there. Tornado risk, they pushed that 5 sig and 2 sig to the southwest. And the 10 sig too. They've shrunk to a small corridor where we have our active warnings at. And then the wind threat, they've kept relatively the same. Yeah, today's not going to verify as a moderate. I think today would have done just fine as a 10 sig 1 tour. The hail risk, though, that was really something that looked insane last night and insane this morning. So it depended on when they pulled the moderate. That this shows that holding off on the moderate is very important, especially, even could go for Monday too. You never know, because everything looked great for this risk yesterday morning all the way up till this morning, and then once we figured out we had that cloud cover sticking around forever, that's when we realized, yeah, the moderate's probably not going to perform. But there you go for 2.75-inch hail for Texas now. Yeah, this is going to be angled towards Fort Worth, so probably not downtown Dallas to get the worst of this, but downtown Fort Worth could be in some trouble here in about an hour and a half or so. HRRR continuing to render now for tomorrow. Let's see if it shows anything crazy. Starting to show the beginning, around 1 of severe weather tomorrow afternoon. Very high chance I will not be watching these storms on stream. I plan to do probably 2 streams tomorrow. I plan to do a coverage stream. Or, no, my bad. I plan to not do a coverage stream. I plan to do 2 briefings. I plan to do a briefing before probably anybody goes live tomorrow. Probably a briefing at about 2 o'clock or as soon as possible. 1:30, 2 o'clock tomorrow. Be live for an hour. End stream. Watch the entire duration of the Talladega race tomorrow with Lucky. Hopefully, he's been absolutely begging me to do that for the last week. You all heard him even say that on stream. So I'm hoping to hold off on streams all the way until 8 o'clock tomorrow on that second stream. So 1 stream tomorrow afternoon about 1:32, and then a second live stream close to 8 o'clock tomorrow night Eastern time. So that's the plan. Roughly 1:30 and roughly 8 o'clock tomorrow. 2 live streams. First one will be short, probably an hour. Second one could be a little bit longer. But yeah, you can see the HRRR here for 6 o'clock definitely does have some severe storms rolling through Iowa, Nebraska, Missouri, Kansas there tomorrow. Holy warning galore. Am I tripping, or do we have 3 tornado warnings for the same area? What? Norman is trying to, like, I don't know, they're trying to just issue a bunch of warnings out here, and I don't know what's happening, because this one looks like it's not rotating, this one looks like it's not rotating, this one looks like it's not rotating. And then this one is far south, so I get warning this, but 3 warnings here? Golly, man. Some crazy warnings over here in Oklahoma. It looks like that hook's not as present now. Now that we're getting closer to the radar site and can see it well, it looks like it's not hooking as much. But I wouldn't be shocked if this eventually produced another tornado. So we had the PDS warning back in here. Somewhere in here. And I wouldn't be shocked if we saw 1 more, maybe even 2 more additional tornadoes sometime between that PDS tornado warning and where we are now with this storm. Yeah, and I do think we could see a brief tornado or two, maybe even one brief strong one before I end up live streaming tomorrow. Because like I said, we'll have a live stream about 1:32, which will be right in here between these two frames. We'll be live for an hour or so. And this is for about 7 o'clock, and I think we could have a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong sometime between roughly 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. out in this area. 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then right about 8 or 9 p.m., as this stuff is either beginning to weaken or dying off, we'll start to see that conditional risk here in Kansas and Oklahoma become probably a problem. So this storm in Texas should die off after it goes through Fort Worth, which will be here in about an hour. So after it passes Fort Worth, it should be on a weakening trend from here on out. Not to say, though, that we won't see another tornado out of it. We could see another tornado out of it. And then we'll have to see if any additional storms fire in the vicinity of these two storms here. HRRR not firing any supercells tomorrow so far. So if you're thinking what I'm thinking, yeah, if there's no supercells tomorrow, those don't cause overconvection. I wonder what the rest of this model run's going to have to show. It is starting to fire a little bit. Very late, though. It's 10 o'clock. It is starting to fire a bit more, so... yeah, here comes the volatile environment. We'll see if anything really explodes here at 11 o'clock midnight on this model run. Yeah, but today definitely underperformed from my expectations. Maybe my expectations were a little bit too high today. North of OKC? Oh, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Probably won't even get rain tonight. Unless something absolutely unexpected happens, but probably won't even get rain up there. A lot went wrong for today's tornado risk. I mean, we're still having tornadoes, but, you know, mixture of cloud cover or differential heating boundary not going far enough north. Clustered supercells also firing maybe a little bit too early, possibly a little too early. Definitely some things went wrong today. Golly, the environment in south central Kansas, northwest Oklahoma. Whoo-wee. Something fired on that, you'd be looking at multiple violent tornadoes possible, but nothing's going to fire there. It's got strong, very strong capping and not a lot of forcing, so you don't got to worry about that. Oh, crap. Oh, my goodness. Yo. We'll see how much those grow. See if those can fight the cap. See if those can fight the cap here. See what it has next frame. I'm curious if the cap can, like, mitigate their updrafts, or if they're going to blow right past that cap. So far, HRRR is leaving me on a cliffhanger. I haven't gotten a frame in like 3 minutes. Why was the severe watch flashing? Good question. Let's find out. I bet I could tell you, but I'm going to actually just show you instead. So I'm not sure why yours was flashing. They may have updated something, but I could tell you why the one in Kansas was flashing is because they disextended it. Typically, if something's flashing on here that's not a tornado warning, that means it's just gotten updated. So tornado warnings, I have them to flash no matter what, but severe warnings, they'll flash if updated. Tornado watches, severe watches will flash if updated. The only thing that flashes forever is the tornado warnings. So they might have updated something with your watch, or maybe just could have extended it or something in terms of the time. Yeah, see, that'd be a big problem. Yeah, what the heck? That updraft definitely got through the cap. That would be the potential for an intense to violent tornado threat at midnight tomorrow. 11 p.m. tomorrow, midnight technically Monday morning, if we want to be specific. But I don't know, that capping definitely is going to try to hold it down. And there's no guarantee that that fires by any means. There is no guarantee whatsoever that that fires. See how the storms further to the north fire? I think that's more likely, but a storm on like the border of Oklahoma and Kansas, I think is less likely to occur. But if it does occur, is substantially more likely to produce an strong to intense plus tornado. New little hook trying to form here in Texas. This could warrant a new tornado warning if the National Weather Service deems it strong enough downstream for a runaway bay and into maybe as far southeast as Springtown, and then eventually downstream, like I said, going to be heading close to Weatherford and Fort Worth. Now, we had a viewer from Ardmore earlier. You just got a good severe weather bubble right over you. Things are staying off to your north and then going off to the south like that. And then things have stayed off to your west too down in here. Hopefully you ain't using up all your luck at once. But it looks like things might stay in all directions but in Ardmore, Oklahoma. Holy crap. Big problems on that HRRR run. Oh my goodness. Oof. Is that Wichita that this Supercell goes right through on this run? Sure is. Not saying that's going to happen, but man. If that fires, that is going to be an extraordinarily dangerous storm. I think we've got a lot more confidence in storms firing along the front up here, but a lot less confidence in storms firing down here. So I think the ceiling is higher in here, but the potential for storms to fire is lower. And I think the ceiling is lower up here, but the potential for storms to fire is higher. That's my thinking right now. I mean, shoot. That's a Sig 3 environment, y'all. I mean, what's the lowest Sig 3 they can issue for probabilities? 10% Sig 3 or something? 10% Sig 3 Tor. It might happen. Because that's an extremely... if you're looking at, like, what was that? 40-something Supercell composite? 44 Supercell composite? The question is it too conditional for a Sig 3? That's the question. Is it too conditional? A lot of this stuff is north of the boundary, by the way. Let's mark that boundary. A lot of that stuff is north of the boundary, so a lot of that stuff is hail and damaging winds with a brief tornado risk. Now, towards the beginning of this event, maybe not so much. Can't take soundings on the HRRR on COD. I don't know. It depends on how many models end up showing that tomorrow morning, but I do think a Sig 2 is going to happen. I don't know about a Sig 3. No longer tornado warning on this storm in Texas. No warnings in Texas, man. With that, we are now down to 4 tornado warnings, and they are all in Oklahoma. And over half of them, 3 of them, are for this one storm. And then we got one little one for an area of practically no rotation, to be honest with you. Well, there's a wall cloud, so not no rotation, but weak rotation. You're going to get nut in Brooklyn. It is a very conditional risk for anything to fire along the dry line tomorrow in Oklahoma. It's very conditional. And even if storms do fire, they are most likely going to be hailers. But that's something to watch, you know? That's how we... I really hate to use this as an example. I apologize. But that is how we got the Enid tornado. It was a very, very conditional risk of if something fired on the dry line. And I'm not saying it's the same type scenario for tomorrow night, but it's that type of setup where the dry line is there and you have a volatile environment, and it's all about if something fires. If something fires tomorrow, it could go crazy, and that could be anywhere from southern Kansas to northern Texas. If something fires along that dry line, it could be a problem for anybody in that area. And that's a big if. Right now, the HRRR only has one storm in southern Kansas being the big problem. So we'll have to see, but very favorable environment. And I do think that Tulsa would still be fine, even if something fired on the dry line. I think this very big risk is going to pass by without a whisper. But just know, when you wake up Monday morning, if you step outside, it's going to be horrible. You're going to have a volatile environment right above your head. And you're going to be very thankful for that capping. Because you're going to have one of the most volatile environments of the year for eastern Oklahoma right over your head. Absolutely cranking for the potential of all significant severe hazards. But that cap is going to hold it. Shows you how insane the capping is. That little lid can stop a full-fledged major tornado outbreak from happening. But thing is, I think that lid's only going to hold so long on Monday, and I think it's only a matter of time before we do end up with, I'm not saying a major tornado outbreak, but I do think we could end up with a tornado outbreak on Monday. So far, the HRRR is correct, with these storms literally just dying at 9:30 Eastern. These guys are still holding strong because they're in a big cluster together. So we'll see. I don't know about top 5 weather warrior. I haven't been paying very close attention or something like that to the environment every single year, but I know it's not too often that we see 44 supercell, 47 supercell, 48 supercell composite. Kept going up. 48 supercell composite in Oklahoma, in Kansas. I know we don't see that very often, but I don't know if it's like a top 5 or a top 10 moment. One thing I can tell you is look how much further south that morning convection is. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, warm sector. Bye-bye. That is going to drastically decrease the threat of severe weather on Monday. That is a exponentially further south morning convection than the 18Z. So we'll see. This is a low end. This is probably a low end scenario. So we'll see what the rest of the HRRR has to show us here. This is probably a low end scenario where we get so much morning convection in the morning hours and then it wipes out the warm sector. But that's going to hold off the instability from really doing anything in Missouri till probably close to noon. So keep in mind, this is probably going to show a lower end scenario for Monday. Back to a tornado warning in Texas. New tornado warning as this area of convergence is coming together and trying to get tighter here south of Runway Bay as it moves towards Springtown. Springtown, not yet in that tornado warning, but definitely moving right for like Boonesville and Willow Point here. And then here in about roughly 40 minutes or so, going to be moving right towards Springtown, Texas. Also still a PDS severe warning for 2.75-inch hail there. It depends greatly on how much the environment recovers, but I do just want to note, again, this is a low-end scenario that the HRRR is portraying here. It really, regardless of how much the atmosphere recovers, the point is this much over convection is unlikely Monday morning. And if it does come to fruition, that is still going to be the low end. Like, that's going to be the floor of Monday. So whatever the rest of this model run shows, just keep in mind, that's like the floor of Monday's potential. They are not removing the 45 sig. That's just, not going to lie, that's just stupid to say. That's a very stupid thing to say. They are not removing the 45 sig. And actually, the 45 sig won't even be a thing tomorrow because it's going to be changed into something else. It splits up into probabilities. It splits up into hail and wind probabilities. And see, you still have a volatile environment here in Missouri. So we'll see. Why would I check the 15Z wrap for tomorrow when the 21Z wrap is available? Only time you want to look at older data is if you're comparing. You don't want to purposefully go look at old data just to say, oh, look, the risk is much higher. If I use this 12-hour old data, this risk looks higher. That's like ignoring downtrends. That's like me going back to like the 12Z HRRR and then pretending that this is what we're going to see tonight still in Texas. You don't want to go back and use older model data. That's not good. Only time you want to do that is if you're comparing. So like if I go to the wrap model, look at 21Z wrap for 21Z Monday, go to previous runs, and it's not even going to let me do that either. Because you got to do it manually. I can already tell you one thing. 15Z wrap is definitely more impressive. And I can already tell you the reason why is because the 15Z has a closed 500 millibar low, and the 21Z doesn't. But yeah, still look, there's noon. Goodbye, warm sector. Your warm sector is completely gone. This is your whole open warm sector. That should be full of cape, completely just gone. And then look at the wrap. The wrap 21Z has that full of instability here. Rockets, you don't get the point, buddy. This morning convection is laying down a boundary. This is a boundary. The instability can't get through this. It's stuck. There's a boundary. It's not physically possible for the instability to get north of this boundary. You can get instability to recover north of that boundary, but this instability down in here is not going to go north of that boundary. And you could see your recovery of your atmosphere here in Missouri is 190 instability at 1 p.m. The NAM shows this. That boundary, instability doesn't get through that boundary until your cold front comes through. Your cold front comes through, and that is the forcing that helps push that boundary up. And that's when your atmosphere begins to fully recover. And that happens pretty late on the NAM 3K. And remember, the NAM 3K is actually now more in line with the HRRR 00Z. So it would be a very close call. But look at that. I mean, this is your best instability barely gets north of St. Louis. Keep in mind the SPC has a 30% hatched risk all the way up 45 sig 1 into eastern Iowa and a 30 sig 1 into southwest Wisconsin. So again, if this does happen, it's a lower in scenario, but it's still, I'm not saying it's not going to be a big threat. You're still going to have the risk for an intense tornado threat, even if this lower in scenario does come to fruition. I don't know about tomorrow uptrending. It's a very conditional day. Until we get more models on board and until I wake up tomorrow and see exactly what's happening with mesoanalysis, I'm not necessarily going to call it an uptrend for tomorrow. No, your environment's actually getting a little bit better. And look, here comes that cold front. See, but your boundary is still sagging south. But you can see your cold front is helping to pull some of that instability more north. Now that that forcing from your cold front's coming in. And there you go. You actually do start to get a good tornado threat in Iowa. But still, look at the big chunk of your open warm sector that is still not doing so hot from that huge morning convection. Whereas the wrap, look at the wrap. Look at the difference between the wrap and the HRRR. Huge difference. Huge difference. Also, something to watch would be, these storms continuing as a severe threat fully overnight. These storms would track from central Kansas, southwest central Kansas, all the way till western Indiana. All right, have a good night, Brooklyn. Hopefully you feel better. Yeah, nothing's going to fire in southern Missouri till the overnight hours, most likely. The NAM doesn't fire in southern Missouri pretty much at all until 9 p.m., which is 01Z. This confluence band could fire an isolated supercell or two, But even in that case, it's not in the most volatile environment. Oh, there you go. There's some of a bit better threat in northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa. Yeah, but just not looking great. Very poor look for Monday. Still have the risk for a strong to intense tornado, but that's a very poor look. Definitely I don't think that would be worth a moderate. Unless something big happens in the last 3 frames. Let's see here. It's funny now you say let's not take the HRRR seriously after literally just saying that it was uptrending for tomorrow. That's funny. HRRR is uptrending for tomorrow, but I'm not going to listen to what it has for Monday because it shows an underperforming risk. Love it. I love to see it when storm chasers and weather enthusiasts pick and choose what model runs they listen to. Let's see. So, yeah, we'll keep on watching that. Still some tornadic areas of rotation to watch. Oh, they did tornado warn this storm up near Sunset. Yeah, nothing too crazy happening right now. Monday is slop. Only if that morning convection is actually that widespread, Monday will be more sloppy. Yeah, Central Illinois storms are just fully slop-fested elevated. Well, how'd your atmosphere recovery go, Rockets? Told you that boundary was going to get it. I definitely recovered more in northwestern and north central Missouri, but yeah, you could see that's the area that it fires in here the most. Yeah, and then you can see this is going to be your conditional risk, which the HRRR might not go out far enough to show here across southeast Missouri. And even then, the environment not very impressive. I feel like the HRRR not showing the full potential of our environment on Monday. But that's where your conditional risk is. Maybe a little confluence band or a little forcing mechanism trying to happen right there. And there. That looks much more like, this looks like a confluence band. That looks like a confluence band right there. Oh, see? Oh, see? Yep, the HRRR a little bit higher on the Supercell composite. Maybe. That's your a bit more of a conditional risk there in Missouri. And notice how that is literally like the only spot where we don't see much overconvection at all. Like literally, that's like the only untouched area. So this is, once again, this is like the floor. This is like the floor for the event, which still is easily an enhanced risk, maybe a borderline moderate. Maybe a borderline moderate. So we'll see what the NAM 00Z has to say, which is 14% done right now. Let's go back down here to Texas. Looks meh. Not really that big of a threat. Definitely be in your safe spot. Definitely be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot. But in terms of rotation compared to what we've seen in the past with this, it looks meh. I'll be honest, I don't think this scenario is likely whatsoever, and I'm not trying to hype. I don't know. You can't just ignore it, you know? The RAP shows it, the HRRR shows it, the NAM3K shows it, the RRFSA partially shows it. Why are you just throwing it out the window because it doesn't show the death and destruction that you want? The only model run that doesn't show it very widespread is the RAP, which we can consider that an outlier at this point. Even the GFS shows it a bit, and the Euro, well, maybe not as bad on the 18Z. But the Euro even still shows it a bit. Canadian shows it a bit too. Now, given, not to the degree that the HRRR shows. I will say that. Definitely not to the degree that the HRRR shows. Definitely not. So the HRRR and the NAM are in agreement, but the GFS and the Euro still kind of show... They show morning convection, but not to the degree that the NAM and the HRRR have. So we'll see. It's got plenty of time to change, you know? It's got plenty of time to re-uptrend. Plenty of time to re-uptrend. So I very much agree with like Aaron saying it can change. But to say that you just straight up don't think this is going to happen when all of our main models, most of our models are showing it, yeah, you can't just ignore it. If it downtrends and trends the other way, okay, we'll keep watching the HRRR and it trends the way it trends. But if it uptrends, you can't do this. You can't. When the HRRR uptrends, you can't say that's going to happen. And then when it downtrends, that's not going to happen. Then when it uptrends again, that's going to happen. Then when it downtrends again, not going to happen. If you keep doing that, you're going to have an inconsistent forecast. If you keep just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just following the HRRR model run. You have to look at the average, which is morning convection is likely, but not to the degree that the 00Z HRRR is showing. The 18Z is more likely. I'm not saying you're saying it in specifically, Aaron. I'm not. I'm just saying like people who pick and choose the models that they want to listen to. Like Rocket's low-key kind of giving off a bit of that vibe. Saying that he doesn't think this degree of morning convection is going to happen. Models have gotten morning convection wrong many times, and models have also significantly underdone morning convection many times. You know how many times morning convection has completely trashed a risk? Morning convection and over convection trashes so many risks. And it's the #1 bust mode for Monday, so I don't know why you're trying to throw it in the trash can like it's not a possibility. In that case, if a bust mode is not even possible, they might as well have just thrown out a day 3 high risk. Because again, like the only model run that shows today, Monday's full potential is probably the RAP model. That's like the only model that shows the true ceiling of our event. So it could go anyway, right? It can go anyway. It could definitely trend towards what Rockets is saying with a very crazy risk. And it could definitely trend towards what the 00Z HRRR is saying with overconvection of the open warm sector with a more conditional intense tornado threat. And it could be in the middle ground with what the Storm Prediction Center is saying. Rockets, you're digging yourself in a deeper hole, buddy. I'm just saying I don't trust the HRRR and the NAM. So what do you trust? If you don't trust the two main cam models, what do you trust? Like, hello? I'm not following here. Are you just not going to give your forecast until storms fire? Like, imagine if the SBC just never issued a risk area until storms fired. Oh, so you guys aren't trying to forecast. You're trying to nowcast 48 hours out. I got it. My bad. I thought we were trying to figure out what Monday's going to do, in advance to help, spread weather awareness and give a bigger heads up. Nah, Caleb, that do have to be rage bait, though. That's why I didn't even bother with that comment. No, you guys are literally, Rockets is literally just saying, like, he doesn't trust model runs until they are happening. Like, literally, go back up right here. I don't trust the NAM3K or the HRRR, the NAMNIST or the HRRR until it gets closer. Like, bro. So you're just not going to trust anything until day of. And then, by the way, closer isn't always more accurate when it comes to the HRRR because we saw that today. Get too close to day of, models start to screw things up just as bad as they were, the day before. Still a good area of convergence here. A little bit of rotation, and then better convergence kind of behind that, honestly. Yeah, this is very concerning because if you're in a runaway bay and the first storm passed you, there's actually a second storm that is just as tornadic behind that. So don't get out of your safe spot, runaway bay. Even though the main storm already passed you, there's still a storm right overhead that is very much capable of producing a tornado. So we'll watch that. Man, you guys in chat need a better way to convey your messages. Golly. Here's my message for Monday. Very significant severe weather event, still on par. Likely going to see a tornado outbreak, just uncertainty on the scale of it. In the main bus mode is morning convection, but regardless of morning convection, we're looking at a significant event. And I wouldn't throw away any model run just because it doesn't show what I want. There's like a stalling area of rotation almost over Runaway Bay. So be in your safe spot if you're in Runaway Bay. This is the only tornado warning left now. No more tornado warnings. Let's see. Any model run besides the NAM3K and HRRR showing that much morning convection. Here's your problem, though. Those are your two main cams, and you just threw both of them out the window. Those are your two main cams 48 hours in advance. We haven't got the 03Z wrap yet. But I can already tell you the 03 wrap or the 00Z wrap already has a bunch of convection in eastern Kansas right off the gate. Just like the HRRR and the NAM. Here comes the 00Z. We'll see if the 00Z NAM3K starts to drop off with that morning convection potential. Yeah. Probably a weak, brief tornado ongoing near Runaway Bay. So, make sure you're in your safe spot. Not very strong rotation. But that CC is being lofted up a little bit higher here. We'll have to see what that shows next scan. That might be a bit stronger than what I'm thinking right now. But probable tornado ongoing in Runaway Bay, Texas. And these storms, Oklahoma, man, they just died out fast. Still 2 severes there, but they died out very quick. I think that's the new scan. That CC's fully gone. Yep. There you go. So, probable brief weak tornado right there. Still a pretty good couplet, though, so we could get, if that's lifted, if it's lifted, because just because it doesn't show CC doesn't mean it's completely lifted. If it's lifted, we could get another one. If it's not lifted, well, then that newest scan, a little bit tighter. So, yeah, I want to go back to this real quick. How come the 12Z Canadian taking that long, bro? 12Z Canadian still ain't even fully rendered. It's strange that the Canadian, I don't even know what the Canadian's doing, dude. That's crazy. I swear the Canadian low-key just be doing whatever it wants. Think models are underdoing convection for Sunday. I don't think they're underdoing it necessarily, but they could have the complete and utter wrong spot. We don't know the spot of the morning convection. There's going to be morning convection. I can almost 100% guarantee it. The question is the spot. Is it further down south, further up north, or really far up north? I don't really see a way how there's not morning convection. I truly don't. The only slightly way is if, like, literally nothing happens tomorrow. I mean, nothing. Like, you have a cap that holds all day and you see no convection fire tomorrow night. And the risk tomorrow is just a full-blown utter bust. Definitely quite a bit stronger on that newest scan. Easily could have a tornado. Maybe borderline strong here, southwest, west-southwest of Runaway Bay. If that is on the ground. So we'll wait to see if CC has anything on the next scan here. This warning expires in 9 minutes. I guess they're just going to keep this warning here. No CC on that new scan. They're just going to keep this warning here till it expires and then maybe issue a new one over here. But yeah. Power flashes. Ooh. Yeah, that's most probable a tornado. Most probable a tornado. Trying to pause this in between flashes. I can't fully see if there's a tornado down there, but if there is, it's likely a significant tornado on the ground here west of Runaway Bay, Texas. Still no CC drop here. Haven't gotten any good view of this thing yet. I had a there's a brief power flash that illuminated it, but still couldn't confirm it. Yeah, this is also moving to the west, by the way. This is a west moving tornado. Extraordinarily rare. Ooh, wait, that was a good one. Hold on. That was a good one. I believe I just saw debris on that. Might have to put it down to 0.25. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tornado. No notable CC, though, so hopefully it's just in a field. Not doing any damage. Just can't get the right frame of it to fully see it. To see how large it is and how strong it is. But it's definitely down. Northwest moving tornado now. So thankfully it moved away from downtown Runaway Bay. Literally moved away from it by moving to the west-northwest. So again, tornado on the ground west of Runaway Bay in Texas. Get to your safe spot. It's only tornado warning in effect right now. And it's now, I believe, outside the tornado warned area. So we'll see if we get a new warning or not. I like how every single one of you guys called that CC when it's misaligned from the hook. That's great. Go to 6 panel, see how much that lines up. You can see there's ZDR dropping on the northern end of that. So very small amount of CC, like these very few pixels in here. Putting that radar indicated is low-key wild because maybe they ain't watching the same chaser feed we are. Because I'm like 99.9% sure that's all on the ground. It's for over 24,000 people now inside that tornado warning. Yeah, like I said, that's CC. Only very few pixels actually line up with that, so that's not a very probable CC drop. And next scan, it's gone. Oh, there we go. It's gone. Not on the ground. That's all she wrote. Yeah, definitely could redevelop, though. Definitely could redevelop. Really interested to see the NAM 3K come in here for Monday. I can already tell you it's going to wipe out the warm sector just like the HRRR did, if not even more than the HRRR. Probably going to wipe out the warm sector even more than the HRRR. Very concerning that, though, the NAM fires in that volatile environment. Look at that. In that volatile environment away from the main forcing mechanism, all on its own down there in southern Kansas. I know it does quickly grow linear, but that's what the NAM does. It throws anything into a line. But definitely concerning for tomorrow night. Is the RFSA 00Z in? It's 2 frames in. A whole 2 frames. The 18Z run of that didn't initiate anything in southern Kansas. And it weakened the morning convection before it got into Illinois. So the 18Z was actually 18Z RFSA. I'd say probably more on board with the RAP model. There's like a 50-50 chance with that, man. Monday's like a 50-50 shot right now. And we're not going to know what's going to happen on Monday until, I mean, if you're staying up all night until very, very late tomorrow night or until you wake up Monday. Scale of 1 to 10, how volatile is tomorrow's environment? Depends exactly where you go. But I would say, you know, if we're talking western Oklahoma, south central Kansas, like a 9. Here comes the NAM, though, with less morning convection. Even the tiniest bit less than the 18Z. Just shows you how much uncertainty there is, man. I wouldn't be shocked if models flip-flop till day of. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some HRRR run of doom tomorrow. And then wouldn't be shocked if it flip-flops right back to a over-convected slop fest and morning slop fest. Morning convection. Yeah, depending on the uncertainty, we may not even get a day 2 moderate. You're not wrong with that, Rockets. Just depends. probably would be smart to hold off on the moderate. With how much flip-flopping we're seeing now. I mean, earlier today, there was like little to no flip-flopping at all. We were very much, up until the 18Z NAM, locked in on a high-end event. Which still, even if we do get this crazy amount of morning convection like the 00ZH has, we're still looking at a big threat. Just the ceiling of the threat is much lower if you get morning convection compared to if you don't. But yeah, I think this one's going to have even more convection than the 18Z. Golly. Sure is. It's going to have even more over convection than the 18Z run. PDS severe for Southwest Arkansas. Big old hail spike right there. Gracious. Big old hail spike. So make sure you're preferably in your safe spot if you're in that PDS severe for Point Cedar surrounding areas in southwestern Arkansas. 01ZH should be coming in now for today. Yep. 0% rendered. 00Z NAM for Monday. Definitely, like I said, way less morning convection. This would definitely be that moderate risk needed category here if this were to come to fruition. But crazy because the NAM model disagrees with the NAM 3K model. It's like, what? The 12K lower resolution disagrees with the higher run, which is the 3K. A new area to watch now on our Hook Echo in front of Runaway Bay. So that's going to be going towards Springtown. In Texas. So we'll see. Norman's risk is over. You guys have been removed if you even were in the Tornado Watch. You were in the Tornado Watch. You've been removed from that. Good chunk of... we actually lost our entire severe watch up here in Kansas and Oklahoma. This one. That watch has been canceled. And the Tornado Watch has been disexpanded from central Oklahoma and Wichita Falls, Texas. Oh, that's getting pretty tight right there. Definitely going to need to watch that. I wouldn't say the moderate was a full-blown bust, but, I mean, we're pretty dang close, you know? You're right on that edge. Right on that edge. You really are. Very, very close. A new extension to our PDS Severe Watch. This is actually, it's not an observed. Did I say watch? Warning, I meant. If I said watch, I meant warning. But this new one is radar indicated, whereas the old one is observed. Because we had this hail report 14 minutes ago of 2.75-inch hail. So the old one's observed, the new one is radar indicated. This worries me quite a bit. If this could ramp up, this could be a huge problem for Springtown. Yep. Look at the 00Z NAM 3K. A little bit further to the south with morning convection. Not as far south as I was thinking, but definitely far south. You know, it's going to depend on the instability in front of this morning convection too, and how far south it is, because who knows, that morning instability could just not be there, and then this line is considerably weaker than what this run in the 00ZH run shows for Monday. I tell you this convection's a bit weaker, so maybe not as strong of a boundary setup across Missouri compared to the HRRR. However, it lingers a lot more, man. We are at 2 p.m. and we still have morning convection dead center of the open warm sector in Missouri. But yeah, you can see the volatile environment south of that. I feel like the HRRR is underdoing the volatile environment in Missouri. Definitely wanting to watch that. That easily could be producing a tornado. How seriously should I take the 00Z HRRR? It's a model run, so it's gonna change, but it's almost. I think the 18Z is a little bit more likely. I think the 00Z is a little bit too far south, but I don't think the 00Z is a full outlier. It is something you want to take into consideration. The fact that your open warm sector could be completely wiped in the morning. But I think the 18Z HRRR is a little bit more likely right now. It all comes down to where convection fires late tomorrow night, and we're not going to know that until convection fires late tomorrow night. And really, we're not going to know much about... we won't know the full potential or non-potential of Monday until we get till, 8, 9 a.m. But like I said, it would be very stupid to completely disregard the 00Z HRRR when it now matches with the NAM 18Z and 00Z. The lower resolution models are tending to have less convection in the morning, which may actually mean the lower resolution model runs are going to be more wrong. Because typically your convecutive allowing models are able to pick up on convection better because it's a convecutive allowing model. So we'll see what wins here, but so far, great call by the Storm Prediction Center to keep that at an enhanced and not go day 3 moderate. But still, you could see if that morning convection is a little bit more north, very volatile environment across Missouri and Illinois still. Good thing that broke apart, but we still have very strong convergence here going towards Springtown, Texas. This is our only storm in Oklahoma holding on for dear life here. I mean, we do have a little severe up in northeastern Oklahoma, but that thing's pretty much dead. So only one storm holding on for dear life in Oklahoma, and it doesn't look that bad. Wouldn't be surprised if that's producing about 1.75 inch hail, or maybe even a little more. .75, 2-inch hail. Gracious day. Golly, man. That would be a giant problem. Got a big line right there, which, knowing the NAM, it's a line, obviously. But if this were the HRRR, it'd probably be more clustered to semi-discrete. I guarantee you that's going to go slam right into much of central Illinois and probably right over your house, Lucy. Have fun. Yeah, I don't know what to make of Monday. Monday, meh. Could be huge. Could be an overconvected slop fest with morning convection killing the warm sector. Right now, I think it's kind of 50-50. Watch it die out right as it gets to St. Louis, despite the volatile environment. Look at that. Look at the crazy line in front of it, too. It's wild. I can tell you this. Don't be shocked if we see a random insane uptrend Monday morning if we don't get as much overconvection. And also don't be shocked if this actually comes to fruition and we actually end up with just a garbage event. Is that a CC drop right there? Don't know why I said C so many times. Man, I'm getting tired. Right there. Looks like a potential probable CC drop right there. So, probably have a tornado on the ground here in Texas. Hello, Sam. Welcome back. Like I said, Monday's got a 50-50 shot. Really a 50-50 shot. Right now, our cams and global models disagree with each other, which is not something you see, it's not something that's very rare. It's not something that you see often, and it's not something that you don't see. Because, again, your NAM model is lower resolution, so thus it's not good with convection, and your higher resolution models are better with convection. So you get those two to disagree. How accurate is the NAMness environment? Looks potent. Typically, the HRRR underdoes the environment, and the NAM overdoes the environment. So typically, like, the RAP model is a good middle ground. However, the RAP model currently is an outlier. And we don't get our 003Z RAP in here for quite a while longer. Yeah, still looks like a CC right there. Easily could have been a brief tornado. Southwest of, mainly south of Paradise, Texas. New PDS severe for this storm also. 2.75 inch hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds, PDS for the hail. Yeah, regardless though of what morning convection does on Monday, into early Tuesday, we should have a conditional tornado threat in Arkansas. If anything gets going in there, could be some big problems. The RRFSA is next in line to get out for Monday. 00Z run is 13 frames in out of 84. So we'll continue to monitor this. Supercell, really the only one that poses the biggest threat right now in terms of tornado potential. Let's go see the 0. Is the 2Z in? No, it's the 01Z. Let me refresh that overlay at the bottom. That overlay be slacking. It doesn't refresh by itself like it should. Texas is the main... That Texas storm is the main threat tonight. And it's somehow re-intensifying, and, it turned. I don't like that. It's aimed more for Fort Worth and Dallas now. Blue thing was a new radar scan coming in. Like this thing. It's about to sweep across the screen right now. That's a new scan. There you go. Environment around this storm. Let's see the violent tornado parameter. Well, okay, it's in the bullseye. It's right on the edge of that main bullseye. 0 to 1 shouldn't be as big of a problem. Yep, safe to say we've got two big problems here. 1 and 2. Definitely two big problems. One in Texas is definitely in the better environment right now, but the one in Oklahoma is right on the edge of it as well. Wild. So this storm should keep on attempting to intensify as it progresses closer to the Fort Worth area. Really shouldn't die out till roughly midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern, as it heads out of Dallas. What risk are we in right here? 5 Sig Tor. Right on the edge of the 30 Sig 2 hail. And we're still in enhanced. Go back to College 2 page here. I know I'm zooming all over the place. That's one crazy line from central Missouri all the way to central Indiana on Monday and into Tuesday morning. I don't know, man. Still think we got quite the bit to work out for Monday at this point. A lot less confidence in it now than I was just 12 hours ago. Definitely could get some big problems here as this storm goes into Springtown. Very ominous look on radar out of this storm in Texas. Very ominous. Yeah, the NAM has been so consistently wrong. Oh. Yeah, it has been fairly consistent. I don't know. I'm not buying into the full overconvection of the open worm sector until the RRFSA buys into it, because the RRFSA is gospel. That model run's never wrong. So until that model run starts buying into it, I'm not. I've never seen that model run wrong once in my life. It definitely wasn't wrong multiple times today. They just dropped both PDS severes in Southwest Arkansas, but expanded the one here for Weatherford, Texas. So we were at 3, now we're at 2. We were at 3, lost 2, but gained 1. So we're at 2 PDS severes. Our FSA is till 3 o'clock tomorrow. It already shows initiation in Kansas at 3. I really hope tomorrow doesn't trend early, because I'm likely not going to cover. I'm probably going to do, like I said, a split stream where I'm live from roughly 1:30 or so for an hour or so. And then I spark up another live stream towards like 8. Probably going to do split briefing. We really only have 3 storms we're watching right now, y'all. There's nothing else outside of that. We have a meh storm in Northwest Arkansas. But really, there's just 3 storms we're watching. And that's it. Oh, well, we actually just got a mess storm up here in northeastern Kansas, too. One to chill, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, yeah, as this is recycling, I'm going to be right back because I haven't gotten up in another 2.5 hours. Borderline 3. So, give me 1 or 2 minutes. I will be right back. All right, I am back. I just need those brief breaks every now and then. Where's my camera at? There it is. Dang. That's a lot of wind right there. Even if this isn't going to try to spin up a tornado, you're looking at 70 to almost 80-mile-an-hour winds there with the RFD. Look at that. That is some intense, very intense RFD winds and then very intense forward flank downdraft winds. Gracious day. But those are two very strong convergent signatures. Very prominent hook echo. Have to wait and see if they connect. Golly, man, this thing probably has almost 90-mile-an-hour RFD winds right now. Holy crap. That's insane. What a hook echo. Let's see here. Let's get a 3D on this. This isn't the newest scan yet. Look at the huge inflow slot here. Huge inflow slot. Gracious. Use the force. Welcome back. Glad to see you back in the stream. Thank you for the $5 donation. You think it will hit cool Texas? You might get some literally cool outflow where the winds end up increasing a little bit. Temperatures go down drastically. Air will probably smell a lot more fresh as this passes by. But no, I don't think it will hit you. But that intense outflow boundary is definitely going to hit you. And that could be packing 20-mile-an-hour winds with it. And some very fresh air. But I think the worst of this is going to stay not even, but like half a county to your east. I mean, you're looking at a very close call. Oh my goodness. Definitely 90-mile-an-hour winds, maybe even stronger than that. RFD winds here. West of Springtown. And then Springtown dealing with forward flank winds of probably 70. But that couplet, not very tight. You could see those blue and browns, or in this case, those purple and browns aren't really mixing well with each other. And not very tight. But even with the tornado threat not being extremely imminent. Yeah, we're still looking at probably 70 to 100 mile an hour winds here. Ooh, actually, might be a little tornado on the ground right now. Despite those winds not fully hitting each other yet. Updated to 80 mile an hour winds. Yep. So this is PDS for 80 mile an hour winds and 2.75 inch hail, as well as a tornado warning for a brief tornado that could have just happened and probably is lifted at this point. But man, those RFD winds, y'all. That's 90 to 100 mile an hour RFD. And 60 to 75 forward flank downdraft winds. Still tiny little CC there. Is it still on ZDR? Not as much on ZDR, but I do think there's a brief tornado that could still be in progress here. Those velocities are a little bit tighter, so we'll see if those can connect even more on the next stream. Next scan. On the next scan, this might be trying to intensify. So we'll see what the next scan has to hold of that. Let's go back to weatherwise. This storm is mainly staying elevated, but still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with it in southern Oklahoma. Mainly big-time hail, near or just less than 2 inches in diameter with that, and 60 mile an hour winds. Man, those RFD winds, dude. Not often you get RFD like that. Not often at all. That is gracious. Is that a bigger CC? Nope, no CC. Wondering if it was going to get a bigger CC there. But I'm sure this is about to drop a big tor here. If we keep getting these winds to connect like this, definitely could be getting a big tor soon. Again, just a reminder, power flashes don't mean a tornado. When you got RFD winds of 80 to 100, a power flash easily could occur with wind speeds at or even just around 60 miles per hour. We have, like I said, 80 to 100 here. Wild inflow with your forward flank downdraft up here. And just absurd RFD. The RFD is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see the 3D scan. See if that's in yet. Somehow hasn't gotten in yet. Look at the NROT. NROT's just everywhere. GR2 doesn't know what to make of it. That's why we're using weatherwise more at the moment. I already tell you the RRFSA doesn't have as much convection tomorrow night. Look at that hook, dude. If this thing doesn't drop a big tor, the reason for it is this convection right here. That's on the north side of the hook. If that wasn't there, this would be a 10 out of 10 hook echo right now, and likely dropping a huge tor. Look at that boundary, bro. That is insane. You don't get a signature like this on radar often at all, with 70 mile an hour forward flank wind speeds and 100 mile an hour rear flank downdrafts with an insane outflow boundary, large hail up to 2.75 inches in diameter. You don't see this often much at all. Not often at all you see signatures like this. Like I said, outside of that, watching this hailstorm with a chance for a brief tornado out here northeast of Durant in Oklahoma. And then really watching this storm starting to die out now. Going towards Gum Springs, southwest Arkansas. Holy moly. Just wild. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that's getting a bit ridiculous, don't you think? It's only so high the wind speeds can go here, right? Talking about 70 here and 110 here. Golly. Oof. What a beast. And get back to radar analysis here. This is GR2. All this cluster just came together. This is what I was worrying about would happen in Oklahoma with all the clusters that we had up there earlier today. But apparently the environment just wasn't good enough for it. And apparently Texas was, which is a big shocker. Very big shocker. Yeah, I'd imagine a lot of the power flashes right now are from damaging winds and not a tornado. New MCD for a new watch across northeastern Texas, southwest Arkansas, and northwestern Louisiana. 80% chance. 55 to 70 mile an hour winds. Main threat is going to be hail of 2 to 3.5 inches in diameter and a few tornadoes, one strong possible. 90 mile an hour destructive severe. Look at that. 90 mile per hour PDS severe. That is the first one I think I've seen this year. I'm trying to think. I believe this is the first one I've seen this year. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. I think we could call corruption. Can we, though? Could be talking about some very serious downburst wind speeds here. We are talking about borderline category 4 hurricane force wind speeds here. Southwest of, on the southwest side, west side of Springtown in Texas. If that scan is legit. Borderline category 4 hurricane on land over here. And that is insanity. That new MCD, by the way, is back up here for the potential of a severe watch. A severe watch across this area here. For the continuation of some severe storms. As we lose our tornado watch here at midnight. Although I think they may continue that for longer here in Texas for very obvious said reason. Gracious day. I'm surprised we aren't seeing more CC here associated with the straight line winds out of this RFD. And normally when it lasts 2 scans that consistent, it ain't, oh my goodness. It ain't corruption. Golly. That's category 4 wind speeds right there. Mid-tier category 4 hurricane wind speeds right there on velocity. Your tornado potential is a big problem here, but honestly, bigger than the tornado potential is the RFD of 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. I would say more than 100 mile an hour winds here, but I know that radar has definitely been wrong before when it gets over about. Normally, when you start seeing winds exceed 100 miles per hour on velocity in an RFD or in a derecho, it's tough to tell if it's legitimate or not. But I mean, we're looking right into this thing, so it's like, well, there you go. There's your observed 89 mile an hour wind gusts. And that's on the northwest side of Springtown, not even where the RFD is the highest. That area hasn't even gone through the RFD. That gives me pretty good confidence we're seeing probably 100 to 110 mile an hour winds now. If this area with the velocities of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds is producing 90, borderline 90 mile an hour winds, then the velocities over here with widespread 100 to 110 is probably producing 100 to 110 mile per hour winds. Now that's starting to come down a little bit more, closer to 100 to 110, not as high as 140. Freaking mid-tier category 4 hurricane on land. Wild wind speeds. Ooh, very tight couplet. This could be dropping a huge tour very soon. If only our analysis radar was reading correctly. Very easily could drop a huge tour. Look at the donut hole here, vortex hole. Because those winds are soaring around this mesocyclone here. Question is, can it survive in this little bit more sloppy inflow notch here? But whether or not there's a tornado on the ground, if you're in Springtown, you need to be in your safe spot because this thing's produced probably 90 plus mile an hour winds. I wouldn't even be shocked if this produced winds near 110 miles per hour at one point. Observed 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning here. Radar Omega had a pixel of 160. I mean, that's category 5. Yeah, that's definitely not making it to the surface, though. Just wild. I wonder if I do storm motion from warning, if it's going to be screwing it up worse or not. Wind's starting to come down quite a bit more, but we're still at 90 to 100 mile an hour wind gusts here with our RFD. Just to show you here, by the way, this occurred in a 15% non-sig. Easily could have had a sig 1 wind risk here, but I mean, didn't really think we'd see this, so this wasn't really on tap for today. We were thinking 80 mile an hour max, not 95 to 100 and probably 110 mile an hour winds being the max. Gracious. Yeah, Springtown, you're still just chilling under this insane mesocyclone with 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts here. I said wind speed's starting to decrease here, but man. just a beast. Oh, I didn't even notice the CC from your... Oh my goodness. Didn't even notice the CC from your RFD. Look at that. This was your CC from your RFD wind speeds being so intense that debris was being lofted into the atmosphere from your RFD wind speeds here. Yeah, probably some significant damage west of Springtown, Texas, related to RFD wind speeds of 110 miles per hour. Hey, look, the velocity's back. Just in time to see a correlation coefficient drop. Spectrum width is there, but ZDR is not, which makes me not 100% confident that that is a tornado. Very well could be, but still, if it is a tornado, you need to be in your safe spot. If it's not, you need to be in your safe spot. Because regardless, we're still looking at an 80 to 90 mile an hour RFD here. Although not the 100 to 110 RFD that we had earlier. With some pixels upwards of 140 miles per hour. Although I doubt that type of wind speed was making it to the surface. Still, very, very dangerous to potentially deadly storm if you don't take shelter and act now. Want to wait for that next full scan in 10 seconds just to make sure. Since that CC barely moved, it easily could be corruption if your velocity moved and CC didn't. Yeah, your velocity moved and CC didn't, so I don't know how probable of a tornado that is. Pretty probable. Yeah, pretty probable. Still not 100% sure that that is a tornado, but you could see you have a vortex hole right here. And your CC sits almost dead center of that. So pretty probable tornado on the ground here, just south of downtown Springtown in Texas. If that is a tornado, it is one of the most rain-wrapped tornadoes possible. Because that thing's got some very crazy high DBZ values around it. It's not quite like the other day where we had hail DBZ values wrapping around a tornado. But still very crazy. Last 3D scan was right here. Man, you could just see the whole hook. The whole hook of this storm. Just a giant mesocyclone. Holy crap. Just the entire hook echo of this thing. The whole thing was fully rotating. And look at that. Oh my word. Look at the sharp inflow. Do you see that sharp inflow? That goes all the way from up here, down and around and into here. Oh my goodness. Crazy. Crazy 3D scan. I'm going to screenshot that. I'm going to get a wider view of it and screenshot that. Yeah, like right here, I think is the best one. Gracious. Yeah, probably a tornado. In that vortex hole there. Thankfully not a very low correlation coefficient drop there. Just to show you how much uncertainty we have on Monday, the RRFSA literally downtrended on morning convection. Like, dude. I want to go back to weather-wise. Still 80 to 90 mile an hour winds ongoing. I want to see if we can see the updraft in this thing on velocity. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Look at that. Wow. Very impressive. If this wasn't corrupted, it would look even crazier. But you could see this. That's the green is your RFD, the red is your inflow. So these are winds going up and into the updraft and into the main base of the supercell. And these are winds curving from behind the supercell into the hook echo. Into the behind the hook echo. Very impressive. So that's what it looks like on there, and then I'll show you on this what that is this is the RFD winds behind the hook, and then this is the winds going into the hook. You see that on reflectivity. So that is your RFD behind the hook echo, and then red was the winds going into your hook echo. Crazy. Still holding strong with 90 mile an hour wind gusts or greater being possible south of Springtown in Texas. Absolutely crazy. This is again heading right for Fort Worth too. Look at that tiny little vortex hole right there. Very easily could be a tornado in there, but again, your main concern here is actually the way more widespread 80 to 100 mile an hour wind threat with this. And then out in front, those red winds definitely have calmed down considerably, not nearly as close to 70 or 80 anymore, closer to actually 50, barely hitting 60. Way weaker inflow, but still extremely intense RFD here. Still crazy damaging winds. Still a CC perfectly right inside of that vortex hole, so still a tornado ongoing, although it's mostly been a weak tornado, but still a tornado. Your main concern is actually just barely outside of that vortex hole, where we have those, once again, 90 to 100 mile an hour winds there. Still observed 90 mile an hour wind severe here. Probably going to end up with a new tornado warning and severe warning here, angled towards Fort Worth, as it looks like this is turned more towards Fort Worth again. Doesn't look like it's heading directly for downtown Fort Worth. Right now, it looks like it's going to head towards the southwest side of Fort Worth, towards like White Settlement, Benbrook, Westover Hills, River Oaks. And the worst of those winds may be getting to the west side of downtown Fort Worth, but not the entire city. Man. Oop. Better CC drop. Lowest correlation coefficient we've had in this vortex hole. Something exploded. Something exploded on a chaser feed from the winds. Oh, can you customize this a bit more than I thought? Hold on. Oh yeah, I forgot you could customize velocity more than I thought. I have to mess with that after stream. Yeah, this should probably be confirmed because I'm pretty sure that's a tornado. That's the most probable tornado debris signature we've had out of this storm. So, probably we'll get a confirmed warning here. Oh, look at that. Destructive severe for Fort Worth for 80-mile-an-hour winds and 2.75-inch hail. That's for the whole downtown city of Fort Worth. Just got issued. It's not a very strong tornado, though, despite what velocities show. Not a very strong tornado. It's hitting stuff. Well, people should be in their safe spot because there's tornado warnings in effect in PDS severes, so. Even though it's not a confirmed warning, they should still be in their safe spot. Population of that? Let's see. Population of this PDS warning is just under 1 million. 955,717 people, 274 schools, and 19 hospitals. Just under 1 million people inside of this PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Very high population warning. So, if you're in that warning, one of those borderline million people, I recommend run into your safe spot right now. Because this is a very dangerous storm that has produced multiple tornadoes, likely multiple wind gusts over 80 miles per hour, and has been capable of also producing destructive hail just under 3 inches in diameter. I don't think the lifespan on this storm is going to be too much longer here. So, there's a chance this weekend's as it goes into downtown Fort Worth. Because our models have shown that it's going to weaken roughly right about 40, 50 minutes from now. So, I don't know, though, if that's going to be enough for it to weaken before it gets into downtown Fort Worth. But yeah, probably an intense tornado happening here. I'm not sure how this debris isn't being lofted higher up with velocity signatures of over 140 miles per hour. I really don't know how we aren't seeing higher DBZ values. And we also have crazy hail, too, north of this tornado. Look at the CC. That's hail right up there. So this may go PDS if it holds another scan or two. But it should already be confirmed. I'm not sure why they've held off on the confirmed warning for this long. It's been on the ground for, I couldn't even tell you how long at this point. It's been on the ground for a hot minute, I can tell you that. Been on the ground for a while. Still producing near 80, 90 mile an hour winds. Very, very dangerous storm. Yeah, good call on that. Really good call on that. This is now a PDS tornado warning just to the northwest of Fort Worth, Texas. This is a very large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground and confirmed on the ground via radar. This is a very, very dangerous situation for over 13,000 people in this particular PDS tornado warning. Yeah, this thing's been all over the place with intensity. It's been weak, brief, weak, long tracked, weak and strong. No, not weak and strong. But yeah, it's been all over the place. Now it's finally strong to intense. But still, next scan, it broadens right out again. The unpredictable velocity. It's been everywhere, dude. Like, look at this. It's been the most wild velocity signatures I've seen in a long time. Wild in terms of, like, what are they doing? Because we've seen this thing completely... I mean, it got down to, like, 60 mile an hour winds at one point in its lifespan. And then now it's at 90 mile an hour winds, and the new warning is for 80 mile an hour winds heading right for Fort Worth. So the intensity of this thing has just been everywhere. It looks like they downgraded all the PDS severes to 80 mile an hour winds, so no longer 90 mile an hour winds. We'll probably get an observed tornado warning going downstream of this PDS. I'd be pretty surprised if they keep it PDS going into downtown Fort Worth. But then again, that may be needed considering how insane this storm's been with consistently increasing and decreasing in intensity. Also, looks like the explosion that was observed somewhere near Springtown, Texas, was most likely from a gas pipeline. Absolutely crazy. Definitely lighter CC for sure, but like I've been saying here, it's been all over the place. But I'm surprised, like, we haven't seen any clear, strong CC signatures today, despite this storm producing both of our PDS tornado warnings that we've had today. This was our first PDS tornado warning, and it is now a second PDS tornado warning. Been in rural areas. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't call this rural. What was it? 13 some thousand people? 11,000? I know it was 10 plus thousand. 13,000 plus people? I wouldn't call that rural. I mean, it's going over very populated regions right now. If you think this is rural, you crazy. You are crazy. This is on the outskirts of Northwest DFW. Ain't no way you calling that rural. Ooh, that was a freaky beep. That is gonna be a radar indicated PDS for the west side of Fort Worth. Now, this means this is a difficult warning. This is a difficult one to comprehend here. Because I still don't know to this day if this means it is a radar indicated, as in radar has confirmed that it is a PDS tornado, or radar indicated in the sense of like a radar indicated tornado warning that if a tornado does drop, it is likely to be strong. Because if you go to this wording, radar indicated typically means radar indicated tornado is not on the ground, but the hazard is damaging tornado. And you scroll down, The threat is considerable damage, but the tornado is still radar indicated. So the wording on this, to this day, still has me confused because, again, even here, a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado. So to this day, this wording still confuses me. And I mean, I have a PDS scene for radar indicated that says a strong tornado could drop. But to this day, still do not know what that means. And you can see I haven't fixed the time yet on either one of these browser sources ever since I cleaned out my computer. So, yeah, this warning is... I say this warning is probably more rare than an actual observed PDS warning. And again, still confuses me to this day on what it means. So the wording for this that I have manually put at the bottom of the screen is that a strong tornado is not on the ground, but if one does drop, could be strong. Let me fix this one too real quick whilst I'm able to just fix that a little bit down. There you go. So I'm going to go with the second one because I don't see a tornado on the ground. So I'm going to say that this is the radar indicated means that this is not a large tornado ongoing. But if this does drop a tornado, it's most probable to be strong and large. And by the way, this is a PDS warning for over 370,000 people. Let's see here. Looks like winds are dying down on that as it's entering the DFW. This probably won't recycle again. It might have one more recycle lifespan on it, but I would be pretty surprised by that. I don't think it's going to again. I believe that this is going to be gradually weakening out with time. I don't expect this to continue to be a giant problem. Currently recycling. It's currently trying to recycle, but probably won't. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with it, and it's going to continue to pose a big-time wind risk and pretty big hail risk. But the hail risk is going down, the wind risk is going down, the tornado threat at the moment, as long as this next scan doesn't show anything too crazy, is going down. Still in a good environment, though? Not really. It's moving outside of a good environment. It's on the edge of the best VTP. And this is the new meso-analysis. So, yeah, it's on the edge of, like, 6. I believe that's actually on the edge of 8 supercell composite. And the violent tornado parameter, it's on the edge of about 4 to 8 right now. So, like I expected, this thing is probably going to weaken as it goes into the DFW area or just after it passes. And again, we still have no idea what Monday's going to do because our 0Z runs are split. Our FSA has Monday being debatable high-risk caliber. NAM and HRRR both have it being debatable enhanced to low-end moderate due to morning convection concerns. All the way down to radar indicated. So we're back to this scene. Oh, well, it's still radar indicated PDS. Back to this scene. There's still a tiny corridor here. This little polygon that's still radar indicated PDS for 10 more minutes. I didn't see that one sneak in there. And the severe is still PDS for 2.75 inch hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds. Oh, and they dropped it to radar indicated. Back to this scene. No longer PDS. So that is good. Really good. Yeah, wind's dying out quickly with this too. Still going to be a very solid severe threat for at least the next hour, but I think its potential is going to continue to decrease from here on out. By the way, almost 5,000 people watching this storm in the WeatherWise app right now. One of the most populated amount of views I've seen on a radar site. From WeatherWise. Look at the environment from the RFSA real quick off of view. You know what? The environment on the RFSA actually isn't the best. It's actually considerably weaker than the NAM and a little bit weaker than the HRRR, so interesting. I still think Monday will go moderate, but my confidence on it kind of shrinking with time. And tomorrow I think should go SIG 2 and might even warrant borderline SIG 3 with how conditional of a risk it is. The problem is the chance of supercells developing in said environment that would be able to produce a SIG 3 type risk is very low. So I think they should go SIG 2 for tomorrow. Probably 5%, honestly. I don't know about a SIG 2 10%. I know they have a SIG 1 10% out right now, but yeah, I think tomorrow is going to probably flip-flop. We'll see how it goes. All I know is I'm crazy for staying here for so long when I've got such a busy day tomorrow. Thankfully, though, like I said, I'm going to plan on doing 2 live streams tomorrow to make it easier on me. 2 separate streams. Planning for one again about around 1:30, 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll be live for about an hour. And then also planning for a live stream tomorrow, probably near 8 or 9 Eastern. Probably closer to 8. So planning for roughly a 2 p.m. live stream Eastern time and roughly an 8 p.m. Eastern live stream time tomorrow. So we shall see what happens. Yeah, you can see this storm died out fast. Very fast. Still posing a severe threat, but they downgraded this thing all the way down to 2 inch hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds. Big old downgrade. This thing went from 2.75 inch hail, 90 mile-an-hour winds, and a PDS tornado warning, all the way down to radar indicated tornado warning, 2 inch hail, and 70 mile-an-hour winds. We weren't thinking today would wash out a lot of moisture. It should still be low to mid 60s across much of the state of Oklahoma. There was never the idea that we would lose a bunch of moisture today. Even if you go look at the high-end scenario from the 00ZHRRR last night, that was still the idea. Now, if there's like 70-degree dew points in central Oklahoma or something, yeah, that's crazy. It's going to come down to how much convection forms Sunday. Not necessarily how it performs, but how much convection forms. Because if we, we could still see a performing risk tomorrow and end up with a moderate or borderline high risk on Monday. The question mark is just how much convection forms. Because if you get a scenario like the RRFSA for tomorrow, where much of your convection is focused across Nebraska, northern Kansas, northern Missouri, and Iowa, and rapidly clears out by the time you get till, 1 o'clock. And that's a focal point for redevelopment later in the day. Then that's like I said, a moderate, borderline, high risk type event. But if we look towards the 00Z, which is a lower end event for Monday, you could see already 8 o'clock, boom, widespread convection all the way down into southwestern Missouri. And then, boom, by the time we get to 5 a.m., widespread convection Monday morning across Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Illinois. And by the time we get to noon, still lingering morning convection with a boundary setting up across Missouri. And that really just results in the HRRR being very sloppy. Very, very messy. Still would be a pretty big risk along that boundary here in Illinois, in this area here. And a very conditional supercell risk along the dry line in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. But this would definitely be a lower end threat than if something like the RRFSA would actually verify. So tomorrow doesn't necessarily... Monday doesn't depend on how tomorrow verifies. Monday depends on how much overconvection we get tomorrow into Monday morning. Let's see. Yeah, this supercell thankfully died very rapidly. Very, very rapidly. Right as it started hitting Fort Worth, too. That is awesome. You love to see it. Still, though, a significant severe, capable of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, 1 to 2 inch hail, and a brief tornado. But yeah, the HRRR predicted this risk very well. A little bit of a timing issue, but it predicted it very well ever since like roughly the probably roughly since like the not the 13Z. Yeah, like the 16Z. Once it started turning clustered, 15, 16Z HRRR started turning more accurate from how this actually verified. This storm's starting to turn more to the east, which is also going to help it die out even faster. But right now it's moving east-southeast. At one point it was moving almost due south. You can see here with like this tornado warning, it was nearly moving due south. And now with these newer warnings, you can see the newest tornado warning angled more to the east, southeast. But significantly weaker. I mean, DFW just dodged a $1 billion disaster. Not even kidding right here. If this thing didn't weaken fast, because we literally had velocity signatures of upwards of 130 to 140 miles per hour back here, with CC observing debris being lofted in the RFD. Then we had a PDS tornado warning And of course, PDS severe for 2.75-inch hail and 90-mile-an-hour winds. So the DFW literally just avoided an insane supercell. I mean, it's still going to hit you guys, but like it died out right as it started to get into the county that that Fort Worth is in. Like right at the same time. But yeah, I think this storm could still be a problem for another hour or two. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado. Wouldn't rule out 70-mile-an-hour winds, and still wouldn't rule out, 2-inch hail here. Definitely more of a wind threat, isolated hail threat for DFW. Wind is the biggest threat, followed by hail, and then a brief tornado still can't be ruled out. But it's definitely dying out. You're good. You're good. I think you just got extended into a tornado watch, but you're fine because this storm is starting to turn more to the east and dying out. You could still get some heavy rain and lightning out of this, but the main threat, definitely going to stay away from you. Why in the world is there lightning this far away, by the way? I don't know if that's a bug, but apparently lightning is happening, like, doggone 50 miles away from the main part of the storm. Very wild. Have to imagine that's not cloud to ground lightning. That might be mainly big lightning in the upper atmosphere. Not so much actually making it to the ground. Let's see. I don't want that. Oh, the lightning data doesn't work on Casualty page anymore? Dang. Oop, the flashes do. Yeah, look at the uptick in lightning in the last few scans. Look how much more that spreads out into the anvil. Like, look at this storm, dude. This storm has had a wild ride. Just crazy. Just crazy. I know today didn't perform exactly as expected, but golly, was it ever still a very significant event. All tornado warnings have been dropped. We are at 0 tornado warnings. 0 tornado warnings and 2 significant severes. All tornado warnings have been dropped. Still a convergent signature to watch for the potential of a brief tornado to develop near the DFW later today. So just be mindful of that. This storm's still going to be an isolated problem here for another hour, maybe 2, right across this area. Just so just stay aware if you're from east of Dallas all the way back to Weatherford. This area in here, just stay aware. We did just get a new MCD for a new tornado watch to be issued shortly. A mature supercell continues to track southward across watch issuance 144. A new tornado watch will likely be needed shortly. Very large hail and tornadoes will continue with this storm. New watch is likely. It's going to die out. Not going to lie, the environment is considerably worse with time, so I see a new watch being needed, but the threat is going down quickly. Instability is decreasing. Supercell composite is considerably decreasing with time. And your violent tornado parameter, which has been our perfect hot spot, great useful product for today, you can see is decreasing with southern and southeast extent. So I think this storm could recycle and try to produce another tornado. But with such a long day tomorrow that I have, being a Sunday, always busy on Sundays. Yep, we'll probably conclude here shortly. So I'm pretty comfortable ending with this. A little bit concerned still for that Supercell in Dallas, but or in Fort Worth heading towards Dallas, but pretty comfortable ending there with our coverage. Been live for 7 hours. I'm exhausted. I need some sleep and some sleep bad. I got bad sleep last night. Hoping to change that tonight. I'm going to head right to sleep and waste no time. That way I'm fully energized for tomorrow. I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. Plan is a live stream at roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe a little before. Only an hour live stream because I got to watch Talladega's, man. Talladega's favorite track. That's tomorrow. Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott, both starting in the top 10. I'm not missing that for anything unless there's like some insane tornado outbreak. But very wild day. I appreciate everybody staying in here and watching the stream. I appreciate those who stayed in here for most of the stream. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And we reached over 3,000 people today with the word of severe weather, which was really, 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 really good. And I greatly appreciate it. Again, we'll be back tomorrow at roughly 1:30, 2 p.m. Eastern time for only a brief stream. So make sure you're subscribed with the notification bell set to all, because it's going to be a brief one. It's not going to be a long live stream. This storm also is no longer tour possible, so really dying out here quickly. Tomorrow afternoon will not be a long live stream, so those who catch it, catch it. Those who don't, well, at least we'll have a second one. So once again, live stream tomorrow about 1:30, 2 p.m. Eastern for only an hour. And then a second live stream closer to 7, 8 o'clock, which could be a little bit longer, but overnight, it's overnight, man. I don't know if I can do much overnight coverage. It depends. It just depends, because I'll have to see if it's worth it, you know? See if it's worth staying up much of the night, Sunday into early Monday morning, to miss part of the event on Monday, or just be completely and utterly exhausted on Monday for that probable most of the day live stream. So just stay weather aware if you're around the DFW area. That's the main area to watch. The threat for severe weather is very much present, but the threat for tornadoes and very significant severe weather is decreased there. And look at this, we're getting a lot of damage reports from the Springtown area. Damage, 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 and damage. A lot of damage reports from the Springtown area. Sirens are going off. I mean, yeah, if you're from that area, it's going to be loud. You're going to have a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and some gusty winds of 40 to 60 mile an hour winds. So it's going to be pretty rough. But this storm earlier was producing winds probably near 100 miles per hour. It was producing a strong tornado and near 3-inch hail. So compared to those hazards, you're not going to be getting nearly as bad of a severe threat as literally just 40 minutes to an hour ago. I mean, the Springtown area got absolutely slammed out here. So this storm should keep dying off. It should it should keep dying off, but we are going to get a new, probably short tornado watch out here. So don't be surprised when you get a new tornado watch here in about 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, about 20 minutes or less. A new tornado watch across this region in here. What do? Just stay away from doors and windows. If you think it's getting too rough, you could go to your safe spot, away from all doors and windows, in the most interior room of your home, on the lowest floor possible. Why are they adding a new watch if it's dying? Because this watch is going to fully expire. So, you know, if it produces any extra severe weather, they want that to be covered by a watch. I personally don't see the need for a watch. I think they could have just issued, you know, the severe watch that's here. They could have just pushed that a little bit further to the west and not issued a new watch. But we're going to conclude because I've been here for 7 hours. You'll be perfectly fine if you just stay away from doors and windows and don't go outside. You'll be perfectly fine. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at again 1:30 p.m. roughly 1:30 p.m. Eastern for an hour live stream, and then another live stream roughly at 8 p.m. Eastern. So we're gonna go ahead and head to the ending screen. I can barely speak English. Again, thank you mods for mod and chat and everyone for being here. I greatly appreciate all the support in this live stream. I greatly appreciate everybody for hitting that like button, subscribing to the channel, watching the stream. You know, watching the stream helps a lot. And then all those other things, subscribing, liking, sharing, those are all just considerable helps to get the channel out. Also, special shout out, obviously, to Use the Force with his $40 donations today. So shout out to Use the Force. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your Saturday night. I need some rest bad. I need some rest really bad. Oh, new tornado watch. Hold on. Yeah, very small tornado watch. Very small tornado watch just got issued for 6 more hours. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you tomorrow sometime around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Goodbye. You got to be kidding me. Did you hear that? That's a tornado warning. Random tornado warning southwest Arkansas for Nashville. Make sure you get to your safe spot. Should have ended a little bit sooner. What the heck? That's crazy. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream, roughly around 1:32 p.m. Eastern. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you, mods for mod and chat, and everyone for being here. Goodbye.